and get started. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Baines. Here. Councilmember Bredefeld will be absent for the entire meeting. Councilmember Capriola. Here. Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Olivier. Here. Councilmember Brandow. Here. And Council President Soria.
Next is the invocation by Pastor Bob Willis of North Park Community Church. Would you please come forward, and then I would ask everyone to stand and remain standing for the flag salute.
God Almighty, our Creator and our Heavenly Father, and the one who came to redeem our lives, we thank you so much for the privilege of being here today, and I want to thank you for the men and women of this council, Lord, for their concern for this community. And Lord, I pray that they'll know your wisdom today, that they'll know your direction, and I pray for each one of them personally that they'll know your protection and your provisions in their lives. Lord, we thank you for this time, and we pray that the decisions that are made here done today will be in the best interest not only of the city as a whole, but as each and every person that calls Fresno their home. And Lord, we'll give you the thanks and all the glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Ready for salute. I pledge the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, I have several changes to the agenda, starting with item 1E. Number 2 of 1E should read, award a construction contract in the amount of $364,331.05 to Dave Christensen Construction Incorporated of Fresno, California for Clinton Avenue overlay from Blackstone Avenue to Maroa Avenue, and the change was the dollar amount. Under the 1020 item, the resolution creating residential permit parking District 10 is subject to the mayor's veto, which is not noted on the agenda. The 230 item, which is a bill for introduction, adding Article 22 to Chapter 12 of the Fresno Municipal Code to allow at-risk development, has been moved to June 21st, 2018 at 10:30 a.m. Item 4B, regarding parades and special events, the following needs to be read into the record. They are on page 16 and 17 of the ordinance, and it should read, general liability coverage with a $1 million limit per occurrence, $2 million aggregate. Liquor liability coverage of $1 million limit per occurrence and $2 million aggregate. Okay, item 3A, which pertains to Dakota Avenue and Cornelia Avenue traffic signal installation product. It lists that it pertains to council districts 1, 2, and 3 and the Fresno County. Really, it should only read District 1 in Fresno County. Finally, item 1I is being pulled by staff, and that's file ID 180687. Those are all the changes I have.
Thank you. Do any council members have any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Capriolio, second by Councilmember Olivier. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Bredefeld absent. Next is the consent calendar. Would any council member like to pull an item for discussion? And if anything is pulled, we will hear the contested consent after the ceremonial presentations and council member reports and comments.
Yes,
Councilmember Brandow.
I'd like to pull item 1A, 1I, and 1M, please.
One I is actually being pulled by staff, so it won't be considered on the consent
one I
agenda.
okay, so just 1A and 1M then.
Thank you.
1M?
Yeah. M is in marijuana.
Here we go. It's a peaceful morning.
Great. Is there a motion to approve the remainder
So
of
moved.
So there is a motion by Council Member Capriello, a second by Council Member Chavez. Any opposition?
We need to go out to the public
we do need to go out
first.
to the public. Sorry about that. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. So we do have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none. Motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Bredefeld absent. Next, we will go on to ceremonial presentations. First, we have Councilmember Oliver Baines, presentation of the SPCA Pet of the Month. Oh, okay.
I need this.
Good morning, everybody. Earlier this week, we had some budget talks, and SPCA was part of that. They came by and made a presentation. We have a contract with SPCA, and they do good work for our community. And they always, and I thank them for always bringing once a month a pet. Usually, when it's my turn, I get a cat, but I'm pinch hitting for Oliver Baines today. We have a little doggie. What's this doggie's name?
Her name is Miss Molly.
Miss Molly. Can I hold Miss Molly? She's a cute little doggie, and I think it's Providence that brought Mike DeManuel to council today. I think you might leave with Miss Molly. There's a good chance. All right. Well, we just like to highlight that there are a lot of great pets for adoption in our community. And dogs, cats, and it even goes on to rabbits and horses and stuff like that too. But there's a lot of beautiful dogs and cats that need a good home. And we just thank our partners at SPCA for helping us in our community. I know that we face a lot of challenges in our community with sometimes unwanted pets. Some folks have too many pets, and some folks don't keep control of their pets. And so it's a very challenging job they have. I would never want to work in that industry because we all love these little animals, but a lot of times we don't want to pay for all the problems that are associated. But today, I would love it if somebody would consider taking Miss Molly home. Isn't she a wonderful little dog? And there's a lot of other great pets there to choose from as well. So thank you to the SPCA for partnering with the City of Fresno and doing all of this.
Thank you.
All right. We'll give you Miss Molly back.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Brandel?
Yes.
So could you explain to Mr. DeManuel what process he needs to engage in to pick that little dog up? The shots and services.
We're going to waive any extra permitting and just let you walk off with Miss Molly. Right? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a proclamation being presented to Centro La Familia, and I will be doing that presentation along with the mayor's office. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm just very proud to be here this morning along some very fabulous people that are doing a tremendous amount of work for some of the most vulnerable residents that live not only in the city of Fresno, but live throughout our Central Valley and most importantly in some of the also rural areas of this valley. But first I want to just say thank you to Centro La Familia. They were just issued a proclamation by, and Ana Melendez is here from Dr. Joaquin Arambula's office. They were recognized at the state level, selected as a nonprofit of the year. And so we want to also, the city of Fresno, recognize their commitment to the services that they provide every single day pretty much practically almost, I feel like 24/7 to our community, because I know that they get those late night calls. I know I've had the pleasure to work with them for over my tenure as a council member and even before in doing advocacy work, but very critical work that they do. In particular, I think the last few years in terms of immigration and the work that is impacting here our local residents. So I want to thank you guys for all the invaluable just resources that you provide every single day to our community. And I know that you've been with the organization for a number of years. How many years now? 25 years. So Margarita Rocha has been the executive director for also 25 years or 25 years. Wow. So an amazing leader here in our community. And so I just want to thank you. I want to give the mayor an opportunity to share also a few words.
Thank you. I want to congratulate Centro La Familia for your being nominated and receiving the award for the Nonprofit of the Year. And I've worked with you guys in my business over the years. You're a voice for the poor and the vulnerable. You've done a lot of great things in the community, and we have so many needs in this community. And it's great that you're there for those people that are in need. And again, best wishes.
Thank you so much. Do you want to introduce everyone that is up here? I know Bob Solis, he's a constituent of mine, but also a board member. Do you want to?
Bob Solis, who is the board and has been for about 10 years now. Thank you. Mario Gonzalez, who is one of our managers, and he oversees the Victim of Crimes Department, where we work with victims of domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault, and some other serious crimes. And Mario's also been with the agency for a number of years now. And then we have a representative from Assemblyman Member Joaquin Arambola. Do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, so on behalf of Assemblymember Joaquin Arambula, we just wanted to reiterate our congratulations and support for Centro La Familia Advocacy Services. Assemblymember Arambula was proud to honor them as his Nonprofit of the Year this year. And it's simply because we recognize the long hours that your staff, you and your staff, your board members, put into making sure that social services advocacies programs reach all of our community members. It's not just here in the city of Fresno, it's also throughout Fresno County. You're providing such incredibly important programs from economic, educational, health, immigration services, and that's really helping individuals and families not only keep afloat, but stay ahead and move on. So in Assemblymember Arambula's statement to the press, he said that your services are creating generational change, and that's incredibly important. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
One more member, Edgar, please raise your hand so they'll know. He's also one of our staff, and he's our photographer today. Well, I'm very honored. I appreciate Mayor and Council President. I appreciate so much the recognition that you have bestowed on us. I have to tell you the truth that we are very humbled and honored to have been selected, and it was quite a surprise to us. We're very focused on our work and that we do the best we can for our community. Our goal is to have a healthy community, so we need to have healthy families and healthy children. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Margarita. If the clerk can please.
President Soria, just really briefly, Margarita, I wanted to thank you for the work that you've been doing in our community for a number of years. I know when I was in the nonprofit world, you were kind of like the godmother of those up and coming. And so we used to call you Mother Goose, by the way. So you were Mother Goose for a lot of us. But I want to thank you for the work you've been doing, especially in Southeast Fresno. We really appreciate that and looking forward to working with you in the future. And thank your board for the work that they've been doing. I know that takes a lot of work, and we're always there for the Fiesta event, and we'll be there. So you might want to plug that in, I'm just saying.
September 28th. Our annual fundraiser, Fiesta Night. Some of you have been there, and if you haven't, come on out. You'll have a great time. It is September 28th. Okay, I'm going 8th, 9th, 28th, the last Friday of September at Chauncey Park.
Now, clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas Centro La Familia Advocacy Services began as a small urban-centered agency that provided direct advocacy and intervention services, and whereas over the past 4 decades they have grown into a multi-service agency that offers social services and educational programs in both rural and urban areas of Fresno County. And whereas Centro La Familia provides a broad range of services to underserved residents in more than a dozen communities, and whereas each week their experienced and bilingual staff workers work in remote areas of Fresno County to assist community members who face transportation barriers, and whereas annually they serve more than 10,000 clients and reach more than 100,000 community members through outreach, education programs, presentations, workshops, special events, and multimedia. And whereas each year the state of California celebrates nonprofit days to commend the government nonprofit partnerships that support our economies and communities. And whereas this year Centro La Familia Advocacy Services was named the Nonprofit of the Year by Assembly Member Dr. Joaquin Arambula. And whereas Fresno recognizes the benefits derived from nonprofits which generate economic activity each year, produce more jobs, and provide invaluable resources to our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno does hereby proclaim June 14, 2018 to be Centro La Familia Day in the City of Fresno.
Next, we have a special proclamation by Councilmember Chavez for Sunnyside Country Club.
Good morning. So we have, as some of you know, we have 3 very special places in Southeast Fresno. We have the Huntington Boulevard neighborhood, we have Calawa, and we also have the Sunnyside neighborhood. And I know my colleague Oliver will probably disagree, but he says downtown's the heart of Fresno. I think Southeast Fresno is the heart of Fresno. And so today, along the lines of a lot of the investments going on in our community, we have a very special place called the Sunnyside Country Club, which Mr. DeManuel is one of the board members there. But as I was reading through that, and some of you will recall some of the names of the folks that founded that club, Romaine, Teague, Goodfellow, and if that name doesn't ring a bell, I'll tell you that Goodfellow used to be an elementary school in Southeast as well, right there on Hazelwood. Andy's nodding his head because he's the unofficial historian. But we've got a lot of iconic places in our community. They've done a great work in investing in their property, in their area, and it just helps Southeast, the Southeast Fresno image. And we wanted to thank you for that, and want us to have the mayor say a few words, and then we'll let Mike talk a little bit about the improvements that you've been making.
I'm proud to be a co-sponsor today, and this goes back with me a long time. Pinocchio boy on McKenzie Street who went to Roosevelt. All the rich kids lived in Sunnyside.
Don't look at me, I live in Southeast.
Paul. Sunnyside was founded in 1911, even before Paul was a golfer there. Actually, the Roosevelt High School golf team would play and practice at Sunnyside, so they occasionally had me on that course. It was so long ago that the irons were actually woods back then because I broke a couple. So
you are old.
So I'm proud because the Sunnyside Country Club does a lot of great work in the community. I didn't realize this until I talked to Mike. They help a lot of nonprofits that normally don't get the attention. There's so many needs in the city of Fresno. So I'm proud to be here and celebrate Sunnyside Country Club Day. Thank you.
Let Mike say a few words about the improvements, especially a lot of the renovations. I think this is phase 1, right? There'll be some subsequent improvements.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here. A lot of you are probably wondering why it would be significant to honor a country club after we've honored such a great nonprofit that serves so many in the community. And we are different. We are the 4th oldest club from between Monterey and Los Angeles. A lot of people don't know our history and heritage. and the people that were there at the founding, captains of industry and farming and philanthropy and leaders in government, came through Sunnyside. And it was a different place then. It was very exclusive. It was not really open to a lot of people besides the membership. And over the years, we've led an effort to convince our members that we needed to serve the community that we're located in. And because of that, our members are excited that we enthusiastically host and partner with nonprofits, help them raise money so that they can serve the people that they serve. Because we know, particularly in our area, there's so many needs. And so we have a lot of fun. We play golf. We have social events for our members, but we also have a lot of outside events that help nonprofits accomplish their mission as well. And in order to do that, we felt like we needed to have a better facility. And so we've undertaken a comprehensive renovation of our banquet rooms, and they're very, very beautiful. So, and that's not just for us, but we want our nonprofits to be able to bring their donors into a nice facility and help them raise money also. So we're very excited. We're very honored that the City of Fresno Council Member Chavez and Mayor Brand, thank you very much for taking the time to do this today.
We might have found a new place for Fiesta night. So, just a thought. City Clerk, could you read the proclamation, please?
It is with great distinction and pride that we join in honoring and congratulating Sunnyside Country Club upon completion of Phase 1 of your clubhouse renovation project. We appreciate all of your hard work and dedication in providing the City of Fresno with quality service. We thank you and all you have contributed over the years, and we wish you the best of luck for continued success. It's organizations such as yours that truly make Fresno an all-American city. On behalf of the City of Fresno, we, Mayor Leah Brand, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim June 14th, 2018 to be Sunnyside Country Club Day in the City of Fresno.
I'll announce it.
From our Council President Soria, to present certificates for the Fresno Chamber Junior Board. So I believe if we have the junior board members here, if you'd like to come forward and meet our Council President right here at the front.
Again, good morning. It is a distinct pleasure to actually be recognizing these young men and women who are part of the Fresno Chamber Junior Board. And all of you know how fond I am about doing things for young people and making sure that young people are involved. So I feel very privileged to be able to recognize these young men and women who have gone and have been very active through the Fresno Chamber Junior Board in learning about business, the business environment, and how they can be our future leaders. And so very proud of the work that they've done over the course of the year through this board, and just want to continue to encourage you guys to keep learning, continue to develop your leadership skills, because I know that, and I'm very confident that you guys one day will probably be taking some of our seats behind me. And so we're counting on you. So keep striving to be the best that you can be. And so I'll let Nathan, if you want to just say a little bit about what you guys did this year, and then introduce some of the board members that are here. Not all of them, right, are here. Yeah.
Well, you guys know the relationship I have with microphones. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves by passing the microphone down. And then Alyssa is going to be talking about a little bit about what the junior board did this year and what their experiences were. So, go ahead, introduce yourself and your high school.
Hi, my name is Trinity Vang, and I'm from University High School.
My name is Cole Bonham, and I am also from University High School.
Hello, my name is Madison Williams. I'm from Philip J. Patino School of Entrepreneurship.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Stupner, and I'm from Buchanan High School.
Hello, my name is Winpreet Singh, and I'm from Philip J. Patino School of Entrepreneurship.
Hello, my name is Sebastian Torres, and I'm from University High.
Hi, my name is Malin Sol, and I'm also from University High.
Good morning, my name is Alyssa Stupner, and I'm the Vice President of the Fresno Chamber Junior Board. Over the past 8 months, our group, some of the members are with me here today, we have learned about the various issues facing our community, heard from numerous influential speakers, and as we also set up a community service project. This community service project, our goal was to donate at least 200 toys to the Valley Children's Hospital, which we surpassed by leaps and bounds. Our final count was 2,500 toys. So hopefully next year, with the support of our generous community, we will be able to donate perhaps twice as much. Yeah, so thank you so much.
Wow, that is very impressive. Again, I want to thank you guys for being part of this board. I think that these types of opportunities for young people are so critical in your guys' development and the future of our community. So I want to just commend you, congratulate you for getting through it. Also extend my congratulations to the board, to the other. How many more members did you guys have? 40. So it's a huge, huge program. Again, great opportunity for the young people of our community to continue building their leadership skills. So very, very proud of you guys. So on behalf of the council, on behalf of the mayor, we just want to congratulate you and just continue to motivate you to charge on and be the best that you can be. So we'll take a little picture before.
I just wanted to add my congratulations to these young leaders and thank the Chamber for putting that program together as often as you do and as well as you do. So the Chamber gets a big round of applause too. And I wanted to especially acknowledge the University High students that are part of this program because University High is another crown jewel in District 4. It's right at Fresno State. So congratulations, and please keep up the good work. Chamber, thank you very much.
Thank you. So next we'll go to the approval of the minutes. Are there any changes?
No changes.
Madam Clerk, sorry. So we have a motion by Councilmember Olivier and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Any opposition? See none, motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Bredefeld absent. Next, we have council member reports and comments. Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. Tomorrow, that's Friday at El Dorado Park at 1338 San Bruno specifically, we're going to have a neighborhood picnic. And so we invite all of you and the residents of El Dorado Park to join us. And the food will be provided by some of the best chefs in Fresno. That's the Fresno Fire Department. So they're going to come out and do the cooking for us. It'll be a great time. I'll also be hosting a community meeting on June 20th at 6 p.m. at Virginia Boris Elementary School. 7071 East Clinton. So we invite everyone, even those that are not in the district, you should come out and join us and participate in our community meeting. Nathan Massick will be there, and we're going to specifically discuss the Temperance Avenue widening project. So I hope to see all of you there. Next, I mentioned Fresno State. Congratulations to the Food Security Project at Fresno State. They received an honorable mention in the 2018 competition for the Excellence in Innovation Award. The student cupboard, catered cupboard, and other resources were one of 6 finalists, semifinalists, for the $100,000 award. So the honor recognizes the institution for finding powerful answers to important local, regional, national, and global challenges. So congratulations to Fresno State. And finally, I wanted to introduce the newest team member to District 4, Andrew Cruz. Andrew, are you here? There's Andrew. He'll be joining us for the summer as our intern, and please introduce yourself to him when you see him. And welcome, Andrew. And I know you have a long line of people that participated in government, as well as I think you played baseball with my son, so that's even better. So congratulations, welcome to Fresno, and look forward to working with you this summer. Thank you.
Councilmember Brandau.
Yeah, thanks, Council President. I would just like to announce that tonight is the final community meeting on the West Area Specific Plan. This is a big planning strategy and document that is being put together for west of 99. It really takes in parts of my district, Councilmember Soria's district, and Councilman Baines' district as well. So if you live west of 99, or if you have family or friends that live west of 99 and they'd like to be interested in what the city is planning out there, it is our Growth 1 area. You're going to see a lot of growth west of 99 in the next decade. Anyway, the meeting is held tonight at the Central High East Campus. That is 3535 North Cornelia. And it starts from 6 and it goes until 8. And there'll be lots of opportunities for people to give input and help be a part of the process of building this West of 99 plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brandau, and appreciate that reminder. I was also going to make note of that, so we'll definitely and hope that many of you guys that are listening will be out there this afternoon to provide your insight. I also wanted to just make an announcement that I'm very excited to see coming here to Fresno. Fresno Arts Council received a grant in which my office is matching the grant to transform 8 crosswalks into some functional public art. So I'm very excited about this. If you see other metro cities around California and just around the nation, they're transforming their crosswalks into functional art, and I'm excited to be able to partner with them and hopefully see 2 of them actually be located in District 1, probably in the Tower, Fresno High area. So just want to let folks know to keep your eye out for some potential public participation so that you'll work with the artist and give input as to what you want to see in your neighborhood. The last thing that I wanted to just announce, the City of Fresno Youth Commission has some vacancies. I think all of our districts currently have 1 vacancy each. The applications, I believe, are due tomorrow, and I know that there's a tremendous amount of interest from our young people, so just wanted to remind folks that tomorrow is the last day to apply. So if you guys are interested and need more information, feel free to contact my office. We'd be happy to supply you with an application. Again, this is a great opportunity to create positive change and provide input to our council and our mayor. The young people must be between the ages of 15 and 21 and then live within the city limits. That's it for me. So we'll go on to contested consent. I know Councilmember Brandau had a couple items that he pulled.
Yeah. And the first one is the very first item on the consent calendar, 1A, and it's something I believe we talked about earlier this week with Chief Donis about dispatch agreement. So, Chief, what can we talk a little bit about this agreement?
Sure. Good morning, Council President, Council members. The agreement that is in front of you today to vote on is a dispatch agreement between, for the City of Fresno Fire Department and County Dispatch. This is not the agreement we were discussing earlier this week and last week about the $6 fee. That agreement is separate and distinctly different. That is an agreement between the county and American Ambulance. This agreement is just for dispatching all of our calls, the 45,000 calls we have annually.
This is not what we were talking about earlier, where we contract with the county sends that work to American Ambulance, and American Ambulance answers the phone and makes dispatching decisions?
Yes, that part is correct. So backing up about a year ago, we have consistently had about a 3-year agreement with dispatching agreement for the last 10 plus years with the county to do this dispatching. About a year ago, I asked to do it just for 1 year because I really wanted to work out some of the details and some of the things you talked about, the right resource and some improvements we wanted to make was the drill down we were really working on with the county to get us there. And we did, and that's why you have in front of you a 3-year agreement because I'm very confident that it's going to be much more robust going forward.
So is that right? Is it right source or right resource?
Right resource is a term.
Okay, and that term is for the upgraded software package that would be pretty helpful, from my understanding.
That is correct.
For dispatch. Okay, so it would include that. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Fantastic. Well, I think maybe some of my colleagues would like to talk about it as well, but I'll make a motion to approve. I'll second it.
So we have a motion and a second. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we have a motion by Councilmember Brando and a second by Councilmember Capriolio. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Bredefeld absent.
Thank you.
Next, we have item 1M.
And Council President, I see that this is on our consent calendar from your office. Is that right?
Yes, so we brought this forward because in conversations with the city administration, our public works director, we wanted to make sure that the language was clarified and make sure that facilities like community centers are able to receive the same type of benefit that was intended when Councilmember Olivier, and I brought forward the original ordinance or the original program 2 years ago. And so we're bringing it back because we were being told that we needed some clarification. We do have a project that is waiting on a response on us. They had been told that they would potentially qualify for these exemption fees because the facility that they're bringing forward is going to have a public library, a community health clinic. And so if you see the intent of the original program that we proposed, we wanted to make sure that we provided incentives for that type of development in those disadvantaged areas. And so we just want to make sure that we clarified so that it was clear that this is a project that falls within those categories.
Okay, would you have a problem with us continuing this item till our next council meeting so I can meet with the administration?
We're happy to meet with you. It's just it's all timing.
Yeah.
That's all. It's all timing for the project.
Well, so is our next council meeting next week?
Next week. Mm-hmm.
So I'd love to be able to do that if possible.
I'd like to move forward unless my other colleagues have those same concerns. We are on a timeline that we're dealing with as we continue to wait and wait. Construction costs continue to go up for these folks. Again, when we're looking at projects like this, it's going to bring a public library, community health clinic. You know, we've been talking about Highway City, which, you know, in my district is a top priority for me, doesn't have any of those types of resources. So if there are other concerns from my colleagues, you know, I'd be happy to, but I would like to just continue to move forward because costs continue to increase every day as we just delay, and that's what I would hate to continue to do to this nonprofit.
Yep, but I'm really asking if I can move it 1 week. So I'm going to, I guess, make a motion to continue the item for 1 week.
Councilmember
I'll second
Libby?
that.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. No, I participated with you and looking for creative ways to incentivize investment, especially in neighborhoods that just need a little bit extra help. And you know, I don't think, Member Brandow, I don't think you're too far away. I think that at least we can get you briefed and get you. If we can't get you on board, well, then at least maybe we can you know, dot I's and cross T's as far as you are concerned. So I'm not opposed to giving you another week. I think maybe we may even be able to bring you in and earn your support again, because, yeah, thank you.
So today we could, City Attorney, as I understand, could we do introduction and then adoption next week? Is that how it would work? Okay. Okay, perfect. So then we don't have to take a vote today, but it is for introduction only. And that provides us the opportunity to address, you know, any concerns that you may have.
Okay, so then I'll withdraw my motion to continue, and I'll make a motion to vote today.
Just for introduction.
Introduction.
And then we'll bring it back the following week.
Okay.
Perfect. Appreciate that. So I'll make a motion to just continue with the introduction. Second by Councilmember Olivier. And well, I guess I'll go out to the public. Anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none. So we do have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Bredefeld absent. Okay, I'm going to go a little out of order. I'm going to go to City Council items. We're going to go to item 4A. Is it 4B? 4D, sorry, 4D. Excuse me, I'm looking at the letters wrong. So we'll go to item 4D, which is a resolution calling a general municipal election to be held on November 6th. Approving a ballot measure text to be submitted to the voters of the City of Fresno imposing a cannabis business license tax.
So who's doing that? I didn't realize that you were going to, so I know the mayor and
Put him on the shelf.
chief of staff are coming out, so if you could just give us 1 second for that.
Councilmember Olivier, if you could just introduce the item, we still have public comment and what have you. I think we'll be okay with giving the mayor can.
Certainly, I'm more than happy to begin talking. This item comes to us after exhaustive work that's been done by Member Baines, Member Capriolio, myself, our staffs, our fire department, Chief Dyer, our police department, our planning department, city manager's office, with input from our mayor. It has been a very long process, a very intense process, where obviously there are a lot of conflicting interests, even within the community of people who are interested in bringing forward good cannabis policy. There are diverging interests as people want to see different things occur and even not occur in the city of Fresno. So the first thing that I have to do is to thank the members of the committee, to thank our administration for the support that they have offered us as we move into this process. I mean, let's face it. The city of Fresno is pioneering something. The city of Fresno is leading the way. It's on the cutting edge. I remember last year when we were having these debates about cannabis, how we thought that if we didn't act, we would be left behind. But as it turns out, the state is moving slower than many people expected. And municipalities around the state of California are taking a long time to come online. And so we're seeing that. So we went from being in the back of the line to really moving toward the front of the line. I think the main thing that I can report from sitting in those committee meetings is the desire of everyone at the table to get this right. The desire of everyone, every department, to dot the I's and cross the T's to make sure we get this right. City of Fresno, sometimes we have problems over many decades, have moved too fast on things, have find a way to mess things up on some of the policies that we brought forward. But I think with the Brand administration is very meticulous. They're not, they won't tolerate shoddy work by the council. They won't tolerate shoddy work by staff. And so I think it's good to have an adult in the room, such as Mayor Brand, to make sure that we do this right. That's the number one thing. This is not about, and I told a reporter this week, this is not about greed. This is not about putting money in the general fund. This is not about politicians. We have these delusions of grandeur, of playgrounds and splash pads and parks and new public safety stations and things we can cut ribbons and put our name on. But I can sincerely report to all of you on the council that have not been a part of those committee meetings, and I can sincerely report to members of the public and our media that the motivation, and this is a universal, this is a blanket statement. The motivation of the people in this industry, in this organization, has not been greed. It has not been putting money in the general fund so that we can spend it and put a plaque up with our name on it. And this is a very sincere sentiment from me. It's not about the money. For some communities, it is, but for this community, it is not. For this community, and I want to thank our activists, our cannabis patients who have been here over and over for the course of many months. You have helped the people in this organization to see it in a different light. And if it's not money in the general fund, which will be a positive byproduct, what is it about? And it is about patience. It's about destigmatizing. The moral argument has been raging at times at greater intensity for 25 years with the passage of Prop 215, where voters in California voted to allow medical cannabis in the state. And in 2016 with the passage of Prop 64. So Californians have been having that moral argument, but I think what it comes down to for myself, and I know I can speak for some of my colleagues, is about making sure that people who need their medicine can get it. I've heard over and over from people within the cannabis space, what about my patients? What about my patients? What about my patient list? I care about these people. They go where I go. They've been loyal customers and loyal patients for a very extended period of time. I can assure even people who are in the gallery today who are skeptical, who think it's a bad idea for whatever reason, that even the motivation of the operators in the cannabis industry revolves around their patients and their patients' health. And this is also sincere. So with that, I will introduce the item today. This item is important because obviously there's going to be a cost associated with regulating and licensing cannabis establishments in the city of Fresno. That goes without saying. So cities, and of course the state of California, but cities around the state have assessed taxes on the cannabis products at the point of sale and at other points along the way to put money in the general fund to cover the cost of regulating, licensing, and enforcing those cannabis operations within the city of Fresno, or within the city. And that's exactly what we're going to do this morning. This is just another step in the process that the city of Fresno will be unable to recover money to cover the costs associated with cannabis unless we go out to the people. The people are going to have a vote. The council today, I'm optimistic and I'm hopeful that the council will vote to place this item on the ballot, 75 words, and we're going to ask the people of Fresno. They voted for Prop 64, and I'm optimistic that they'll vote for this. If you look at other communities that have done exactly what we're doing, the city of Merced, they're doing recreational as well as medicinal. They went out to their populace, which by all accounts Merced is a fairly conservative community of our Central Valley, and they approved it 77%. A little bit further north, San Rafael just did it, and they were in the 80th percentile in terms of voter approval. So what we're doing is not a Hail Mary pass. It's not in the hopes that it will pass. I'm quite certain that when the voters of the city of Fresno in just a few months see what can be done with their approval and their consent, I'm quite sure that they will support this. The other element of this is the black market. And I've been misquoted on a number of occasions by people who say, well, Clint says that this is going to wipe out the black market. I've never said anything of the kind. I always like to say that it will make a dent or take a chunk out of the black market. And how is that done? Well, that's done with law enforcement. Some of this money that comes in from taxes is going to be used by our police department to crack down on the black market. We've heard from our mayor that some of this money is going to be used to combat human trafficking. How do gangs make money? Through drugs and through human trafficking. We have a commitment from our mayor that this additional revenue that comes in from taxing cannabis will be used to stamp out opiates, methamphetamine, black market, gang activity, human trafficking, and prostitution. So I think on the whole, this is something that's going to be good for the city of Fresno and for the neighborhoods within the city of Fresno. I have no doubt. But it's critical that we do it right. And so what you're going to see is a debate on this step in the process, and appreciate all of you for being here. One of the things that I wanted to address, though, very briefly, and I'm wrapping it up right now, is the whole gateway drug concept. And the times are changing. And more, the medical profession is looking at cannabis as an exit drug, which is just exactly the opposite of a gateway drug. I wanted to share a couple of comments from, it's hellomd.com, which is one of the top websites for in the medical industry. They reported 8 months ago that almost 100 deaths a day in the United States are caused by opioids. Americans make up only 5% of the world's population, but they use more than 80% of the world's supply of opioids. And this is why there are those professionals, scientists, who are looking at cannabis as an exit medication from opioids. Not a gateway drug, not an entry to drug abuse, but as an exit for people who are suffering. There was a landmark study conducted in conjunction with the University of California, Berkeley, in which 97% of patients, it's almost all, were able to decrease opioids or stop using them altogether with cannabis. But even though pain management tops the long list of conditions that can be successfully treated with cannabis products, that option is left off the list of possible solutions to the crisis of opioid abuse. So how can cannabis help? Although numerous private sector and academic studies are validating the use of cannabis for pain, fierce government opposition to cannabis research restricts access to cannabis for study purposes. and prohibits government-funded entities such as the Veterans Administration from even mentioning cannabis to patients. And that's wrong. In the next decade, opioid abuse may kill nearly 500,000 people, but an obvious solution remains conspicuous by its absence. In the old days, drug-fearing authorities labeled marijuana the gateway drug to harder substances. But today's cannabis may turn out to be just the opposite, the exit drug that stops addiction in its tracks. And if we do this right, Fresno can be part of that solution and other solutions to problems within our society. But it has to be done right. That's what you're seeing up here today, our elected officials who are sincere, who are committed to getting this thing right. And we can do it with your help. So with that, I want to submit the tax ordinance to you. I don't know, Mr. Sloan, if you have a 90-second briefing on it before we turn it over back to the council president.
Well,
and with that, Council President, I thank you.
From a legal perspective, two things to note. One, this will require the vote of 4 council members. It is subject to veto. And on the ballot in November, it would be subject to a 2/3 approval of the voters.
Great, thank you. So I do have several cards in my possession. What I want to encourage, I know that there's a number of folks that are interested in speaking, to make it easier for our clerks as they have to make sure that they keep accurate minutes. If you guys can take a card that are in the back, fill them out. I'm going to start off with the cards that I have on hand, but as you get called up, and for those that haven't turned in a card, you can still come and turn one in to be able to speak. In the interest of time, I will be limiting your comments to 2 minutes. So when I call your name, you come up, introduce yourself, state your name and address, and you would have 2 minutes to make your comments. Anyone else? You guys aren't speaking? Perfect. Great. So I will start off with Steven Silva. And then John Draper after Steven.
Hi there.
You could put the podium in a little bit higher.
There we go. I'll keep it brief. You said 2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Steven Silva. This is Matt Johnson. We're 2 owners of a business called Cultivation Efficiency Systems. It's a mechanical engineering firm out of the Silicon Valley. I'm from Fresno, born and raised here. Been living in the Bay Area now for 9 years. And been in the cannabis industry for a long time, the whole entire time, in fact. Matt has been in it for 25 years, and I'll keep it brief because what we represent is large cultivation operations done properly. We've started this in Canada. We did the first pharmaceutical operations in Canada and preach a high-quality infrastructure, repeatable results, security, safety, reliability. We work with the biggest leading lab accreditation, extraction manufacturers. We have purpose-built mechanical equipment representing custom HVAC factories. So we basically design the facilities from the ground up, and we do entitlement services. We pull permits for people, speak on behalf of our clients. And what we're trying to do here in Fresno, being that it's my hometown, is do it right. You know, we've done a lot all over the state. We've pushed the first projects through. Like I said, we started in Canada, moved to Colorado, Oregon, Washington, Massachusetts, Nevada, and we did the first jobs in San Jose. So we have a very, very quality infrastructure, repeatable results, consistent output, and now we're starting to do international trade. We're being contracted by many different countries, cities, and we really believe in the plant. I'm not going to sell you on the physiology of the plant and its benefits. I think that the patients out here will do that. We preach quality infrastructure development, and we provide a full turnkey with architectural, engineering services, legal services. And we wrote the compliance for CO2 safety. We integrate security into our protocols. We have a team here that's here in the crowd that represents security.
Long story short, we've seen over the last 6 years of the commercial cannabis industry a lot of successes and a lot of mistakes, and there is a right way to do it, and we've seen it.
Great, thank you.
Sir,
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask, do you use cannabis?
Not regularly, but I definitely do use occasionally. I believe in CBD dramatically. I do believe in the plant compounds for benefit. I do not use recreationally, though. But I do believe in the plant and do consume.
No THC?
I do consume THC, but I prefer CBD. Okay. And I believe in using the medicine purposefully and not abusing it. I believe more in regulation and consistency and providing quality product to the market, and I find the industry is lacking consistency. So when done properly, I do believe heavily in the plant. And beyond cannabis, I believe that hemp CBD extraction, specifically when you isolate the compounds that you're looking for, has an amazing benefit to the world.
Thanks for your honesty.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Draper, and then good day, Mesa.
Council President, point of order.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this item with the following changes. This will be the ballot language, and City Attorney, if you can. This is how it will appear on the ballot: to fund unrestricted general revenue purposes, including combating gangs, drug abuse, human trafficking, and homelessness, and funding police, fire, roads, and parks, 90%, and fund a community impact fund allocated as recommended by a Citizens Commission, 10%. Shall the measure to tax cannabis cultivation up to $12 per canopy square foot and up to 10% of gross receipts for medical dispensaries and all their cannabis businesses generating up to $10 million annually until repealed be adopted. That is the exact ballot language as it will appear. We can address the other part when we come back, but I wanted to make that motion before we continued with public comment. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Olivier, I would also, just for posterity, read the proposed ordinance section regarding the Community Benefit Commission. I think that there are people here that are going to want to speak to that. So I'll go ahead and read it just to, as we are going to read the ballot language, also read our community benefit language. Community Benefit Commission, a new Community Benefit Commission consisting of 9 members is hereby created to be comprised of 2 appointees of the mayor and 1 appointment from each council district to be nominated by each respective council member. The purpose of the commission shall be to recommend allocation of the revenues received into the community benefit fund pursuant to the goals set forth by the council. City Council shall have the authority to further define the role and powers of the commission by resolution as necessary and appropriate from time to time. And I'll second the motion.
Perfect. We have a motion and a second. We'll continue with public comment. John Draper.
I'm sorry, Council, may I jump in? We understand there are a couple of more changes that came from the administration I would like to read. In the ballot language itself, where it says Community Benefit Fund allocated, insert as recommended by a Citizens Commission. And then also at the end of that section, where it says $10 million annually until repealed, be adopted. Take out the words by voters. Those are all of the changes.
Thank you. Mr. Draper, if you want to state your name, address for the record, you will have 2 minutes.
John Draper in 93703. So I am here today to talk about the cannabis situation, of course. So what we're looking for is just to come into business, just like everybody else is doing, just as Cesar was speaking of the other communities that are doing it and the process and successes that they have on it. So we're looking to do the same thing, but also to get back to our community by making more jobs and hiring other people that probably wouldn't get a chance, like in any other business. So that's what we're trying to do. That is the main focus on our agenda, is to get into business, and get back to the community. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next, I have Cesar Casamayor.
I thought it was good day.
Sorry.
So
Oh, yeah, good day is the next one, sorry, and then it's you.
Good day.
Where's good day? Cesar, just stay up here so that you're next.
Good
and then
evening,
Elias Coera after.
All right. Well, good day, Maza. I'm a resident of District 1, 93722. I'm just going to briefly read what I have, but I'm a licensed mental health therapist, and I'm a co-owner of the People's Dispensary Fresno. I'm a member of a Northwest Church here in town. Myself and the rest of the youth that are here, we are asking that you all adopt adopt the ordinance language, which creates an equitable playing field for this emerging industry. For those of us that have grown up in Fresno and seen the impact of poverty, unemployment, and the destruction the war on drugs has caused. We can't take what's going to happen with this industry for granted, and we need to get on it as soon as possible. Cannabis is legal whether we like it or not, and we have a responsibility in it to regulate the ways that it protects our families, but it also opens up opportunities, like Mr. Draper was saying, for young men and women and the folks that have been most impacted by the war on drugs. According to research, and I'm sure you all have this as well, but roughly 97% of mental health problems are caused by environmental factors. So things like housing, employment, punitive punishment, and that list just goes on. And then, in my 10 years serving in community-based mental health for young men and women of color, I have been humbly reminded that basic living conditions, when those things are met, like young folks can handle the stress of just life. And you all know this as well, but the war on drugs, it's been had a actively defiant process in developing communities. So what you're gonna hear from our folks today, and a little bit me, is just the story of a resiliency of folks in this city, and the willingness for folks to create their own opportunities. And, just a reminder that, a community is only as healthy as its young men and women. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Elias, Marisa Murasa, and Dolores Ayala.
Hi, peace. My name is Cesar Casamayor. I live in 93721. My main focus today is to talk about the equity piece, but also just the challenges. So I want to say this. I want to start by saying thank you once again for the city council members, Baines, Soria, Olivier, for taking time to meet with us. And we're still waiting to reach out once again to other members in the mayor's office. But we have met with key leaders like Faith in the Valley, Fresno Business Council, California Endowment, other leaders from labor and other nonprofits in the city. While we appreciate the city's proposal, it lacks transparency and raises questions on how the Economic Community Fund will function, what and how those best practices will play out, and how will management be enforcing entrepreneurship, employment, reduction of gang violence, our need for better youth homelessness, housing programs, mental health approaches for youth as well. Other important social issues that we face as a city need to be also looked at, but it shouldn't come from this 10%. We love the fact that the city has been meeting in the public, but we lack communication still. I asked the mayor and y'all whom are our leaders, and I want to be respectful by saying this, that we should have a common ground space instead of learning what was said from the newspaper. And to be clear, this is not just a responsibility for us, the concerned community, but it's also a responsibility to hold meetings and invite city leaders if and when this industry generates millions of dollars to our city. It's our city council representatives' responsibility to communicate with constituents who want to meet on this important matter more often than it has been in the past. We should be expecting that, but instead we're here today demanding a better approach to community engagement, because this is how we create separation of our communities. When you meet with the clergy, when you meet with the business people, when you meet in different meetings, there's more questions than you have answers. So why aren't we coming together in the same room to have a better dialogue? And the last thing I will say, emotions aside and everything else, I hope that we allow for this historic policy in the near future that we hope and we can be happy to vote for in November by adding better language. And the last thing I want to say, and I apologize for going over, but that would take no more than 15 seconds. Young people are having to fend for themselves more often because we have a great big gap in trust, communication, mentoring, and being accountable adults to our youth, especially the rich, beautiful, but too often economically poor African-American community in Fresno. The People's Dispensary is working to ensure that brothers and sisters get an opportunity to come into this industry and create economic wealth.
We need to move on. Thank you.
Hey, I just want to make a comment. Cesar, you went a little bit over your time. That's okay. You and I, we tried to meet. I had to counsel once, you had to counsel once, so we never actually got to meet.
Yes.
I want to just address a couple of your concerns, and John spoke before you, and G'day spoke before you, and I think you're going to have some others speak. Councilman Olivier mentioned in his opening statement that this is not about money, but I think you and your friends are going to find out real quick it's about money.
Oh, okay? No, we know that. We know that.
Probably.
Are you calling me a liar?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, I think these guys are going to find out it's about money. And so don't be surprised if some of the guys that are operating in Canada end up running the show in Fresno. So just wanted to let you guys know where you're at on this deal. So don't get mad.
No, it isn't about getting mad. It's your responsibility to not make that happen because you're our leader, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of level with you guys so you kind of know how it's going to work.
Right.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'd also like to make it clear that quite a process is about money, absolutely.
Yeah.
But we're looking at economic leverage, right? Economic development. So let's not get that twisted.
Right.
Thank you.
You bet.
Next, we have Elias Coera, Marisa Moraza, and Dolores Ayala. And remember, in the interest of time, I want to ask folks to be as brief within the time constraint that I've given. So please be mindful of that.
I'm Pastor Eli of Christian Temple, 535 North Cedar, 93702. A month ago, I was on the KMJ on Ray Appleton show, pulled over on the side of the road, and just rolled down my window on First and Belmont and asked anybody on the street if I could buy marijuana. They told me yes, $3 for a dime bag, $3. I then went up two businesses. That was at Adrian's. I went up 2 businesses and asked again. 2 homeless guys said $3. How are you going to compete with $3? And for those of you that are supporting it and you have medicinal issues, they are going to raise the price on you by taxing it. So they're telling you it's for your good. No, they're going to raise the price. $3, you cannot compete with that. Prohibition. Somebody said, Eli, you're calling for prohibition. I'm not calling for prohibition. It's legal. You can grow 6 plants. Each plant will give you 300 joints. You can chain smoke it and never run out. Now, have you done an environmental impact study? I don't think you have because I haven't seen it. I can't have the windows in my office open on Cedar and Belmont because it smells like skunk. And it doesn't smell like skunk by Fifth Garden or River Park, but it does in the barrio. And it seems like you don't care what I have to smell all day in my office. I hope it is legalized so they can smoke it outside your office and you have to smell it all day too. I am here to witness today which one of you votes yes for this. I don't want to hear it in the paper. I want to witness it with my own eyes. Because this afternoon, I will send out an email to over 300 churches, making sure every one of them has a bulletin insert to put in their church. There's over 100,000 people in this city saying what you voted. Because some of you have aspirations after this. But people are going to know here what you voted. And I'm going to make sure 100,000 of them know. I invite any one of you to come to my church, 700 people this Sunday, or next Sunday, or whatever Sunday, to talk on this issue. I'll give you 11 o'clock Sunday morning. I invite you to come because people need to know who's proposing this. Is it the mayor or is it Clint Olivier? We don't know who's behind this. If it's such a great idea, why don't somebody put their name on it?
Thank you. Next. And actually, the item was introduced by 3 council members, so their name is on it. Next is Dolores Ayala, Marisa Moraza, and Renee Careste.
Hi, good morning, Council. My name is Marisa Moraza. I work in South Fresno, 4403. Today, I want to talk about the equity plan. So specifically, I work with youth, and I'm interested in where this tax money will be going. Youth homelessness is a very big problem in Fresno, so I hope that the 90% focuses on youth homelessness. There's a lack of shelters, there's a lack of services, there's a lack of resources. And ideally, and this predominantly affects LGBTQ youth as well. So we'd like to see this money allocated to such spaces for LGBTQ youth in addition to youth homelessness. And with the 10%, we would like more specific language to also include that this is focused on youth programming in order to help the community to enhance youth and to ensure that they are able to live healthy lives in Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. My name is Dolores Ayala, and as a youth in District 4, I'm here to talk about the equity plan and how it's very important to me because I like to see the 10% of the tax money to be used to increase youth experiences, such as increasing jobs and youth planning. I would also like to see the other 90% be used to increase and create more space for LGBTQ youth, as well as increasing services such as mental health services, drug and rehab programs, and increased shelters for transitional aged youth, as we have very little to no shelters here in Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Renee Carest, Jim Franklin, Susan Juvette, and Tammy Paluso.
Good morning. My name is Rini
Charest. Sorry.
Senior pastor of Valley Christian Center, made up of 1,100 voting citizens. And we are vehemently against this in any way, any dispensary. We had a chance to go north. We have a beautiful piece of property on the north side of town, and my unanimous decision of our congregation decided to spend several $1 million to buy a dilapidated college campus just north of McKinley on Winery called the Valley Dream Center. We help, without any of your help, thousands of people every month with private money, businesses, and so forth, and other nonprofits. We believe in what we preach. I heard it recently from one of our elected officials that, sorry, pastors, you can't preach your way out of this. We most certainly can. It's called love your neighbor as yourself. We do it every day. We do it with action. I spent 30 years as a businessman, and I gave all of that up to serve Jesus as a pastor. I can smell greed a mile away. Don't head fake me that this is about patience. It is about greed. It is about the money that we can make by having these dispensaries. I can't be head faked anymore. I spent 30 years. I'm on the toughest of the toughest. I know a fake when I see one. People, it's about recreation. And we're dealing with the families that are broken from this gateway drug. And every day, new bad things are coming out of Denver, Colorado, and other places. Read your surveys. There are bad things happening because of this gateway drug. Don't convince yourself otherwise. And I'm just telling you, my people of my church are against it. And come to the Dream Center and see how loving people can help others without pretending to make money. Thank you. Oops. I'm done. I guess that means I'm done, right? There we go. I got 90 seconds. 19 seconds. Here's what I want to say. I appreciate and respect trying to deal with this, and I heard the term getting in front of it or being a pioneer. When you get in front of a Mack truck, it simply runs you over. Thank you.
Good morning. Jim Franklin, Senior Pastor, Cornerstone Church, downtown Fresno. A lot of passion here today, and the reason why. I've yet to see the ordinance written out. I guess that would just be a quick question. I know y'all are back and forth, but we'd, I think, really like to see exactly what we're commenting on, the text of it, so we can know exactly what will be voted on. Would be just a question I would have of the council, just for clarity's sake. We talked about the need to get the meds out, and I can understand that aspect of it. My question I want to talk about more of is just the manufacturing of it. This council voted in their last session when I was here on this issue that there wouldn't be recreational marijuana dispensaries, and I think what we're talking about dispensaries is medicinal marijuana. So my question is in consistency. Why then would we manufacture something that we say is bad for us that we choose not to have in this city, but yet to be sold in other cities? So what we hear on the street is the drug dealer won't sell to his kids, but he'll sell it to somebody else's kids. which then brings up the money aspect of it, which you've seen a lot of the comments have been about today, is how will the money be spent? That also speaks to consistency of politicians, where they'll vote one way, but yet when money is introduced, then a vote will change on that. So I also agree with the fact that there's got to be this money issue. Where will the taxes be spent? A lot of questions that are there that I think need to be answered, and as much clarity as you can bring us in exactly what is the proposal. We've yet to see that. At least I haven't been able to. I think that would give us real opportunity to comment, not just on our emotions and our positions, but I think everybody recognizes where we're at on that. But we'd really like to have clarity and some time to really study what is being proposed before the people, that if you really want public comment, then give us the clarity of what to comment on. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Juvet, and I'm at 1453 North Wilson. And for the people who sit on this board that helped us get here today, I thank you very much. And I'm going to try not to get emotional. It's still embarrassing to get up here and talk about this, so I really look forward to the day when I don't have to come down here and do this. Marijuana is a gateway off of benzodiazepines, morphine, and other pain medications that made my life hell. It changed my life dramatically. It saved my marriage. I've been married 32 years, and I credit cannabis for part of that. You know, those drugs that the doctors had me on were terrible. They made me angry and agitated. They didn't help my pain. They didn't help my anxiety. They made things worse. And every time I went in to talk to my doctor, they had another pill for me. Here's another one. Take this. One of them was a benzodiazepine. When I finally found out about what I was on, they told me if I tried to go off it myself, I could die. Die, because I didn't have a medication in my system. That really scared me. And that's what triggered me to switch to cannabis. And you know what? There's 2 dispensary owners sitting in this room right now. One of them helped me when I had skin cancer, and the other one helped me when I couldn't grow anymore. I am indebted to them. They did great things for me. It isn't about money for every one of them. The hours that they spent researching things for me to help me treat my skin cancer, they didn't get paid for that. Or the hours that they spend trying to find us quality medication. You know, they're going to make a profit. It's a business. Nobody goes into a business to not make money. But I can tell you one thing. This law-abiding, tax-paying, cannabis-using citizen supports the tax money that I'll be paying to help human trafficking, to get other people off of the drugs that I was on. I'll do anything to help people not go through that hell. So I support the tax, I support what you're doing today, and I appreciate for those of you who are fighting for us. Thank you.
Tammy, Cynthia Gonzalez, and Japal White.
Good morning. My name is Tammy Paluso. I'm a Clovis West and Fresno State graduate, cannabis patient, and cannabis business owner. I was glad to hear from the council member Olivier say this is about the patient, because my partner and I got into this because of a patient, my mother. She was desperate to save her life from cancer. We went to the black market and got bad product that was overpriced and little to no direction on how to use it. We support regulation, and we support it because of the patient. Patients need good quality, safe medicine. They should not have to go to the black market where they will get something that could be tainted with molds, pesticides, bacteria, and any other contaminant. I agree with the tax that you're talking about today, but not to the extent of 10%. It needs to be much lower. We are already paying taxes in other markets. The patient, since regulation, is already paying higher priced medicine right now because we're already paying state taxes, and a lot of patients can't afford to keep having another layer of tax put on there. So please, I urge you, if you want to tax it, just don't make it so high. And I understand that you need to pay for all this, and regulation takes a lot, but medical patients will go back to the black market if you make your tax too high. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Lee Brand, honorable council members. My name is Cynthia Gonzalez, and born and raised in Kingsburg, raised here in the San Joaquin Valley, currently residing in the Central Coast. I am the founder of Elite Care, and we were one of the first ones to receive a license for the delivery component in the state of California. We literally are license number 0001. What we had was a situation that unfortunately was a government that was a little bit ahead of its time, and we had a break in our communication with our city that we were moving forward with in our licensing. We had always planned to take our product, which is providing a highly medically patient-focused service, to the 45-plus market. It's a very specialized market because, as we've discussed in a lot of different frameworks, the medical approach in segueing pharmaceutical combination drugs into a medical cannabis profile is an extremely delicate situation. There are very few of us in this space that know how to handle that transition. So I know that there was a lot of concerns that were brought to you already from some of the challenging sides, and I just want to talk about the safety issues with the component that the regulation has been put in place for this medicine. Anyone who is a CUP, anyone who is part of the new regulatory framework is going to be also supported as the most safest medicine and the most highly tested medicine, probably comparable to exceeding the safety issues of any pharmaceutical drugs that's in every single one of our pharmaceutical dwellings today. There is no safer drug on this planet. There was some discussion about cannabis and its role in our lives. I stand before you as a cannabis patient. I have been imbibing in cannabis for over 45 years. I'm a 60-year-old woman. I have chosen cannabis as my choice. I had asthma at a very young age. Came from a farming agriculture community. When I began smoking cannabis, was it recreational the very first time? Absolutely. Was it recreational maybe the 5th and 10th time? Something was changing even then, and I'm talking about 1974. I have a very long history with this plant. I'm one of the state's activists, and I appreciate your vote to support this. Thank you.
After Japal, we will have Seth Smith, Dolores Ayala, or did that one come up? I'm not sure. And Kim Castro, and Dennis Nebecker.
Good afternoon, Council. Wish everybody in the audience a good morning, good afternoon as well. Japal White, District 2 resident, and I'd like to come and just add a couple of points here on the issue that we have at hand. For me, it kind of breaks down to the war on drugs. I'm not sure if you guys have seen the recent ACLU Drug Policy Institute report put out a couple of years ago, and it shows that here in Fresno, out of 845 marijuana infraction arrests, 501 of those were African Americans in this city, and we're 8% of the population. So this boils down to me, thank you. So this boils down to me as an issue of righting wrongs on the war on drugs, and we have an opportunity to use real data and real solid information to make accurate, informed decisions. And I would caution the pastors who, in this day and age, there's a lot of misinformation going around in the world, and I ask that you guys provide accurate information because we rely on you guys to tell the truth. And the truth of the matter is there's many people in this community who rely on medical cannabis to improve their lives, and I'm one of those people. I'm a kidney dialysis patient. I was on dialysis last night for 5 hours, and my doctors through the years have offered me Vicodin, Zoloft, whatever I wanted, my doctors would write a prescription for. And a couple years ago, I made the decision not to use any of those products and to focus on medical cannabis. And my doctors at UC Davis, my nephrology group here, they support that decision as well because they know the implications of people taking too much pharmaceuticals and what it does to your liver. So what I encourage the council, the pastors, and the community is to let's put together some workshops and provide accurate information that could really inform our decisions here. And so I want to thank Clint Olivier, Oliver Baines, and the council because there's somebody out here that might overdose tonight because they don't have access to healthy, clean medical cannabis. And so this is a real life or death situation that we need to really look at from a serious vantage point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. My name is Seth Smith from Councilmember Brandau's district. I was born and raised in Fresno. I'm a graduate of Bullard High School, UCLA, and Princeton University. I served in the Navy from 2002 to 2008, 5 years deployed overseas, 6 years on active duty as a translator. And I'm a part owner of Santa Cruz Veterans Alliance. We're a cannabis organization based out of Santa Cruz, founded on the mission of providing safe access to clean medicinal cannabis for qualified California military veterans. We do that every month through our Veteran Compassion Program held at the Santa Cruz County Veterans Memorial Hall, where veterans who come receive a voucher that they can use at our licensed dispensary to receive a free donation of medicinal cannabis. We've been doing that since 2011. We see about 100 to 150 veterans every month, ranging from World War II to today, women and men. They come with their families, with their spouses, with their kids, and many of them are echoing the same stories that you're hearing here about VA pharmaceuticals not providing them with quality of life or with the cure for whatever ails them, and medical cannabis being a much more suitable option for them, allowing them to live a much more full life. So we provide that. We're a licensed dispensary, cultivator, manufacturer, and distribution. We have one of the few Type 7, which is full volatile manufacturing licenses in the state. This is based at our facility in the city of Watsonville. It's one of 2 facilities that we operate currently. We're interested in coming to Fresno and bringing the mission that we have to Fresno. A number of the veterans that come to our monthly meeting in Santa Cruz drive from Fresno all the way to Santa Cruz, including my stepfather, who's a Vietnam War veteran. Both of my mother and stepfather have been medical cannabis patients since before I was. My stepmother, who's a retired judge from the city of Fresno, is also a medical cannabis patient, as was my father prior to his death, who was a very well-respected lawyer, former president of the Fresno Bar Association here in Fresno. Everyone in your districts is medical cannabis patients, almost all of them. There are well over 20,000 medical cannabis patients on rolls currently in Fresno, just on some of the businesses that are operating here. And many of those would like access to clean, quality medicine that they can get on a regular basis, and they don't have that now. So I support you passing this tax, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Seth. Kim, and then Dennis, and then Samuel. Oh, sorry.
All right, good morning. Kim Castro, 93702. I do want to first start off saying for those who truly need medical marijuana, the cancer patients, the AIDS patients, those who have severe arthritis, I say by all means, please get what you need to live a comfortable life. But what I want to address right now is the policy issue. I want to address that you keep talking about the millions of dollars on tax revenue, anywhere from $3 to $10 million. But what I know is that there is significant and questionable disparities from the cities who've legalized marijuana and medical marijuana dispensaries. There's a serious, significant, and questionable disparities between the projected and the actual tax revenue, due to the variations in demand for marijuana and the regulatory compliance enforcement. So I want to ask, why are you policymakers making decisions when, as what I know, the data is required to a formal cost-benefit analysis, and that's not available at this time? Are you guys making responsible policy decisions on some data you actually have? Where are the success stories with these? Because we're not hearing about it. All we hear is the problems policy-wise as well. So I just want to ask that this council please be responsible when you're making your policy, writing your policy, and make sure you have the clear data and come to us with success stories. Where are the success stories on projected and actual tax revenue? And also, I do just want to say that for the 3 of you who have put your name on this legislation, just know that I hope that any upticks in a drug addiction, God forbid, any fatalities, any child poisonings, we will be back here holding you guys accountable. Remember, this could truly tarnish your political future. So I ask you to please keep that in mind when you're making these decisions.
Thank you. Next, we have, after Eleanor Brown, Juan Bautista, and Leslie Eller.
Hello, Council. My name is Dennis Nebeker. I'm a Fresno native.
Army veteran and businessman in Fresno for the last 35 years. 8 years ago, my family and I, because of our family history in cancer, had seen firsthand the value of medical marijuana and decided that we wanted to be involved. We went to the Fresno County Planning Commission, made sure that everything was fine, there was nothing wrong with it, got all the approvals necessary, and opened our dispensary in 2010. 2 years later, things were starting to happen in Fresno. At that point, we had not decided to legalize or regulate or tax, and things are a little bit open. And at that point, the Board of Supervisors decided to put a moratorium on the dispensaries, and we were very happy at the time. There was like eight or 10 of us at the time, and we thought it was time to let's go ahead and let's get regulations. Let's figure out how we're going to tax it, control it. Let's make sure it's all done in a proper business manner. Unfortunately, 6 months later, the Board of Supervisors decided to not go along with the moratorium and go forward with it, but to put a ban on it. At that point, we closed our collective, and that's been about 5 years ago. What I wanted to kind of to mention is the fact that we have followed the rules. We have stayed on the sidelines until we can get this handled in Fresno. We kind of think that as some of the local people who helped pave the way, that we should have some kind of priority on the people that were on the moratorium list that were in business at that time, that we should be considered either A, grandfathered in, or B, maybe some priority on the as we look at the application and licensing process. So I wanted to throw that one out there as something to consider. I thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Eleanor Brown. Thank you for the opportunity. Excuse my appearance, I'm just coming from teaching a fitness class. I'm about One Healthy Fresno. I stood here years ago with kids, parks, and recs with the same position, One Healthy Fresno. I'll be here at 2 o'clock voicing my desire for the plan for a senior center. I'm about One Healthy Fresno. So I stand here an advocate for the tax, an advocate for growth in economics. It's not about evangelism, it's about economics, it's about choices when it comes to your health care. It's hard to speak after everyone had spoken and said so many great things, piggybacking off of Joe Paul. We have mothers, we have grandparents who are falling victim to pharmaceuticals, who would like to have options and do not. I picked up my mom from the airport the other day, and she was practically hyperventilating and crying, taking medicine for neuropathy and depression and anxiety after being in an accident. And the first thing I want to do is give her an edible, but we don't have that choice. I stand here today an advocate for the equity piece, the tax, for the people, and for decisions. It's 2018. This is about a choice that adults will make. We're talking about the kids, but just like alcohol, once you become of age, you have choices. We should have choices. You're allowed to make those choices. We can't control everything. There's going to be some things that slip through the cracks, like everything else, but Fresno needs money. The war is on big drugs like meth. There's no one killing babies or themselves off of marijuana. Anything in excess is bad for you. Food, soda, drugs. So let's be realistic about this conversation. There's layers to this piece. I want to thank you for the opportunity. And we're about One Healthy Fresno. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie, and I'm with representing Central Valley, California Normal. And on top of your seats this morning, I'm sure you all received a stack of letters. And these letters are very important. These are from over 430 local residents in support of medical cannabis dispensaries. The reason they wrote these letters is, again, all the stories you've heard today. They don't want to be on drugs. The vets have PTSD. Over and over again. These are from medical offices. I submitted to you a letter, and I will read it today. And it's to Fresno City Council members and Mayor Brand. I submitted over 430 letters, written and signed by members of our community. These letters are in support of medical cannabis dispensaries in Fresno. This is only a small fraction I am here to represent today. Many people won't come out into these rooms because they're afraid of repercussions of code enforcement showing up at their homes. I was personally told by over 3 medical cannabis clinics that they have a patient count of well over 50,000 patients, and we have 5 clinics, of local residents would have medical cannabis cards. I'm sure out of these 50,000 patients, a lot of them might be members of your churches. So medical cannabis is a medicine. It is as vital to some patient as insulin is to diabetics. Mainly, medical cannabis patients are on disability and low income. They can't afford high taxes. When we're looking at these taxes up here, we haven't even taken into consideration the state taxes. So again, I think they have a 20% medical endowment fund. Again, when you're looking at the taxes up here, I do have to point out that it's not 12 per canopy, it says up to 12. So in their benefit, we could reduce that. But medical cannabis is a medicine and should be treated as such. Americans have a right to safe access to their prescribed medications. I've been fighting this fight for many years here in Fresno. We seem to finally have taken 2 steps forward, only to take 3 steps backwards.
Can you wrap it up very quickly?
I am right there. I was hoping that you, as our city officials, really cared about the constituents you represent and their rights to safe, affordable access and their medical cannabis. Thank you.
Next, I have Mary Esther Correa, Tyler Tracy, and then Daniel O'Connell. Juan, yeah. I had called you earlier, but you didn't come up.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Bautista. I'm from 93702. I'm from the heart of Southeast Fresno. I just want to let you guys know that the cannabis is not all about the damn money, all right? I'm just going to be honest with you guys. We're a group, we just made our own business opportunities for our call. We were actually sponsored by a cannabis store out in the Bay. They gave us $1,000 to revenue and make our own business, right? We're all different manufacturers. This guy's a cook, this guy's a welder, and I'm a construction man. I do carpentry. We have 3 different trades. Just because of our background and the place that we live in, we have no opportunity of getting either a job or getting anything else, becoming close to getting into a union, a labor union of some sort. What John Draper said earlier, which is correct, we're here for the tax dollars. Where's the tax dollars going? What we did with these tax dollars, the cannabis industry gave us up in the Bay, they're called the People's Dispensary. They gave us $1,000 to open up our own business. We opened up our own business. That has been only 8 weeks. We managed to get the state tax ID, our city tax ID, including our zoning. We got an office, a warehouse, and we're planning on recruiting people from the neighborhood, from the zip codes that we talk about, with the cannabis tax dollars. Now, whether it's about people smoking or whatever else, that's their business, boy. I don't care about that shit. You know what I mean? I'm here about the real shit. I'm here about the tax dollars, man. You know what I mean? I'm about the tax dollars. I'm here about what you guys are going to do with that money, man. Is it going to go back to neighborhoods, or are you going to just put it back into police officers? Because we're actually a real entrepreneur business. And hopefully we're down to see that later on down the future, we see that Fresno, not only us from Southeast, but the West Side, Northwest, everywhere else in Fresno becomes these little hubs and get community money from tax dollars and become something and make a business. And we rehab Fresno all over again. The community, you guys say that we're the problem, we're also the solution. So think about that, man.
Mary, Tyler Tracy, and then Daniel O'Connell.
Good morning. Buenos dias. Mary Esther Correa, 3407 East Iowa, Fresno, California. Born and raised here. Okay, I think we have to separate. The cannabis is for medicals, people that need it. And it doesn't only affect the seniors, it affects us, the children, the grandparents, the children, the grandchildren, because they see their elders very sick. And this cannabis is good for medical. It's better than dope. It's better than all the other bad medicine that they're giving us. give it a chance. But recreational marijuana is a bad thing to do. They're on the streets, they're gangs, the poor people are getting into it. That's not fair because you're poisoning our people. The people that least have the money and they're poor and they're getting the marijuana's recreational for $3. You got to stop that. There's a difference. The recreation marijuana has to go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Tyler Tracy in Portland Avenue. I just wanted to take a few seconds to speak to you guys. Seems there's a lot of emotions in the room. I've been heavily involved in Monterey County's progressive cannabis movement for the last 2 years. Focused my kind of specifics on chemical engineering in the cannabis manufacturing sector. In regards to your ballot question, what I have seen the biggest, miscommunication is with local fire, planning departments, and just like local ordinancing guys that are kind of disconnected from this new industry. It's the tax money is there. If you look at other counties, they're operating. The guys that are operating that have met compliance are generating revenue. That's facts. We don't have to focus on emotion there. You can see those. You can pull their tax IDs. That information is there. What isn't there is the support from local fire, local police, sheriffs, whoever is involved, planning department. Not because they don't want to, it's because of their lack of understanding in these matters. Having an understanding in chemical manufacturing, having to build these systems pretty much from scratch. You can't just go and buy a bike off the wall. You got to build the bike, right? That makes it a little bit more difficult when dealing with fire, with dealing with these other guys. I suggest having some cash or allowances from that tax going directly in to the regulation of this stuff and bringing in multitude of consultants such as Silva or some of the other people that have been involved in the other progressive counties, bringing those guys in to help police deal with that. Lastly, for every dollar that's spent on cannabis, about $6 is spent on ancillary operations. That's meaning distribution, packaging, security, software fees, equipment, uniforms. There's a lot more than just the cannabis stuff that you guys are going to see within the city. There's more money that comes from this, more jobs that come from this, just from the ancillary businesses that are operating right now. I'd like for you guys to keep a wide view on that. I'd also like to keep a wide view and an open mind on the facts. If you guys could do that, I think that you see nothing but progressiveness out of this city and progressiveness out of the rest of this cannabis community. If you believe in us, I think we can do you guys very well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel.
Daniel O'Connell, 3260 East Kirkhoff. We've come so far, and we have a bit of a ways to go. It's so nice to hear this discussion today, even as animated as it is. I'd like to start off by applauding Councilmember Olivier and Baines. I haven't been following this closely enough to give credit due to others. I want to just say that I believe that this is a deeply moral policy for the city. I'm not too motivated by material positions, so I'll stay on that for now. And I say that because the context of what this policy comes forward. I've been slowly working my way through Michelle Alexander's The New Jim Crow. I can't tell you how disturbing the book is. The mass incarceration of people of color for nonviolent offenses, and many of those were drug crimes, functions to disenfranchise people, especially within the Latino and African American communities. This occurred at the very moment that we had won civil rights outcomes in the United States, and we have to understand that the enforcement of the Rockefeller laws and drug laws, the war on drugs, is in the context of disenfranchising people of color from the vote. Now we have here young people wanting to become entrepreneurs, asking to be taxed for business. Let's encourage that. Let's bring this out of the shadows. And in fact, isn't the tolerance of black markets an indicator of hypocrisy? Don't we have a moral obligation to to bring these problems, these social problems that are difficult, out where we can grapple with them. There's so much opportunity here. This is the beginning of a broader conversation, and I'll just say that the final part, and we saw it during the general plan and other things, is the formation of the Citizen Benefit Fund is too narrow. Trust the people that they know what they need. Go into these neighborhoods and let them express to you how they want this regulated and taxed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Shakir, 93728. I thank all the councilmen and women that are up here. We appreciate you really actually supporting the cannabis movement right now in the way that you are. We know that you don't have a lot of the education that you need. I am going forward and presenting media that will cover that component for education in CBD and THC. I see that the knowledge here is very vague. I come from an area which is Sacramento in the Bay Area where the components that are used are very progressive, and we want to continue that. I think Fresno is taking its time, which is good. It's a good thing, but we do have to look at the equity pieces that are here, look at what everyone is saying. I think Japal White has made the comment, and the comment keeps coming up about what is going on with our youth and how they are not actually, as far as what is going on, the education part is not actually happening. Okay, we are disenfranchising our medical community by saying that it is not a medical community and dealing with 420, and we want to address that. I have it's called the 420 Perspective on CMAC. It addresses some of the issues that we are talking about. It's a show that deals with where Dr. Reverend Harris and I discuss what is going on in the African American community in regards to 420. So I want to bring that. I want to actually invite some of the members to come on to that show to actually talk about cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't have any other cards. Is there anyone else that wanted to speak? You'll have 1 minute. Just in the interest of time. Thank you.
Hi, Steven Ziskowitz, 2777 Willow Avenue in Clovis. I got kicked out of my Fresno apartment. They didn't want medical cannabis. We were warned multiple times. So I live in Clovis now. I've been in California for 13 years, been going to city council meetings for 8. I'm happy we're finally getting somewhere with this because really, I just feel it's very confusing. People start offering me money for it. I start having a lot of products. Then maybe the police are, aiming guns at you in your own home. That's what the drug war is, and that's what we're speaking about, against the drug war. And just the whole criminal justice thing, and then they kind of blackmail you, and they say, well, if you had MDMA, you're going to go to prison. And so I had to go to jail, and then when I'm in jail, the Fresno PD is over there taking my product out of my Clovis address, and it's ridiculous. So my wife can get a license for massage, but she's just so scared of the misdemeanors with this cannabis thing, but we have people offering us money. And then I just wanted to say, CBD is always fine, and it's going to be sold in all kinds of stores. I think THC will, too. We'll just see it in more common stores as we get used to it.
Can you wrap up?
So my point was, just treat it like apples and potatoes, let people sell it. They're going to be lower THC products so that people just sort of every day grab a 5 milligram THC in a coffee, and they're not always overdosing on some huge edible. It's really medical.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Reverend Tim Kutzmark, the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Church here in Fresno, and I represent the portion of Fresno's faith community and clergy leaders who are in support of the ballot question. We believe that to do nothing leaves a situation in the mess that it is. I speak as a Unitarian Universalist who believes that no one should suffer unjustifiably. Medical marijuana is able to cure acute nausea of folks who are suffering from, who are under the care of chemotherapy. Medical marijuana also can be instrumental in relieving acute pain that other narcotics cannot solve. I have members of my congregation who are forced, in a sense, to be illegal because they are using medical marijuana for health purposes. They are not criminals. They are people seeking peace of mind, peace of spirit, and peace of body. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can state your name for the record and your address, and you'll have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Diego Rivera, and I currently stay on the Cedar and Shaw area. I would like to make this very brief. My situation started back in around 2013. I kind of always educated myself. Was really motivated in self-education, and where I would read a lot. No TV, no distraction. Kind of the history of this country. I'm a Fresno native, and understanding native treatments and technology and just native history in general, and medicine and plants and stuff. My information allowed me. About 2013, I was training kickboxing. My diet was healthy. And just the information allowed me to really, I was in pharmaceutical industry. I was passing medications to autistic children and stuff like that. And I just really started reading on food and medicine. And in 2013, I came across Rick Simpson's oil information, cannabis oil extraction, which is just as similar as lavender oil, peppermint oil, and other stuff like that. And as I really started to look into food and the way we eat and understanding human biology and the earth, I really got into gardening in the ground, and I understood, and I saw with my own eyes cannabis oil take away epilepsy that was not curable by a doctor or a pharmaceutical industry. And to this day, epilepsy has been cured from these individuals' life, and just other things like that. I changed to becoming a vegan because of how it felt, just the variety of plant and the information from
Can you
plants.
wrap it up, please?
Yes, thank you. It really opened up my perspective and helped me and change my lifestyle and the way I eat, and just completely green. Sacramento and all the places that legalize, they're so much more friendly and green.
Thank you so much. Okay, so looks like we will come back to the dais. We have Councilmember Baines.
I think the mayor wants to make a few remarks.
Yeah.
Go ahead. It's your item. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a couple remarks, and I know a couple people want to speak, but I kind of think the public want us to get to a vote, so I'll do that as quickly as possible. But there are a couple of things I want to say. There's a lot of public comment today, a lot of emotion, and I actually wrote a couple of notes and have a couple of good takeaways. And $3 weed, where's Pastor Elias? I wanted to tell you I'm happy to come to your church and talk to you and your congregation. You've been to my church, and I'm happy to come and talk to you about this topic. I'm one of the authors of today's proposed language, and I think a very frank, respectful dialogue is probably in order, because I think there's a perspective that we don't, as policymakers, often get a chance to talk about. And for us, and I know it's a moral issue for people of faith only, but I think we all have to remember a couple basic things. First of all, in the state of California, cannabis is legal. So, we almost have to start there as policymakers. And I'm not quite sure what the suggestion of people are that don't want us to do anything. But many of you that are against this for moral reasons have come up and told stories about being able to buy $3 weed, and you have people coming to your church, maybe under the influence, or people are very worried about children that have access to this very easily, and all of those things in that condition exist right now in the city of Fresno, right now. You can walk out and yell down the street. You don't have to go very far. And to suggest that we shouldn't do anything about that as policymakers would be a dereliction of our duty. So I say that because we also have a moral obligation to this community to try to do everything we can to pass policy that is good for our residents. If we were to do nothing and stick our head in the ground and pretend like this is not a legal activity that's now permitted, and do nothing to keep it out of the hands of young people that maybe should not be accessing this, to allow the criminal enterprise, the gang underworld, to continue to thrive in this, shame on us. And I mean that sincerely. To have the opportunity to bring this into the regulated community is the very first time that policymakers in this city have had the opportunity to get their arms and hands around this, to actually keep it out of the hands of children, to keep it away from, from being sold as a criminal enterprise. So what we're proposing is to start to do something about that, the very thing that some of you are complaining about from the moral issue. So I want to be happy to come and talk to you and your congregation about that. And I had a big takeaway too. Someone suggested that we need to have more public education about this. And whoever suggested that, and I don't remember who, was absolutely right. And I'm going to commit to you that I'm going to see about putting together some of the experts and actually have community conversations about cannabis and the medical benefits. I think sadly that's been from a discussion standpoint, sadly that's been left out of the conversation too much. And Cynthia, I want to thank you for coming down. I remember we chatted before, and I'd like for you to stay back and chat with you for a minute, because I think we have an opportunity to do some education. I think the community needs to be educated on how this is going to roll out. And finally, I want to make sure you all know what we're voting on today, because it's not over. It's not the last time we're going to talk about this. So today is simply us as a council deciding whether or not to allow us to tax this as a business, because it is legal in California, and because there is a lot of money that is associated with this, and right now it is all illegal. These are all criminal criminal enterprise dollars right now, as it were in Fresno, for the most part, all of it. Well, what we're trying to do is stop that. We're trying to stop that activity. We're trying to stop it from being illegal. We're trying to bring it into a regulated market and actually allow this to become a business, which I don't know how we could be actually opposed to that. If we could oppose from a moral standpoint, I support that. I understand that, but we also have an obligation to do. So this is about allowing us as a city to actually tax this as a business, which I think you all should want. I can't imagine you all being supportive of keeping this as an illegal black market business that continues to thrive unchecked. So I could go on, and there are lots of things that I could say about this topic, but I've said a lot already. But I just wanted you all to know what we're voting on. We will be coming back and talking more about the actual regulations and ordinance in the coming months. And Cesar and G'day, and we've met in the past, and I can assure you that some of the things that in Japal back there, some of the things that you all have brought to us are being incorporated into our policy. So we will be coming out, we'll be talking about that as the months roll out. But today is just about the ability to tax this as a business. That's all. And so I wanted to make sure that you all knew what decision we'll be making today. So with that, Councilmember Olivier, I was happy to second your motion, and thank you for being a champion on this issue, bringing it forward.
Mayor, did you want to say a few words?
Thank you. I want to start by saying where I come from personally. My family has been directly involved in drug addiction. And I'm willing to bet most everybody in this audience has a family or a friend with a similar story. So from a moral point of view, I understand exactly where people are coming from. I voted against Prop 64, but I have a different obligation. I have a different hat I wear today as the mayor of the city. And when the council voted 7-0 to bring this item, to initiate a process to study the regulation of dispensaries and manufacturing, my office had people involved to make sure we did our due diligence. And I can say that this council committee did an excellent job. They were very thorough in their research. Some of our members actually traveled to other cities, talked firsthand of what went on, what was good, what was bad. And we looked at both cities that legalized and cities that didn't legalize to find out what the consequences were. And unfortunately, in a lot of cities, the biggest mistake they made was the profit mode. They tried to make too much money on it. So they would set the tax at 15% or 20% or $50 a square foot. And what we've learned is that we do have the capability to control the black market. And so this ordinance is written as 10% or less, and 10% is probably lower than most other cities out there. So if, for example, 10%, there's still a lot of black market out there, then we can drop it to 9%, 8%. My goal is not to make money for the city of Fresno, it's to address the biggest problem, one of the biggest problems we have in the city, and that's drug abuse and gangs. And doing nothing do not address that problem, because Fresno really, the villains are the gangs, the drug cartels, and the pharmaceuticals that promote all the painkillers that too many people, young and old, get addicted on. You could characterize Fresno as drugs incorporated. We need to tackle on a citywide issue that's devastating our community. And my commitment to the citizens of Fresno is that we will get the resources necessary with the Drug Task Force. And I've talked to Chief Dyer at length on this. We don't have the resources now to do that. And basically, we can become a monopoly where through accessibility and through supply, we can control. Are we going to get rid of the black market? Probably not, but I think we can cripple the black market. Thank you. And we can address another problem that's been mentioned today, and that's human trafficking. Because human trafficking is a human tragedy in this city and across this state and across this country. And the two primary sources that gangs have to thrive are drug sales, marijuana sales, and human trafficking. And if you can cut the snake's head off, then you can make progress towards, slaying the beast in the city of Fresno. So the question was out, well, are you going to take your vote today? And I appreciate everybody that was here, Pastor Eli and Pastor Franklin. But I'm here. I don't have to be here. I think there's the votes to be here, but I have the courage of my convictions. I'm willing to stand behind something I believe is right for our community and would make us a better community. And am I going to guarantee we have the perfect answer? No, but I can guarantee one thing. I will put my heart and all my resources to make sure, and with the council as my partners, that this is done effectively and we can solve a bigger problem. We can take basically a problem, an issue, and make it an opportunity for Fresno to be a better whole city, and that's my job. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, President Soria. I want to thank everybody that came and spoke. I really do appreciate your testimony on both sides, from our pastors to the folks that use this medicine. And I'm going to say that it is a medicine for a lot of folks. Some of you are very familiar with my position in the past and my reluctance to move on this. And I will tell you that I've shared that with some of you, that this was really, really close to me, having lost a friend to substance abuse and having to see a childhood friend buried because of that is very, very tolling, and it kind of shapes you. But I will also confess to you that I have gone through an educational process. for folks that do use this for medicinal purposes. And I just want to briefly share two quick stories from residents, two families in my district that I met with privately because, let's be honest, there's still that stigma that exists from folks that use this substance in any way. It was a family of four, Sunnyside neighborhood. They contacted me through my district email. I went out and met with them, and you would not be able to tell that these folks in any way, shape, or form were familiar with marijuana or cannabis. But it was a 9-year-old girl that gets seizures, has epilepsy attacks. They tried many different methods, anticonvulsants and surgery, devices, and nothing worked. And I remember this father sharing this story with me that at 2 a.m. he's there watching his child, hoping that she doesn't go into an episode and rattle her head against the back of the bed. And he said, I've tried everything, and they ended up trying this, and this little girl has asthma, so she obviously can't inhale this, and so she uses it as drops, and I didn't even know that was an option with orange juice and other items, but it worked. It worked for them. And so I asked them, would you be comfortable to come and share that story? And they told me no, because they still have that stigma in the community, and they didn't want folks to know that they use that, but they also told me that they don't want to feel like criminals every time that they go get this substance to make their child feel better. The other family that I met with was a veteran that came back from Afghanistan, and he walked me through what that looks like for him, especially at nighttime. Lives close to a big corridor where the bus comes through, and what that does to him mentally, and how this really helps him cope with those daily struggles and the memories that he still has from seeing combat. And so I share that with you because we all go through an educational process, but I want to highlight one that really comes home. Last night, as I'm going through my agenda, I get a call from a family member, an aunt of mine, and she starts off with her conversation of, I'm really proud of what you're doing, and I know you have a decision to make tomorrow. She goes, but I just want to let you know that I use cannabis. And this was my aunt that was probably one of the most square, straight, narrow person I knew growing up. And she uses it. She doesn't smoke it. She puts it in alcohol and uses it for her arthritis. I didn't even know that was a treatment for that. And so she put a lot of pressure on me indirectly. And I will tell you that, for me, I'm supportive of the medicinal use, but I have to be honest, I still have a lot of questions on the recreational side. I'm not too familiar. There seems to be many different versions of the utilization of this substance, but I will support placing this on the ballot and letting our community weigh in on this today. I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank the mayor, the many different sessions that we've gone through, but I will tell you that we're going to need to do a lot more work, particularly with what my colleague, Councilmember Baines, said on the educational piece, because not everybody that uses this substance is a criminal or a doper. There are families, and I bet you if you saw this family out at Food Max, you would not have the slightest clue that they benefit from the use of this. So I want to thank everybody that came and spoke today, and I'm looking forward to the debate a little farther down the road. Thank you.
Councilmember Brandau.
All right, thank you, Council President. Oliver, will you help me stay pretty brief today? Put the timer on me, will you? Okay, good deal.
How many minutes? 2 minutes?
Time me 25 minutes. Okay, all right, that's a joke. We've talked about marijuana a lot over the years, and I remember the last time we had a big conversation about that. And get ready, Chief, I'm going to call you up in a second. The last time that we talked about it, 8 months ago or something like that, I was brought to the point of support for medicinal marijuana, some medicinal marijuana dispensaries in the city of Fresno. Many of you that were in that meeting will remember that. I think I even shocked some of my colleagues, and we had a 7-0 vote, I believe, didn't we, Clint? And so for those that are here that have the stories of their medicinal need, you're the ones that brought me to the point. Had zero to do with money, okay? And as really one of my very best friends, Councilman Chavez, spoke about his aunt and some of his other friends. One of my very best friends uses cannabinoid oil. So I know it's very popular, and I know it serves a purpose. So I was supportive of bringing that forward. That conversation was about a very few dispensaries for true need in the city of Fresno. And since then, the debate has kind of shifted, and we're going to have a workshop today, and you'll be able to hear more about the other components of that decision. I don't know. I'm sure it will now be after lunch. I don't know what time after lunch, but if anybody is even really interested to see what council's talking about, and that workshop will include what is being recommended for how many dispensaries and all that type of stuff and where they would be located. That stuff's not included in this ballot, okay? So I'm very interested in that conversation as well. That stuff's not going to go on the ballot. I want folks that track these ballots to understand something. Have you guys heard about there's an initiative for parks that's going to go on our ballot, a tax for parks, right? That initiative is very spelled out. The proponents of that ballot measure have literally itemized everything that they want to see happen in the park system and where the money would be allocated and so forth. That's in the language on the ballot. This ballot measure that we're talking about today is much more vague than that. And I have difficulty supporting it at that vagueness level, okay? So I want the cannabis people that really use it for medical need, I want you to know why I'm not going to support it today, okay? Now, to the group of folks, and I think a lot of them are sitting over here, so I'm going to shift this way for a little bit. Cesar and your friends, I think I'm a little worried about what I hear coming from you and then what I hear coming from behind the scenes conversations that I hear in this building, okay? And I don't want you guys to be hoodwinked. Look, I'm not a cannabis guy, but I'm an upfront guy. I think you guys are going to be SOL. Now, I would like to even ask, what is this equity model or equity component that you guys reference so much? I didn't hear anybody up here talk about an equity component. What's going on there?
This debate is only about the tax.
Bingo.
The equity component will be a part of the final packet of regulations. And Councilmember Baines and myself have committed to doing further public outreach so that we can find some kind of equity component that's palatable to just not just community members, but the policy-making bodies as well and the administration. So, that is definitely going to be a part of the discussion. There's nobody trying to hoodwink anybody in the building. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thanks, Councilman Olivier.
All right, and I'll add to that, Councilman Brandau, because I think you are having a workshop about that, about the actual proposed ordinance, right?
Yeah.
And personally, you know me, I just think that's probably a better place to talk about that. This is about the tax. It's kind of a narrow subject, but I certainly plan to talk about it at your workshop. Okay. And we're going to bring the council fully up to speed. I suspect that some of you all will hang around and listen to that discussion as well.
Okay. All right, and I'm hopeful that you guys will be included. So that two groups. Then the third group is the pastors, and I relate to a lot of the stuff that you guys, men and women, are concerned about as well. So all sides of this, I believe, have something valuable to add to this conversation, and I really have appreciated every word that my colleagues have said. We're on different sides in some components of this, but I think everybody is working hard to deliver a good product for the city of Fresno, and especially Mayor Brand and his comments earlier. And so I do appreciate that. And the pastors, you've made a couple of points that I think are valuable as well. And Brianna, I don't know if we can pull up the thing that we're going to vote again, the ballot. Can we pull that right back up on the screen? While you're doing that, Chief, if I could get you up real quick. Now, thank you. Thank you, Doug. Chief, what we're hearing today is that the money raised from the taxes is going to support police operations to shut down drug or the black market and some other drug use problems we have in the city. Can you speak to that for a second, please?
Sure. Well, first off, I've been swayed over the last couple of years towards the medicinal use. For much of my career, have seen a significant amount of abuse that occurs in the medicinal cannabis world. However, having said that, I've also seen a tremendous need for individuals that have a medicinal use and desire. And one of the things that has occurred is there's this medicinal demand, but there is no accessibility in our community unless it is through the black market, through neighborhood dealing, through illegal dispensaries. And what I have recommended to the mayor is that we create a team of 2 sergeants and 20 officers, or 18 officers, and they would be utilized as the mayor has set a priority for number 1, neighborhood drug dealing, to severely impact those individuals that are out there dealing narcotics of all levels, to include marijuana, and to do search warrants, do whatever we can do to eradicate and eliminate that from our neighborhoods, because that is a significant problem that our neighborhood kids are growing up around. The second is that we know that as long as we have dispensaries operating in our city that are illegal, and there's over 70 of them, and over 40 distribution points in our city that are illegal, we've not had the resources to go after those. And secondly, we haven't had the community support to go after those, because we know there's a lot of support for medicinal use. So the second phase, obviously the neighborhood dealing, but targeting those illegal dispensaries in our city. And I'm very confident that once the council does authorize a certain number of medicinal dispensaries in our city, that what's going to happen is those owners are going to be more than willing to turn in those individuals to us who are operating illegally, because it impacts their business, right? Sure. And we will welcome that information, and we will dedicate a team of officers to go after those dispensaries, because at that point, we're not only going to have the resources to impact them, we're going to have the community support and the cannabis community support to target those illegal dispensaries. And then the third phase of that is obviously the human trafficking element that is very near and dear to all of us, and the mayor wanted to make sure that that is a part of this. We would dedicate a team of 4 officers to our vice unit to specifically target human trafficking in our city. That is prostitution that's occurring at motels, prostitution that's occurring online, prostitution that's occurring on our streets, whether it's Parkway, Belmont, or Blackstone, and to get those females who are truly victims of human trafficking, to get those individuals off the street, turn on their pimps, the gang members, so we can effectively eradicate those individuals from our community. So with those 2 sergeants, 18 officers, I'm confident that we're going to be able to do this. And I do believe that we can eliminate illegal dispensaries in our community. I believe that with all my heart. And the reason I say that is because I know that this council and our mayor is not going to approach us from a greed perspective like so many other communities did in Colorado and communities that have done this in California, where they have taxation that's up around the 25 and 30 percentile, along with the taxation that the state has put on this as a result of their greed. And so what that has done is drive up the cost of the marijuana, the cannabis from these legal dispensaries, forcing a black market who can undercut it. And I'm confident that if we can keep the cost of cannabis, legal cannabis in our city, to an affordable level, that alone is going to draw people to those facilities and away from the illegal dispensaries in our city. And let me just kind of give you an equation, or what I equate this to, and I shared this with the mayor. Methamphetamine started right here in the valley, manufacturing of methamphetamine through manufacturing labs in the rural areas. It became more affordable and it became more available and created a lot of addiction in our community. And we live with that today. And so what has to happen on the cannabis industry is that in order for medicinal cannabis to reach these individuals, it has to be available. And so I support a limited number of medicinal dispensaries in our city. Limited number. I know there's some who would love to have more.
What is your definition of limited number?
Well, what I have proposed initially was 1 per council district, which would have been 5. Now, I know there's been some debate behind the scenes, and we're still negotiating on that, and that's for a later discussion. But that was my initial.
You mean 1 per policing?
1 per policing district. What did I say?
Council district.
I'm sorry, 1 per policing district. And so that's still being debated behind the scenes. And so that accessibility is key, and the affordability is key. And if those two things happen, I believe we can eliminate the illegal dispensaries in our city and at the same time impact neighborhood drug dealing.
All right, thank Chief. Do you have any number for me today on what your projected cost of? I mean, because this is about a tax, and most of the tax is going to go to PD to make some of these.
2.7 million is what I provided to the mayor, and that was for the sergeant, the police officers, the vehicles, the equipment, as well as an analyst to do all of the tracking. And one thing that I did leave out was that team would also be responsible for regulating the legal dispensaries in our community, making sure that they are complying with all of the laws that are set forth and regulations in the city and the state, making sure that whatever edibles are there, that those edibles are within the certain milligram level of THC. And so we would be doing all of those and regular inspections and working with the business owners, doing background checks on every owner, every employee, making sure that the money that is coming into those dispensaries is legal money and not from some place that it shouldn't be, such as cartels, because we know in some cities across California, the cartels made their way in with that dirty money to start these dispensaries. We're going to do everything in our power to prevent that from occurring in the city of Fresno.
Fantastic. Chief, so if I understand the first part of your comment correctly, if we had 7 or 5 dispensaries, which
5, 7, whatever, yeah, whether it's council districts or policing districts, I support a limited number of those.
Okay, so whether it's 5 or 7, so are you saying that if we have pass out 7 licenses to operate in the city of Fresno, then we'll shut down the other 70 that are currently operating in the city of Fresno? Over
time, I believe we will, and I don't think it's going to take too long to do that.
Right.
Again, as long as the cannabis is affordable at those legal dispensaries.
Because the different businesses, the 5 to 7 businesses that have those licenses, they would probably really quickly help you find out where the other illegal ones are.
Oh, I'm very confident because it will impact their revenue.
And so that'll shut down that component of the black market, but it won't shut down the component of selling it out on the street, though.
Which is the neighborhood dealing that I spoke of. And citizens have been very willing to report that to us. We just have not, quite frankly, I have a sergeant and 8 officers that work narcotics, all major narcotics, everything. We haven't had the resource to deal with some of that lower level narcotics dealing in our city. This would give us that street narcotics team to be able to deal with that in the neighborhood, actually 2 teams, to be able to deal with this on a 7-day-a-week basis.
All right. Hey, thanks a lot, Chief. I appreciate the info. So, and I'm almost at my 25 minutes, Oliver. So at the, okay. So this question is a city attorney. So city attorney, this is what will go on the ballot. Is this everything in here related to medicinal marijuana?
Well, yes, this is the language that would actually appear on the ballot along with a summary and description. This would potentially tax medicinal or adult use should adult use also be allowed in the future in some form. In other words, the tax is on any marijuana.
Okay, so this is, it could be read, it could be read to mean that it could be extended to beyond medicinal purposes, right?
Well, it's for medicinal dispensaries and all other cannabis businesses.
So I guess, Mayor, so is this all about medicinal marijuana?
If I might, Mayor, no, it's not. It's a blanket tax measure that should this body decide that since Fresno is the destination, the breadbasket of the country, if Fresno is the destination to package, to ship, to distribute vegetables, fruits and vegetables out, this is a perfect community that's set up to do that for cannabis as well. And so I favor Fresno becoming a location within the state of California that could cultivate, manufacture, process, extract, distribute, test cannabis in city limits. And that's how I see it. And I'm not trying to grandstand. I'm not trying to grandstand for you. I'm trying to be completely sincere with you. I think that that needs to be a part of it as well, in terms of jobs, in terms of opportunity, in terms of other functions. So this tax measure would be an umbrella that would allow this body to tax, should this body choose to move forward with not just those other functions with medicinal cannabis, but those other functions for adult use cannabis as well. So this would be that blanket tax measure that would provide revenue for the city for all. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but it seems a little bit different
Steve,
than the...
let me answer you directly.
Yeah.
As long as I'm the mayor of this city, I will not allow recreational marijuana to be sold in dispensaries. Now, if they get 5 council votes, that's a different story. That's my vow to the public. I will not support recreational or adult use marijuana in dispensaries.
Okay. And Mayor, but this ballot measure also talks about square footage and gross receipts for, does it include other businesses, right? And all other cannabis businesses. Are the other cannabis businesses limited to medicinal purposes?
I don't believe that's true, and I've talked to a lot of people. I've talked to over 100 pastors a few days ago.
No.
This what's the answer, Oliver?
No, they aren't limited to medicinal.
Yeah.
I just want to answer the question because I know where you're going, so no.
Yeah.
Let me answer the question, though, because this is what I've said. We're human beings. We have our own frailties. We have an imperfect system. We have a state that allows you to have a card, have a hangnail, and you can get yourself a marijuana card. I have to live with that. I have to live with these moral dilemmas and inconsistencies, but that's part of it. Nothing's perfect, Steve.
Okay, and I get it, but some of the pastors' concerns were if the medicinal dispensaries, if the dispensaries are about medicinal, the businesses are about anything, then we could hypothetically find ourselves in a position of saying, no, we're not allowing recreational marijuana in the city of Fresno, but we'll grow it and package it in the city of Fresno for distribution somewhere else. And that's a kind of an inconsistency. Those are the type of inconsistencies I wish that this was more thoroughly vetted out before, to get the level of support that I would look for. So I believe that what we just heard is that either 5 council members could override the mayor, or after the mayor's over, this stuff could be completely transferred to recreational marijuana, okay? And when we had our 7-0 vote, I believe it was November, the focus was entirely and only on medicinal marijuana, and I think that's the kind of thing that's the conversation we have, that should be included in the ballot measure, okay? So for people that want to try to understand where I'm coming from, I just want you to think about that. Nothing against people who truly need medicinal marijuana, okay? But without that kind of detail, I can't support it today. And so I think I would like to even make a motion to amend the motion for this project to add the language that calls for this ballot measure to only be for medicinal purposes, both in dispensaries and in the distribution, cultivation of marijuana in the city of Fresno. So I'm going to make that motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Caparulo.
Thank you, Council President. As many of you know, I am the brevity council member, so my comments will be very, very brief, and you can time me on that for sure. So first, I always thank all of you for coming. It's a robust discussion. That's what makes our country great. It's what makes our city great, and I want to thank all of you for being here. And again, it was rather robust, and we appreciate that. I like to say that I like the Chief's comments. We've discussed this in the past, and he pretty well sums up a lot of my thoughts and feelings on the issue. So thank you, Chief, for bringing it on to a sharp point and a focus. And rather than go through it, I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate it, and I'm with you on that. Next, I want to say that, I have my two colleagues that I respect greatly, and they needed a third member of the subcommittee, and I was probably the most skeptical, hard-to-sell person up here. And so they knew they had a long journey ahead of them, and we've worked very, very diligently to come to where we are today. And I've stood in a room with $1 million of marijuana growing, unbelievable. I didn't tell my mom that. She would not be happy. But I had to learn. I need to figure this out and do what's best for my community and the citizens and everyone that's in this room and everyone listening to us. So fascinating journey I've been on. We've been so diligent. I had no idea it took so much energy to come to where we are today. And we've studied from Northern California, Sacramento, Santa Rosa, down to L.A., Oakland, the Central Coast. I've been in facilities over there. I mean, it's incredible, the energy that this subcommittee and the mayor's office has put into this process. So we're really, really worked very hard with this. And I want to make sure you all understand that we've come a long way. But I also want you to understand we have a long way to go. So as people say the U.S. Constitution is a living document, well, this is a living document in my mind because there's more evolution that needs to be done, more homework. And although we sent a team to Colorado, if you can believe that, at no expense to the public, but a team to Colorado to understand their process and their mistakes and what they would recommend to us from a council process to the mayor. So again, we've done our due diligence. This will continue, as I call it, a living document, ordinance, and we will refine it. And we appreciate all the things you bring forward to us because we want to fold that in. We want to make the best thing possible, whether it passes or not. And that leads to my final comment. What we're doing here is we're drafting a measure for the ballot. The ballot. Do we control the ballot? No. You control the ballot. So it'll be up to the citizens of our community to vote this in or not. We're putting it on the ballot so people can make that judgment call. So it's really up to the citizens of our community to pass this or not, and we will live by that decision. That's what we do every day in this community. We really believe in the democratic process. And so again, thank you all for being here and listening to us, and we'll continue our due diligence, and we'll bring about the very best product for you all to consider. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Caparulo. So just wanted to clarify, Councilmember Brown did make a motion, but the motion failed for lack of a second. So the original motion stands. It has, there's a motion and also it was second. So just to wrap up before we do an electronic vote, I do want to thank everyone, both, on both sides of the issue for coming here, for being engaged, for being part of the process. I know that it's been a long time coming. I know that this conversation started way long before I even came on the council. And so In the interest of being brief, I believe that the sentiment that I have on the issue really was eloquently stated by my council colleague, Baines. And I appreciate all the work that the committee and the group of my colleagues put into bringing forward today what we will be voting on. And at the end of the day, I think that what matters is what the voters say. And the voters will speak and have an opportunity to tell the city of Fresno if this is the direction that they want to go. And so that's what I love about our democratic process. And so with that, we'll go ahead and do an electronic vote. Thank you. I know that everyone up here wants a break lunch. However, there have been a couple other folks that have been waiting here for some time for a couple other items. So just,
Council President, sorry,
be respectful. I think we want to do those.
If I've got one, it's the parking group. They're here, and they've probably learned a lot about cannabis policy this morning. They're here about parking. Can we please hear them? I've asked my staff if they would defer to me. I'll make maybe 45 seconds worth of comments, and we can get them out. And then, of course, a lot of folks want to know about the workshop. When will the workshop be called on the cannabis workshop?
We can bring it right after lunch.
Okay,
if folks
thank you,
come.
Council President.
So we'll go to do item 10:20 a.m., which is a timed item. And there are folks that have been waiting patiently. So who will be doing the presentation? Councilmember Olivier?
It's going to be Mr. Del Estabrook, the manager of the parking department.
Okay. Hello, Del.
Is it still good morning, Council President, council members?
You got 1 minute until it's good afternoon.
Okay,
There
good
you go.
afternoon. I've been working on this project for the residential parking district around the VA hospital for probably over a year. There's a good many of our neighbors here today that support this process. This one is all about neighbors, looking out for neighbors and working for neighbors. The VA hospital has a lot of challenges. They're landlocked. And the parking is atrocious over there. I've done the counts myself, ridden through the neighborhoods and counted upwards between 750, 800, and 850 cars per day that don't belong to the residents. So this measure allows us to allow the residents to park 7 in the morning to 7 a.m. on the streets and at least have a place to park in front of their homes. With that, I can answer any questions that anybody may have.
I'll go ahead and take my 45 seconds to speak. If you're a member of the neighborhood who's here right now, can you raise your hand so that council members can see? And everybody with their hand up, you're here to support the parking district? Yes. Okay. Helen here has done a ton of work. Okay, you want to speak? You came all this way, Helen. I'll give you some of my time, but let me just say this, council. I've been fighting this battle for 8 years, ongoing. The issue isn't so much that they can't park in front of their homes. If they have company, the company can't park in front of their homes. If they're getting lawn service that day, the lawn service can't park, the gardener can't park in front of their home. They've got a double park. So you've got a lawn service truck in the middle of the street, and you've got backing up traffic. It's a disaster. It really is. This isn't meant to be punitive against the VA. The VA has encouraged their employees to park off-site. The employees don't park on the site of the VA because the VA is reserving those spaces for veterans and sick people and patients and their families. So the VA is doing a number of things to ameliorate the parking situation around the hospital. Number one, they're in the process of purchasing some adjacent land to construct a parking structure. The federal procurement process is very cumbersome and awful. It's taken them years and years to even get to this point. But they are moving forward. I don't see anybody from VA here. but they are committed to the neighborhood. They are committed to helping the residents. But unfortunately, the problem is that the federal government, the VA, cannot tell their employees where to park. What they've done is they've leased a number of parking lots, like from the Masonic Temple across the street, from different places that they've leased for employees to park. But there's still not enough parking, so employees have to park in the neighborhoods.
Councilman Olivier.
Yes.
We went over this not too long ago.
Okay.
I think council's ready for you to
Okay,
make
everybody ready? Okay, the last thing I'll say is
Don't talk yourself out of a unanimous vote here.
Fine. But all I'm trying to do is say the VA has done a good job to be responsive to the constituents, but the constituents are demanding that we act.
hear you. Thank you.
Did you make a motion, Clint? Yes, that's a motion. I'll second that. Yeah.
Go ahead. Yes. And if you could
I'm
keep
going
your
to be as brief as possible, believe me.
You have the
I just
support.
wanted to drive you through one of our weeks, and this has happened just anyway. The VA employees block our driveways. They block us in our driveways. They block us out of our driveways. And one day, I had a neighbor come up to me and said she couldn't leave after she came home from lunch because a truck had parked in her driveway, and the only way she could have gotten out was try to back up onto her lawn on the sidewalk and maybe take out a bush to get out of the other neighbor's driveway. Also, that same week, my husband had a medical appointment, so he came home early to get cleaned up to go to his appointment. He had to park 3 blocks away and walk home because our driveway was full with my car and our daughter's cars. So there was no parking in front of our homes for 3 blocks. Also, our garbage cans get moved every single week. They either get moved and they're parked closer to each other that the garbage man gets out of his vehicle and leaves a note saying we can't pick up your cans because you left them too close. Well, it wasn't us. When we went to work, they were spaced correctly. Or they get moved and a car gets put in their spot and then they get put in the middle of the street practically and they get knocked over and the garbage is left on the ground. These are general comments that I received when we walked our district to ask if people were interested in signing these petitions. And this isn't just one person complaining per block. It's every door that I knocked on and our committee members. They are tired of the trash being left in their either gutters or on their streets. Lunches, ashtrays, coffee cups, and soda cans.
The council president has asked me in the interest of time if you could
I think we're ready to vote and support you guys. We thank you for doing the work with our council colleague. I know working on this with parking and also with the veterans.
And also with our police captain from our district. Without him, we wouldn't be here today.
Absolutely. Let's thank them as well. Thank you so much.
I hope you vote your conscience and just think about this being in your
neighborhood. Well, we're ready to support you.
Good. Go for it. Because I'm ready for a drink after this morning.
Thank you.
Just a drink.
Thank you, District 7 neighbors. Thank you very much for coming out.
There is a motion.
Thank you for everything.
There is a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously with Councilmember Baines and Councilmember Bredefeld now absent. We have a couple other timed items that folks signed up for 10:30 that I'm going to go ahead and take right now. I promise to get you guys out before 12:30. So next, we do have a special appearance by President Lori Bennett of Clovis Community College to present a brief update.
Good morning. I guess it's good afternoon now. There is a PowerPoint. I don't know how that works. So if you want to work on that, I'll go ahead and talk because hopefully you have this in front of you. Good morning, President Soria and council members and staff. I am really honored to be here as the president of Clovis Community College to share. I know it's been a really busy day, but there's been so much going on at Clovis Community College over the last couple of years, I thought that this is a time that you really need to hear from us. So first off, in case you don't know, Clovis Community College is the newest college in the State Center District. We are celebrating, perfect, thank you. Celebrating being 3 years old as also the second community college in the city of Fresno. And I think that's a really important point. Here are some of the highlights of the things that have gone on over the last year from us. First off, over the last 3 to 5 years, extraordinary growth of our student enrollment, growing from 7,000, 8,000 students a few years ago to almost 12,000 students. We are one of the, I know, I'm sorry, the background. We are one of the fastest growing community colleges in the state. And all of the data that is being presented for our facilities and educational master planning shows that this growth trend will continue for our college. In our first year, we gave, students earned 400 degrees. In our second year, 500 degrees. In our third year, over 1,000 degrees and certificates. We have one of the highest retention and transfer rates of any community college in the region and across the state. And that is something that we are very proud of in helping the city of Fresno and our community to meet the needs of local employers. We also, on a national note, were a finalist for the Bellwether Award for Innovation this year. It's out of the University of Florida, and we competed from amongst colleges from all across the country, and we're one of the top 10 finalists in our category related to Student Success Initiative. On a regional level, we were just recently selected to host the Small Business Development Center for our region. That includes 4 counties, including Fresno County. So we are establishing that now. We're working with all the chambers. We're working with the adult ed centers. Our goal is to support all of the small business owners or people who want to start businesses in our region. We also, on a local level, are working with our district to provide the Central Valley Promise for all of our students. That's free tuition for the first semester for all of our students. The pilot kickoff year was this year with Fresno Unified, so we will be having our first cohort of Central Valley students at our school in the fall, and then Clovis Unified will be joining next year. Just really quickly, our demographics of the college. As our college has grown in student enrollment, our demographics continue to grow and change and mirror our local communities. And the big question is, where do our students come from? Where do they live? And I think this is maybe a well-kept secret. 49%, almost half our students live in the city of Fresno. Our name is Clovis Community College, but our college is located in Fresno. Our students live in Fresno. Our resources and the support groups are the city of Fresno, so we thank you for that. Fresno, the city of Fresno, again, is the only city in the state that can boast 2 community colleges. Our growth, along with the growth of Fresno City over the last year, shows and emphasizes that the demand for higher education in this region is really extraordinary. You also know that we passed a bond a couple years ago. Thank you for that. And I just wanted to mention that with Clovis, the money that's coming to us from that bond, we will have 3 new buildings, including expanding CTE and expanding things like mechatronics, which is supporting the businesses that you've been bringing to the community, like Ulta and Amazon, our ag and manufacturing. We have employers right now asking how soon are your students going to be finished so we can hire them. So Clovis is working very hard to be part of this. We've also been working over the last couple of years very hard to partner with all of our members of our community. And so I want to take a second to do a shout out to thank Mayor Lee Brand for his support, to all of you for your support, and to Greg Burfield and the Transportation Department for their effort to help us gain bus transportation for students from Fresno to Clovis. And with that, I have to end with students, as always. We're very proud of our students. They are proud of their community. They're proud of attending Clovis Community College. And I invite you all to join the first inaugural President's Breakfast in September, where I can explain a little more about all the amazing things we're doing at the school. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, President.
That
Any
sounds
questions?
amazing, but I'd like to suggest a name change. We should have Fresno in the name of that college too. Fresno Community College, number 2, or
We already have Fresno.
you made a great case
Thank
for
you.
renaming the city of Fresno in there.
I'll take that idea
You
back.
can pass that along to our friends in Clovis. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that update, and thank you for all the work that you do to educate the future workforce of our community. Thank you. Next, we have Gonzalo Arambola to discuss the damage done to his wheelchair by a fax driver while on a city bus and the need to properly train the bus drivers on handling disabled. If you want to come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. You will have 2 minutes.
Yes, Mrs. Esmeralda. My name is Gonzalo Arambola. I'm a USA citizen. I became a citizen in 1996 with the hope that then I never been a victim, that I've been victim of a bureaucracy of your city council and also some of the authorities here in Fresno. I lived over 19 years in Santa Barbara, California. And my question is, how come your city and your city risk management office has been delaying the repair or compensation for the damage being done to my first wheelchair? Because I have to buy a third wheelchair in a jar because they don't give me no penny and they always giving me the round. It's kind of, with all due respect, kind of pathetic. Why is all this bureaucracy delay for me to have a decent wheelchair? And there's been damage for the on-training or completely on-training of your city buses drivers. So please do something.
Thank you. City Manager, is there anyone that can maybe provide him an update from risk management if he did put in a complaint, where that is in the process?
We are happy to do that. In fact, I asked Greg Barfield to be here to meet with him to make sure that he is connected to the right folks in risk, et cetera.
So Mr. Rambola, if you could meet with Greg Barfield, he works for our fax department. He will be able to provide you more information and maybe give you a status of where your claim is at.
What I'm disappointed about is about your bureaucracy. There are 2 people call me on my phone, and I talk to them on my phone. They're giving me the wrong completely all the time. I hope this time is not.
Okay, well, I have all my confidence in Mr. Barfield that he will get you an answer that you need and hopefully resolve the issue. Thank you so much for being here. Next, we have appearance by Mary Correa. You will have 2 minutes, Mrs. Correa.
Good afternoon, Mary Esther Correa, 3407 East Iowa and Fresno, California. Okay, I just want to I've been coming here for almost 2 years because I've been being fined over and over and over again by the code enforcement, and all I do is come and evict and fix. Now I'm not renting my place because it's not worth it for me to keep fixing and wasting my money and time and stress to rent to people that are scamming and thieving. Well, anyways, my bill now from the code enforcement I've been paying, and I'm not a slum landlord. I know there are some, but there are some of us that are not. And I fix everything, and I live in my place. And now my bill is $24,000. That's crazy. And I've been going to appeals, and I get everything done, and it passes inspection, it passed Section 8 inspection, but the code enforcement doesn't give me anything in writing, and they're piggybacking, giving me more and more and more. Now my bill is $25,000, and I'm going to take drastic measures now. And I've been here trying, and it's to no avail. Thank you.
Thank you. The last 10:30 timed item by an individual is Mr. Andy Amperon to discuss the creation of a program called $5 Fresno. Is he here today? Okay. This is a program that would help the homeless, roads, and city parks.
Help a little bit more. Good afternoon. My name's Andrew Imperan. I'm a 6th-generation Californiano, 5th-generation agriculturalist, native Fresnan, native Californian. I grew up in Fresno. I was born in 1962, and there was about 34,000 people here. And back then, you could go to a city park, and the pools were open. You could play basketball. You could shoot pool. There are many things that kids can't do nowadays because of how big our cities got. And it's not because of the city's fault. It's just we have too many people. And so I would thought of a great idea that I pitched to our mayor, Ashley Swearingen, back when she had the open door policy, of $5 Fresno. And basically, if you got individuals to pitch $5 a month, or basically $60 a year, if you got 100,000 people, that would be $6 million. You have 5 different options you could deal with. One would be kids. Get the pools going, get the parks going, get the skateboard parks going, get this available to where they have things to do during the summer, camps, training. We could get our parks repaired. We could get replace events, staff members working our parks, holidays. We could start doing decorations, parades, events, movies. I used to love going movies at Fresno State. We could start doing movies in the parks and do it citywide to where we could start doing June, July, August when people are at home. Hey, why don't we go to the movie in the park? And our neighborhood parks are being used for our neighborhood. And finally, our 5th thing we could use the money towards is homelessness. Start putting together shelters to where we can start moving these people in to where they can get the help they need. And also food. Start getting money going towards the food bank. Again, if we got $5 a month, just $5 a month from individuals for 12 months, that would be $6 million. And rewards could be things like Fresno State tickets, basketball tickets.
Mr. Amperon, can you wrap up, please?
And I was just going to finish with that. I was going to say, basically, we could do a reward program. If you pitch in, you would be able to do some type of city event. But $5 Fresno, it'd be a great way of making money that Fresno could use.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. So those are all our scheduled communication by individuals from the community. What we will do, we will recess until 1:30. When we come back, we will go back to start off with the 10 a.m. hearings that we have scheduled and move from there on. Thank you. And I'm anticipating probably the marijuana workshop be done after the Senior Activity Center workshop. As we had a long hearing on a previous item, but we'll go ahead and start with our first 10 a.m. scheduled hearing. Is the hearing to vacate a portion of West Nielsen Avenue at the southwest corner of West Nielsen Avenue and Southwest Avenue in District 3. Public Works.
Members and staff, my name is Jason Cammett, Chief Surveyor, Public Works Department. I'm here to request council to open the required public hearing for to vacate a portion of West Nielsen Avenue at the southwest corner of Nielsen and West Avenue. The hearing date was set by Resolution of Intent 1124D, which was approved on May 24th, 2018. It has been properly noticed and published in accordance with the Streets and Highways Code. The vacation is being requested by Don Pickett and Associates. The purpose is to dispose of excess right-of-way as a condition of approval for Site Plan D17-167, which is the construction of new office and warehouse building on that southwest corner. Staff recommends to approve the vacation request, and at this time I ask council to open the required public hearing for discussion. I'll be available for questions.
Great, thank you. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this hearing? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. There's a motion. I'll second that motion. Motion made by Councilmember Baines. Any opposition? Motion's carried by 5-0 with Councilmember Bredefeld and Councilmember Chavez absent. Next item is the 10:05 a.m. number 1 hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding the City of Fresno Community Facilities District number 9, Annexation 29 in District 2.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrew Bonelli with the Public Works Department. I'm here with a public hearing for Community Facilities District number 9. This is for property at the corner of North Fig Garden and West Bullard Avenues. It's at the request of the property owner. This is a gas station and a small shopping center that's being proposed. The annual tax will be $1,097 for the first year, and staff recommends approval after a public hearing. This is in Council District 2.
Great. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Councilmember Brandau and a second by Councilmember Olivier. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 6-0. Councilmember Bredefeld absent. Next is the 10:05 a.m. hearing number 2, Public Works.
Thank you. This is another Community Facilities District number 9, also at the request of the landowner. This is on the north side of Herndon Avenue, between Blythe and Milburn, and is also in Council District number 2. This is at the request of the landowner, and the annual rate is $3,978, and staff is recommending approval after a public hearing.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment in this hearing? We'll bring it back.
I'll make another motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Brandau, a second by Councilmember Olivier. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Bredefeld absent. Next is item scheduled for 10:15 a.m. Consideration of an annexation of a time of a development agreement for the marketplace at El Paseo, filed by Griffon Capital.
Good afternoon, President Soria, council members. Will Tackett, Development and Resource Management Department. The item before you today is an extension to the development agreement adopted by this council in 2010 for the Marketplace at El Paseo project, as well as approval of conditional use permit application C-1757. That is a revision to the master CUP, also previously approved for the Marketplace project, as well as the accompanying environmental findings. Staff proposes no changes to its report or recommendations. We're available to field any questions.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Councilmember Brandau?
On this one, Will, and Jennifer, you're here too. I wanted to get a couple comments on the record. And so this is about El Paseo's next expansion. Is that correct?
The conditional use permit aspect does pertain to phase 2 of the Marketplace project.
So if I remember the meeting correctly, and I believe, is this the meeting that the mayor was in as well, Jennifer? Yeah, this was the big meeting. All right, now I'm back. Look, even talking about marijuana throws me for a loop. But, all right, so this is the extension of the previous agreement that allows them to operate under the rules for the next 5 years, in which we struck the original agreement, and then 5 years from now, all fees and stuff would be updated to the current fee schedule. Is that correct?
Correct. The proposed extension is a 10-year extension with contemporary impact fees being due after the 6-year term. So after 2023, contemporary fees would be due.
Okay, and this part I know the answer to because I met with Jennifer. We went over this, but I want to get it on the record as well. There is in no way are we waiving fees or allowing them to postpone infrastructure that the project that is required through the project. Is that correct?
That is correct. All fees and improvements will be required in accordance with the list of exactions, which were part of the original development agreement, except is included within this amendment, and that's the water capacity fee at 680,000 square feet and contemporary fees at 6 years from this adopted extension.
And there was one thing that was going to be required through this development, and that was the move of the extension of Bullard Avenue, but really the cost of that project has been picked up by high-speed rail. Isn't that right?
That is also correct.
Okay, so the developer is no longer going to be responsible for that component?
That is correct, and we have public works staff to speak further to that if needed.
All right, thanks, Will. I'll make a motion to approve.
Perfect. So there is a motion by Councilmember Brando, a second by Councilmember Olivier. Did we go out to the public?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I already went out to the public, I believe, right? Yeah. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 6-0. Councilmember Bredefeld absent. I believe we've concluded all the hearings that we had pending this morning. We'll go on to item 3A from General Administration, actions pertaining to the Dakota Avenue and Cornelia Avenue traffic signal installation project, Public Works.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the Council. My name is Randall Morrison, Assistant Director with the Public Works Department. The item you have before you is regarding the Dakota Avenue and Cornelia Avenue traffic signal installation project. Staff recommends that Council adopt a finding of categorical exemption per staff's determination pursuant to Section 15301C, Class 1 of the CEQA guidelines, approve an interfund loan agreement as provided in the staff report, and award a construction contract with Madco Electric in the amount of $408,079 for the construction contract. The proposed traffic signal is a new proposed traffic signal at the intersection of Dakota and Cornelia that will improve operations in the area and provide for much needed pedestrian safety. I will be available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. And I'd be happy to make a motion. I do want to just make a very brief comment. I want to thank staff for championing this and securing funding. I know that it's been kind of on the top of the list for a number of years. And I know that it's been on the community's mind for a long time. I know that I've heard it over the last 4 years. And so they are going to be very happy to hear that there is progress coming, and hopefully we will see some groundbreaking this fall. So thank you, Public Works. Thank you, Scott, and your team for being on this. So I'll go ahead and make a motion. Second by Councilmember Chavez. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Bredefeld absent. We'll go to item 3B, actions pertaining to the Herndon Avenue Adaptive Intelligent Transportation System Traffic Signal Synchronization Project in Council District 2 and 6.
This item is regarding the Herndon Avenue Adaptive ITS Traffic Signal Synchronization Project from Golden State Boulevard to Willow Avenue. Staff recommends that council adopt a finding of categorical exemption per staff's determination pursuant to Section 15301C, Class 1 of the CEQA guidelines, and award a construction contract to Curtel Communications, or better known as Sebastian, of Fresno, California, in the amount of $1,039,477. The project includes the installation of ITS infrastructure, technology, and updated vehicle detection to prepare the Herndon corridor for deployment of a state-of-the-art real-time adaptive traffic synchronization. This contract was publicly advertised on March 16, 2018. Bids were opened in April. We received three bids on the project, and Curtel was deemed the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. In addition to this construction contract, staff will be bringing a synchronization software contract before council at a later date. In closing, staff recommends approval, and I'll be available if you have any questions.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? If you can state your name
I'm Larry
and address
Fleming.
for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. I just want to comment. This is a great idea. I'd love to have this traffic synchronized on at Herndon. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public who wish to comment, you can come right up, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Jaime Loza. Hi. What's up? Okay, I heard 1 million. How much? 1,038,000. I'm off Belmont and Fresno. We could use that money up over there. Highlights. My mom died January 2nd because some idiot was on the phone. So we could use.
You can address me.
Okay. Yeah. January 2nd, my mom was.
Did
hit
you
right
state
off.
your name and address for the?
Yeah. Sorry, I move a lot. Sorry. I'm hyperactive. I'm on caffeine. I'm not on drugs. You guys can drug test me. Go right ahead. I'm hyperactive. Plus, I'm pissed because of my mom got hit. And now I'm listening about something about $1 million to go to something to where we could really use that in the community on a crosswalk where my mom was hit going to a store across the street. There was no crosswalk. I mean, there's a lot of places where we could use other money than something. I mean, I understand lights, I understand safety, I understand this stuff, but you know what? We could use that money someplace else. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's from the community.
Anyone else in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brenda.
All right, Randall, a couple questions. Oddly enough, about 6 weeks ago, I was on the radio, and somebody called in and asked me about the synchronization. And like Councilman Baines, I had kind of lost track because I know we've done some of this over in the recent years. And I had thought somehow that Herndon was already done. So Herndon, but then I realized that Herndon wasn't the one. What streets in town do we currently have synchronized? Do you know?
I believe just Shaw Avenue.
Just Shaw or Scott?
Maybe Scott can answer for sure, but I know we recently just did it on Shaw.
Okay.
So good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. The adaptive system is running today on Shaw Avenue between 41 and 168, but as far as the time of day type synchronization Herndon currently has, we have that on about 16, 17 different corridors throughout the city.
The level that we're about to vote for Herndon, we have on 16 or 17 corridors?
The level that the item before you is only today on Shaw Avenue from 41 to 168. So this grant project awarding the contract would bring that same level of adaptive to Herndon Avenue.
So is there another type of synchronization that's not adaptive, or I thought we had some other streets that were already synchronized?
We do, and a little bit more about adaptive. The key with that is, let me share the system that's currently in place on Herndon Avenue, Blackstone, lots of corridors, Clovis Avenue, Ventura, Kings Canyon. That is a set program, and it's based on the traffic engineers take traffic counts, figure out the best timing plan that will work, and then put that in place. But if you have variation in the amount of traffic, special events, just unusual traffic flows, more people coming, making a left turn at a given time than maybe is per average, the system does nothing to really respond to that. So with adaptive, the system actually continues to take traffic counts, and then based upon that, then the software system will add time or take away time from different movements.
I thought I was going crazy. So we do have some synchronization of streets. You mentioned Clovis and a bunch of other streets around town, but they're the last generation of synchronized streets that don't take into account special events, different traffic patterns that develop. They're just a programmed. And I believe if those times, like if you got on and you traveled 54 miles an hour, you'd hit every light green or something like that. It's programmed like that. But what you're saying is this is a next generation or next level of synchronization. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Then I wasn't going crazy. We weren't going crazy because we knew that we'd taken votes on synchronized lighting on our streets before. So with all of that, I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Great. So there is a motion and a second. We'll go out to the public. Oh, yeah, this one we already did. Sorry. Councilmember Baines.
I punched up, but Councilmember Brandow actually asked the questions that I was going to ask, so thank you.
Perfect. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes 6-0 with Councilmember Bredefeld absent. So it's 2 o'clock. And so at 2 o'clock, we have the workshop pertaining to the Senior Activity Center. And this is going to be presented by Parks. Are they here?
Council President, point of order. When are you planning to call the cannabis workshop that Member Brandow has on the agenda?
Are there people here for that?
I believe there are. Is there anyone here from cannabis workshop?
After this workshop.
Oh, it's about 50-50.
Yeah, after the workshop.
Okay, thank you, Council President. Okay, Parvin is here. If I may, can I introduce the agenda item with the city manager? Thank you. First thing I want to do is thank everyone who has come out to advocate for a senior center in the city of Fresno. Some of you I know, some of you I'm seeing for the first time. If you're here for senior center and you made a sign, wave your sign. I mean, don't be bashful. Let's show the city of Fresno, right? All right. Thank you very much for coming. This is technically, in terms of government and paperwork, this is not my agenda item today. I didn't place it on the agenda. This was placed on the agenda by our Parks Department, by our city administration, because they worked so hard on what you're about to view. This started, this particular process began, over a year ago, maybe 18 months ago. I'm sorry, Parvin, I'll wrap it up and turn it over to you. When the need for a senior center really made itself very apparent. Let's not kid ourselves. It's been very, very apparent in our city for many, many years, for decades, that there are no services. There are extremely limited services for seniors, and that does not include a senior center. A purpose-built and designed and programmed center for senior citizens. Some people say, well, Clint, why didn't you become involved with this? Why didn't you address this when you first took office? What did you spend the first 6 years on city council working on? And the answer to that is this organization was so broke. Your city was so economically challenged that it almost went bankrupt. Things such as road paving came to a halt. Everybody in the Parks Department, nearly, was laid off. Police officers quit and they were not rehired. So I've always cared about senior issues. The first time I ran for office, one of the first places I ever went to get input and feedback from people was at Manchester Center, which is, let's face it, one of the very few places where senior citizens can congregate in our community. So I went there, I got that feedback, but it took me a number of years, and I think this whole organization a number of years. If we can't, if we've got tree trimming on a 35-year schedule and limbs are falling on cars because we don't have the money to trim them, and the nature of what we do here is about priorities and prioritizing what we do. The senior center was pushed to the back of the line, or somewhere in the back of the line. Not in my mind and my heart, but unfortunately that was the practical reality of what we were trying to do in this organization, was save it from ending up like Stockton and be completely bankrupt. So with the return of the economy, some people from the community approached me and said, "Hey, Clint, I think now it's time. And now it's time to take a look at this, not just pay it lip service, but to seriously discuss providing this kind of facility and programming for our seniors." I mean, I know we've talked about it ad nauseum, 56,000, 76,000, whatever the number is. There are tens of thousands of senior citizens in our community, unlike Long Beach and Sacramento and Huron and Orange Cove. Our seniors have no senior center. I want to provide them a place to go. I think that that's the right thing. I think that the labor of the people in this room built this building. The labor of the decades of labor for the retired folks in this room built this city. So I think that it's time that as an organization, we step up and not pay lip service, but find a way forward, not something cheesy and not something that just kind of makes the problem go away, but really map out a way forward. So what we did, and I see some of the folks here from the task force, and our co-chairs are here, and we sat a task force, and then they said, "Well, Clint, this is going to end up on a shelf." And your task force submitted a report like this to council and the administration. It was very well received. Now what are you going to do? Well, we didn't go on a shelf. The administration said, "You know what? We'll do a business plan for you. We'll take the ideas enshrined in the white paper that the task force of senior citizens delivered, and we're going to deliver a business plan to the council, the policymakers, to determine now where do we go from here." So today's really been a day where I've been trying, with the help of my council colleagues, to move the ball forward on a couple of issues, and this one is right up there. It's a major issue, and I think that it can be addressed. Now, the city is still not flush with cash. The city, if you're here for budget hearings, you will still hear us arguing amongst ourselves over what's more important. Obviously, I think all of us will agree public safety is going to be our number one focus. And then there are some other things that are very high priorities. But the needs of our retired community are a high priority for me here in the city. And I know my colleagues agree. So I don't want to put, and council colleagues, this is for you. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. I don't want to put you on the spot. And what I want is for you to listen to the workshop with an open mind and as we head into the budget, because there's nothing in the budget right now for senior center, because things are still tight. But council, we can prioritize and we can shuffle things around so that we can begin to deliver something for seniors. And I think it's the right thing to do, and I think that reasonable people can disagree on the budget priorities. But I do think that there is a way forward, and I think that we have the political willpower with our council and our administration to do this heavy lift. So I just ask you to listen to this with an open mind, and then start to think creatively on how to get there. And with that, I think that I can turn it back to the council president. You know what, council president, if I beg your indulgence. I'm about to say something you all might think is very unpopular, but I'm going to say it. Because it's listed as a workshop, there is no public comment for the agenda item. And I know you all came out here. Probably some of you wish to speak and some of you didn't come here to speak, but at least show your face and make your presence known. But I would like, maybe with my time after the workshop, or maybe I think it might be beneficial to hear from Thaddeus Smith or Dr. Jackie Ryle or Dr. Bill Daly who are the co-chairs of the task force. I know they've got some really good input, and I know if you give them a couple of minutes that they'll be able to share from the senior perspective. So with that, I can turn it back to you or introduce our Director of Parks, Parvin Nellums. Thank you.
All right. So first of all, I'd like to just say thank you. It's always a privilege to be here in the city of Fresno, and just an honor to really serve as your Parks and Recreation Director. And behind me, I see we have a lot of support here about the Senior Center. And also kudos to our seniors who have come out today and also share this annual occasion. Before I get started, I would like to kind of take time out to thank our honorable mayor here in the city of Fresno. I also like to thank the city council and also city president just for the support that they have given our department day in and day out, and also city leaders. I'd like to thank you all as well. Our city manager, who I think is doing a phenomenal job in the city of Fresno, thank her as well, also her team as well. Accompanying me today will be Mr. Sean Cypher. Sean, if Sean can kind of stand up right now, and many of you all know Sean. Sean is the community center manager under my leadership. He manages day-to-day operations for our senior population and doing a phenomenal job overseeing the senior hot meal program here in the city of Fresno Parks and Recreation Department. Sean will also be assisting me today in this presentation as well. Throughout the presentation, I will say that our goal is simply to educate those about the importance of senior services in the community and our total appreciation for who have paved the way for us. And I can say, and I mentioned to my father, today's my father's birthday, and my father's 75 years old, and I mentioned to him, I really appreciate you paying the way for me and my siblings. And he's a senior, and he said, hey, you know what? You got to go out there and speak highly about the seniors. So I'm very appreciative of him. I have had the honor and also privilege of working with a large group of seniors. I have seen probably every senior program from 15,000 population of cities to over 600,000 population of people. I have been a part of conversations and have served on committees to design state-of-the-art facilities for our seniors. And most cities, they either, from my experience, they either want to, construct or build a senior living center side, or they say, well, let's look at a multi-generational recreational complex that's encompass youth, teens, and also seniors. So I want to start out the presentation by saying, why are seniors important? We probably can stay here for hours and say why seniors are important here to this community. I can talk for hours about that as well. But what I have found that seniors are very important. They have the accumulated knowledge and experience and, obviously the wisdom that they have. We definitely appreciate them for that. If given the opportunity, they have much to teach us. I'm still listening to seniors every day, and I'm there, again, appreciative of those guys. And then they can help us. They can be very helpful in applying life lessons, self-esteem, self-respect, self-discipline, specifically for our teens and also our youth as well here in this community. I always offer a great deal of satisfaction. They offer, and it's just a joy to be around them, and they offer all ages practical experience. They have so much to give intangibly to us on a day-to-day basis. What are the key stats and also trends? Now, I understand we have some professors here in the audience, so I will say that, based on my research, these are census numbers. According to the 2010 census, The city of Fresno has approximately 57,000 plus people aged 62 and over. According to the FMAAA, Fresno Madera Agency of Aging, their stats show that 48% of Parks and Recreation Community Service seniors hot meal participants live alone, while 82% are at or below the federal poverty level. However, as we continue to research the ongoing trends, we have found that the senior population, they're continuing to live longer. They're actually living longer than many other generations here. We've also found that the seniors are staying active, and baby boomers are entering into the third phase of their life cycle. And they're seeking socialization, their engagement, meaningful activities, and programming moving forward. But what services are available now for our seniors in the community? And this is what I'm asked many times. Well, in our department, the Parks and Recreation Department, we offer a variety of senior programs, senior hot meals programs for 4 hours a day. You have FMAAA, who is primarily an information referral service for us, and huge library service. You have the Fresno Unified School District, who offers variety of services, for our seniors, for probably over 800 seniors. You have California State University, who sponsors a variety of services, and from workshops to programming to outings for 50 and over. And then you have others. You have Fresno County Public and Behavior Health, Fresno County Library, and of course Clovis Senior Center, which is open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5. In addition to that, we also have found that local churches, faith-based organizations, academic institutions, private insurance companies, and private gyms, they all offer something here locally in this community. Everything from free meals, dances, bingo nights, you name it, health and fitness and wellness classes, you name it. In November of 2017, the task committee presented their findings. And some of their findings was pretty interesting. They said that the location is very crucial for seniors because many do not drive and they have to rely on families and friends and for bus and also taxis or Uber to get to that location. And they really just want to walk. They really want to have a recreation center where they can actually walk to. Funding is very critical. It's a critical need. Supporting the Seniors Activity Center financially will be a huge undertaking for us. Seniors want more meaningful program activities. You can offer various programs from health and wellness to medical institution programs, but they want more. And also marketing is very vital as well. Now, for the current challenges, I would now turn it over to Mr. Sean, and he will brief us on current challenges and also cover some programmatic programs for our seniors. Thank you. Sean.
Good afternoon, Council President Soria and esteemed council members. It's my privilege to be able to come up and speak in front of you today. We're excited about having Parvin on board as our director. When Parvin joined us from Miami Gardens, he said in Miami Gardens there were two key things that he had to operate when he was running that city. One of them was youth football, and the other was seniors. And he said, Sean, I got a passion in my heart for seniors, so we're really excited to have Parvin on board. It's been my privilege of working in the Parks Department for over 30 years, and within the Senior Hot Meals, I've been doing it for 20 years. I've had a chance to see the highs. I've had a chance to see the lows with the Great Recession, and I think we're really poised now to be able to do next steps and take it to the next level. I'd like to very much thank Councilman Olivier from District 7 for putting this task force together and giving me the privilege to be able to sit on that task force. And a lot of the members of that task force are right here behind me, and a lot of great input, and I thought it was an excellent process that we went through. One of the great things about working in the Parks Department for all these years is I get a chance to work with youth and the young in our community and our recreation programs, community service programs, all of those things. But also have the opportunity to work with the young at heart And depending on what part of the country you're in, call them senior citizens, refer to them as active adults. Where Parvin's from, they refer to them as mature adults. So being able to work with the young at heart and people that are still have a lot to give back to society and to all of us is just an awesome privilege. The history. So with the city of Fresno here, we have a decentralized program. We've got 6 sites. As of today, we have a 7th site that was added, and that'll be in District 7 over at Inspiration Park. But it's a decentralized program, and this was done by Mayor Ted C. Wills back in the day. And what this was neighborhood park community center-based program. So decentralized. So that's a challenge for us, obviously. It works at the neighborhood level, but it is decentralized. Another piece of this is that with this model is with the 6 sites that we have, and then the 7th on board, is we have 600 unique individuals that are part of this program. And we serve about 38,000 meals a year in partnership with FMAAA. So very large program. EOC Food Services is who prepares the meals and brings them out to our site. But currently right now, there is not one dedicated location to be able to do extended programming and things like that. So it is decentralized. Transportation is another challenge that we have. And getting all of our seniors to the sites right now includes using Handy Ride. We partner with Fax. It involves EOC transportation services, taxi script, and friends. In a lot of cases, seniors are transporting seniors and getting them out to our sites. So transportation absolutely is a key current challenge that we are going through. Funding. Our current funding model is basically made up of 3 primary funding resources for the Senior Hot Meals program. It's made up of over 50% of that from FMAAA, and that is a large portion of that is in kind in terms of providing the meals. And then site management and a lot of annual one-time only money to where we're able to purchase additional equipment and then be able to offer additional programs. The general fund and CDBG more of a portion makes up the remaining funding stream for this. So it's a leverage program with all 3 of these different funding streams in our current model. It's about over $600,000. Pre-Great Recession, it was a lot higher than that, and this is where we're at right now. The operation and administration, I'm going to touch on this a little bit later when we do a cursory look here at the budget, but it is a challenge when you have a decentralized program to be able to go out and to oversee it. FMAAA does a really good job of providing site monitoring out there with nutritionists and making sure that all of the regulations are currently being followed. Okay, for our business plan, what we're going to go over here really quick is again a cursory look of a 51-page document that we put together for the business plan proposal. The vision of this is to create a comprehensive one-stop shop for senior services that is viewed as a community jewel. What we're looking at and what we're proposing is to be able to utilize an interim site. So this would be about a 3-year plan. It could be more than that, but a 3-year plan would be what we would bring forward here. And as Parvin mentioned earlier, our current operation is 4 hours a day. So this would be an 8-hour-a-day facility on an interim plan. What we did is we went out into the community and we looked at different options. Obviously, the task force wanted a centralized location, so we used the task force findings as something that would be a guide and a barometer for us. Manchester Mall is a place that we took a very hard look at. There's retail space available there, and with all of the Fax bus lines and everything and being located in the center of the community right there, there were some really excellent options that we were able to take a look at. One of the real solid forces as part of the task force is senior citizens that participate in Fresno Unified's adult education program that includes exercise and a lot of things like that. And that is currently occurring at Manchester Center. So we see that as a potential real asset or opportunity at that site. FMAAA, which is located over very closely to Blackstone and Dakota, has some potential space that we might be able to utilize for a senior center. So that would be another potential option that we have. Another option is Ted C. Wills. Ted C. Wills Community Center is located over on Belmont and San Pablo, just a little bit south of the Tower District. There are a lot of different things going on at that site in terms of EOC Head Start, Library for the Blind. It's the Recreation Division is housed out of there. And it is one of our larger sites that we currently have. So there could be some potential for expansion at that site. Another option that we have is leasing commercial real estate and being able to see what other opportunities and options that we have out there in the community. And the estimate for being able to do an operation for an interim site like this would be about $400,000 a year. Okay, those are the options for our interim site. The next thing here, and Parvin's going to expand on this in a little bit, but is a permanent location. And this is really exciting to be able to go back to that vision of being able to create a community jewel. And we've kind of tagged the phrase of a place to call home, a place where you feel welcome, that's safe, where your friends are going to be there, and you're really looking forward to be able to go there. And the vision on this would be to establish something like this within a 3 to 5 year window. And again, it could take longer, but this is sort of the goal that we put together in our business plan. Type of amenities that we could have at this senior center, obviously a state-of-the-art type of facility that's got dynamic programming, office space, rooms, ceramics, arts and crafts. Bridge was something that Parvin brought to us from the South. Bridge was huge in Miami Gardens, but real diverse offering in the senior center, including providing daily meal service. A swimming pool. So I thought this was a really cool thing. One of our real popular programs that we currently have in our senior hot meals is we do water aerobics over at the Mosqueda Community Center in our swimming pool over there. And during the summer, and it's going to be starting next week right now, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you go over there, you're going to see about 30 to 50 seniors out there shaking and grooving and doing their thing in the swimming pool out there. So that's a real popular activity we have. And we're proposing for this community jewel that we put together that we have a swimming pool associated with it. Also a gymnasium. Another vision Parvin brought us was to be able to maybe host a senior games. And to be able to have a gymnasium, a swimming pool, and these type of assets in something like this would really poise us to be able to host a large-scale community event. Walking track, basketball courts, volleyball, badminton, all these type of things. Gardening. Gardening within the senior community is a big deal, and we would like to have those opportunities, bring master gardeners in, really be able to take it to the next level, provide salads and things maybe with some of the stuff that we've been able to harvest from that. And then obviously a parking lot, making sure that we've got a parking lot that can be put together to where buses can be coming and going and taking people on trips and coordinating with different bus services to be able to do that. So having a dynamic layout for the senior center. Land acquisition or a long-term lease. These would be several of the options, whether Parks has its own internal asset or the city of Fresno to be able to do this, and or if we would need to look into a lease. The city of Clovis, what they're doing on their senior center is they've got a plan together where they're bringing together the county library, they're bringing together their transportation department, and then they're bringing together their community services department, which oversees the senior center. And with those different pieces, they're trying to put a business model together that's diversified, bringing in donors to be able to do this and additional city resources. So what we're also proposing is to create a permanent site task force to lead the project. We would look for representation from internally within the city, and then external members. So definitely some stakeholders and business leaders, people in the senior profession, and potentially some folks that sat on our task force to be able to continue on with this project. In terms of being able to ballpark a number on what we felt this would cost to be able to put a senior center like this together is roughly somewhere between $7 and $11 million. And again, we realize that's a lot of money, and that the resources for that would have to be figured out and come up with. And Parvin's going to expand on this when he talks about the senior center footprint. The estimated operational budget to do this would be $400,000 plus to be able to put this together. And as we did our research on this project, one of the shining examples that we saw of a senior center in the state of California was in Huntington Beach. And Huntington Beach is also the one that the city of Clovis is using as their model on this. So dynamic type of operation, and something for us to look at as a best practices model. So for the potential interim timeline, we've developed and created a business plan. We would work on the marketing of operation for operating a senior activity center. The key to being able to pull this off would be to work with key partners to transition existing programs toward the development of a city-operated senior activity center. And as I mentioned earlier, if a site like Manchester was a site that we would look at on an interim basis, we would have the opportunity to potentially transition some existing exercise programs that are run over there by another agency and move that over to our program and be able to sustain that and keep that moving forward. Medical providers, being able to bring medical providers in to be able to do medical screening and to be able to test our seniors and work on keeping them as healthy and up to date with different conditions that they have. And then volunteerism. Volunteerism is a huge thing when you're operating a senior center, and a lot of our other best practices cities are doing this. We're doing this internally with our 6 sites, but volunteers is huge. And being able to work with such agencies as Hands-On Central California and other volunteer agencies, and really using that as a hub for volunteerism. And currently right now in our program, Seniors Helping Seniors is the model. But being able to kind of formalize that and taking that to the next level. What we would also do is work with FMAAA, and we've had initial discussions in terms of adding, when we added Inspiration Park, and potentially we could do this with the senior center, but is to be able to provide meals at this site and utilize FMAAA funding to be able to do this. So as the core operation, the meal program would be funded by FMAAA. Additionally, parks would budget, staff, and operate the senior activity center. We have expertise in this area. Like I said, I've been involved in it for 20 years. I work with a great staff, Rich Rodriguez, Bonnie Otis, and Daniela Gonzalez, and a lot of our great site coordinators who are retirees who have come back and are working for us on a temporary basis. And another thing that we have, because of this long relationship that we have in terms of operating senior hot meals, is the community trust. We have built the community trust out at these neighborhood parks and community centers. An additional piece would be to work with FACTS to develop and address resolutions to meet transportation needs of seniors. As I mentioned earlier, it's definitely a challenge to be able to get folks to these different sites. Manchester or the FMAAA site right on the Blackstone corridor with BRT and all of that bring a lot of positive aspects to be able to have a location. And then our major freeways, whether it's the 180 or the 99 or the 41, being close to major arteries like that would really be important. So in terms of the potential interim programming, in addition to the congregate daily meals served, what we're currently doing at our sites right now, walking club, silver sneakers, aquatics, as I mentioned earlier, chair exercise, coloring, word search, educational presentations, chess checkers, monthly dance. We do a monthly dance currently at Ted C. Wills, and that is a very well-attended activity that we do. And in terms of being able to have a centralized senior center, we really think we could take that to the next level. Music, coloring classes, sewing, ceramics, bingo. On bingo days at our sites, we have a spike in attendance. So the opportunity to win and stay involved out there is a very popular feature. Billiards, we have billiards teams at a lot of our centers that travel and participate in competition against each other, and then they go and face other cities. So we've faced Kerman, Clovis, and definitely rivalries developing out there. Cards, dominoes, ping pong, crafts, water aerobics. And what we would do is we would expand on these at a new location. We would be able to take these to the next level and not just have them occurring from 9 to 1, but having these type of programs occurring all day. And then with the fee-based programming, what we've put together in the model is to be able to do some fee-based things, and this is currently being provided by other agencies. This would include physical fitness, stretch, tai chi, yoga, Pilates, dancercise, Zumba, ballroom dance, West Coast swing, tap. Our seniors love to be active. They love to continue to work and hone these type of skills down, and I think it would be absolutely essential that we offer these type of activities and we keep them going. On the technology side, computer skills, iPads, phone tutorials. Staying up with technology is really important for seniors. Android tablets, phone tutorials, and then cooking classes and field trips. Trips for seniors. Seniors love to stay moving and go and looking at different sites. The baby boomers are coming, and they want to be active. Parvin stated the statistics earlier. People are living longer, and they want to be healthy, active, and share time with their friends. Congregate social settings, being around your fellow seniors and having something to look forward is absolutely essential. So in terms of the budget, we've put together a budget here for an interim site, and to briefly share it with you here. For startup, which would include site supplies, furniture, equipment, kind of getting our meal service ready to go, dance floor, technology room, all of the different activities that we would be putting together at this would be $70,000. In terms of our operational budget, what we're proposing right now is to be able to have a community recreation supervisor, two temporary rec specialists, 2 services aides. So having the right people in the right places in this model would be really important. We would continue to operate the 7 senior hot meal sites, and then this would be the 8 sites. So this would be a very dynamic, large operated program. Operation and maintenance, this would include curriculum, ID charges, etc. We put together about $64,000 for that. The next one here for the site expense. So as we went out and we looked at the different options and opportunities out here, we're proposing a 6,000-foot square facility in an interim period. This comes out to about $109,800, about $9,100 a month. This comes out to about $1.50 a square foot. So this is what we're proposing to be able to utilize for an interim site. Total proposed budget about $393,000, and we feel that we can make some revenue through the exercise classes, fee-based programs, and then also with one-time only money from our partnership with FMAAA. So we're looking at about a net year cost of $359,395. So this would be our proposed budget. I'm going to turn it back over to Parvin here to finish up the presentation.
All right, so permanent site. As Sean mentioned, a permanent site is, here's my intake on permanent sites. It just depends on what the funding that's available. Okay, again, I have seen recreation centers and cities go out and bond dollars and obviously up to about $11 to $12 million. Okay, I have seen recreation centers square footage of 104 square foot up to a budget of close to, again, $12 to $13 million, roughly around there. So if a permanent site, obviously 6,000 will be good, but obviously 10,000 will be great, And so for a permanent site, and it just depends on what you're looking to put in your site. Okay, for me, I'm really interested in health and wellness components. I'm a huge health and wellness guy, and I'm really interested in developing health and wellness facilities and amenities. In reference to fitness and wellness, I do think that you need a huge fitness and wellness room, just for aerobic exercises. I think a lot of seniors in the permanent site, my ideal site would be a garden, like Sean had mentioned. In addition to that, if most permanent sites may have a pool. One of my sites in Miami Gardens, we had a pool in our senior site. So it just depends on what the allocations are, and it just depends on the direction, from the manager's office. So for a permanent site, obviously a 3 to 5 year development plan. Obviously the first thing we need to do is kind of generate and implement a site and operational plan. What are we trying to accomplish here? What is your dream recreational or senior center? What's the square footage of the center? What's the input? What's the input of our seniors for this recreational center. And the building options. Do we want to look at an existing parks and recreational site? If not, do we want to kind of look at what's out there in the city, what's out there for rentals? And I'm sure there's many places out there for that. And then obviously, acquiring new site through land acquisition, that's always a key for us. What about marketing and outreach? What are we going to do in reference to marketing and outreach? How are we going to engage our key stakeholders? What about community meetings? What about the input that we're going to receive from our community here? And I think that's one of the key too in reference to marketing. Educational outreach, as Sean mentioned. Creating a volunteer and really a staff committee to educate those about the community service and activities for the new center. What do you want in your new rec center? What is it do you want? What type of programming do you want? Do you want everything from a health and wellness component? Do you want fall garden programs? Do you want computer resource programs? What exactly do you want? Or what exactly do you need? Program operation launch that meets needs, abilities, interests of seniors, a fee for service, offset, and monthly membership. Well, unfortunately, one of the things that, in my dealing with seniors, and I always get, why do we have to charge seniors fee-based? Well, we have to pay for something. We have to pay for staff costs. You got to pay for that. The programs that we develop and implement, obviously we have to pay for those things. Instruction fees. We want to get the best instructors out there. We have to pay for it. So we have to charge a significant amount of money to pay back the services that we want to implement. And then obviously, when you build a new rec center for a 10-year plan, and that's always, kind of monitoring and adapting to the trends. Obviously, if you've been running you're in a fitness and wellness facility and you have treadmills that are aged, you want to kind of graduate to other treadmills or other fitness and wellness amenities or equipment that other people are actually using that are helping. And then obviously you want to kind of always look at the replace, depreciation equipment and building amenities. You want to do that. Upgrades and new equipment for programming is always considerate for participant needs for change as well. So I will say that, we can really discuss parks and recreation senior facilities all day. I'm always available in my office. Sean is always available in his office, and we would love to meet with those in referencing senior services and programs. But, today is obviously a great day for us. And again, we just want to thank everyone for coming out and really participating in this workshop. Again, there's many things that we can talk about in referencing senior programming. But we hope that you found that, the workshop to be helpful, to you. And again, I'm always available in my office, and Sean is always available in his office for additional questions. So that's the end of our presentation today. And I will open up any questions that the City Council may have for me. Thank you.
Council President.
Thank you.
May I jump in for a second?
Sure.
Parvin, I just wanted to thank you because your passion for this item is, we can all feel it. And I appreciate the work that you and your team did. This business plan was very thoughtful and thorough, and so we appreciate your work.
Thank you.
I also wanted to share just a little tidbit I learned yesterday about Manchester Center. And I don't know all of the details, but I do know that they're currently in negotiation right now with Fresno Unified to extend the 10,000 square foot space that they have there now, and they're hoping to get that in place before the current lease expires at the end of the month. So I'm very happy to hear that. And I know that we have a great relationship with Fresno Unified, so we're going to be reaching out too to see how we can augment those services. So I just wanted to share that with council. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
All right, thank you, President Soria. I want to thank Councilmember Olivier for really kind of leading the effort. I want to thank Ms. Navarro, the group of seniors that came and met with me, and I agree with a phrase that was used earlier. They said that we've talked about this enough. So I'm actually gonna make a budget motion for consideration in the hopper to allocate $100,000 for our Parks Department to take this business plan really to the next level and look at securing funding from federal, state sources, Fresno Unified, and all the different collaborating partners that we've had. So if I could get a second to put it in the hopper for consideration.
Can we do that at this point? Could we do that at this point, or do we have to wait for the next budget hearing?
I believe the notice for the budget hearing stated that it would continue through the council meetings that we're having while budget is being considered.
Okay, perfect. So there is a motion made by Councilmember Chavez, and then I second that.
I'm going to let Councilmember Olivier second. Oh, no, that's okay. You can put me down as a second as well.
I'd like to see that amount be bumped up, but we can talk about it further in budget discussions in the coming week. I don't think there's anyone else punched up. I just want to also thank Parvin and your team for putting this presentation together. I think that the services that, or the limited services that are provided already to our seniors are very, very critical. One question that I do have, I'm supportive of, charging forward. I think that we've talked enough about what we can do. So I think putting our dollars or match our dollars to make sure that we are demonstrating our commitment is the next thing. But wanting to ask you, if we charge forward with a specific, just a dedicated senior center, are our current community centers, which are like, for example, we just included Inspiration Park this year to provide senior hot meals to those seniors that live west of the 99. What do you guys envision? Will there still be those same opportunities allocated to those other community centers that we have in existence that have those particular programs?
Council Lady, those centers have been very successful, in all ways, from senior hot meals to various programs. So I definitely see that happening. But again, I'll be speaking with the manager's office, more in depth about that. But it's definitely have an opportunity yes. So I'll be speaking with them about more of that in detail.
Perfect. Thank you. That was all the questions that I had. Councilmember Olivier.
Yeah, I just wanted to just kind of make some final comments because I know that we want to hear from our co-chair. But I think this is a big moment. When this item appeared on the agenda, I had no idea that my council colleagues would pick up the ball and run with it. This is a fantastic turn of events, very positive, I think, for our community. It really can't be overstated. So thank you for making that motion, Member Chavez. Thank you, Esmeralda. I know that Mayor Lee Brand has expressed his desire to be able to find the money in the budget to make this happen. Our mayor, of course, being a senior himself, and so he has a very keen interest in how this plays out. And I just want to say, I wanted to acknowledge Moni Randolph is here. Wave your hand. She was a member of the task force. Maybe she's already left. She's executive. Oh, there you are. She's the executive director of the Clovis Senior Center, the crown jewel in the Valley system of senior centers. So, and she was always going to be available to you at Parks, of course, Parvin and Sean, you know that. And we'll go from there. And it may take the form of collaboration with FUSD. It may, we may do programming and they may do the rent, or we may vice versa, or, so stay tuned and buckle up, because we'll get there. We'll get there together. We'll get there because of your advocacy. Really, it's because of you, not because of us. You made this happen. So with that, I will conclude my remarks. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Capriolio.
Thanks for the great job. You guys always make fantastic presentations. And in the course of reviewing the notes and all, I see that Vinland Park, right behind Vinland Elementary, would be a potential site. Yeah. As all of you know, I have no community center at all in District 4. I'm the only district in the city of Fresno with no community center at all. So I don't get senior meals. I don't get after-school programs. I'm sort of left out in the cold. So I'm happy to see Vinland as a potential site for a senior center. Any kind of center, just give me a center, would you? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That's it. Thank you so much for your time. Now we'll move on to our next item on the agenda. And we talked about bringing the marijuana. Is council member? And he's not here. Who's going to present? Is he presenting? Okay, well, we're going to move on to, I was going to do the marijuana workshop, but Councilmember Brando has stepped away. We're going to go try and find him. In the meantime, we still have 4. We'll go ahead and move on to item 3C of General Administration. So this is an action pertaining to Copper Avenue Trail Phase 2 and 3 on Cedar Avenue to Chestnut Avenue, Public Works Department.
Good afternoon, Council President and members of the Council. Scott Tyler, Public Works. The item before you is for an award of a construction contract for the Copper Avenue Multipurpose Trail from Cedar Avenue to Chestnut Avenue. This trail project will complete the missing trail gaps along the north side of Copper Avenue between Friant Avenue and Chestnut Avenue. The trail is designed to Public Works standards and includes landscaping. 6 sealed bids were received and opened in a public bid opening on May 1st, 2018. Dawson Molding Construction was determined to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder in the amount of $852,502. In closing, staff recommends that Council adopt the addendum to the 2002 Copper River Ranch EIR and award the construction contract to Dawson Molding Construction. Thank you, and I'll be available if you have any questions.
Perfect. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? See none, we'll bring it back to the dais. No one's punched up. Is there a motion? There's a motion by Councilmember Baines and a second by Councilmember Olivier. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Brando, and Councilmember Bredefeld absent. Let me see. Are you back for the workshop? Right now? Yeah. So Councilmember Brando is back. We'll continue because we did promise folks we would do the cannabis workshop after the senior center workshop. So I'll pass it over to Councilmember Brando.
Okay. Thanks, Council President. And this was a workshop that I had initially asked for about 3 weeks ago. Councilman Olivier and the city manager asked me if we could postpone a little bit, give them a chance to work up some final numbers and stuff like that. So really, I don't have personally a lot to add to this because we had an earlier vote today on marijuana. We covered a lot of this material inside of that vote. It's somehow or another, the different bits of information got brought up. So I'm going to be mostly in listening mode. My understanding is the city attorney. Is Doug around? Oh, Doug, there you go. The city attorney is going to present what the subcommittee and the administration had been working on, and it's all concepts today. We're not going to vote. This again, just like the senior steel is a workshop, so there won't be a public comment portion, but it'll kind of be informational. It's still conceptual. It could still be changed, and so, but at least we'll hear where we're at in the recommendations at this point in time. So, thanks, Doug.
Yes, Council. As you know, in December of 2017, the Council initiated the process to approve medical marijuana businesses in the city of Fresno. The council directed the amendment to include the zoning code, operations, cultivation, manufacture, extraction, testing, distribution, delivery, and dispensaries from within the city, and that was for medical marijuana. As you know, under state law, the marijuana is classified as either medical or adult use. So we have been drafting these things based with the involvement of the administration, 3 council members who are on the committee, council members Olivier, Baines, and Capriolio, and with the advice of HDL consultants. We've been drafting since December of last year, and so I'm here to report on the status of where we are in that drafting. Before we can finalize or get going really on the Spca analysis of what we're doing, we need to have some good policy direction about what we're analyzing. Also, in March of 2018, the DARM director initiated, because either the council or the DARM director can initiate it, an amendment to the zoning code to allow for adult use of cannabis cultivation, manufacture, extraction, testing, and distribution, but not retail sales or delivery. So it's essentially, if it were adult use, it would be exporting. The process, the number of documents and decisions that will need to be made will include the business license tax, which we discussed this morning, a regulatory ordinance, text amendment to the zoning code, amend the cultivation ordinance, continue to prohibit public consumption, and then the Spca requirements, but of course we need the details on what we're doing before we can complete the Spca. We discussed the business license tax, so I won't get into that unless you all want to. Skipping ahead. The regulatory ordinance. As far as allowing for whether it's medicinal or adult use, there will be a regulatory ordinance, and the council would approve one or both of these things. Right now, they are being written in parallel. So we're drafting the regulations to deal with medical marijuana and then separately adult use marijuana. While they have a lot of similarities, the council could approve one or the other, neither one or both. So the regulatory ordinance would include the operating requirements for each of the types of cannabis businesses. And of course, the security requirements are largely coming from the Fresno Police Department. The ordinance will lay out the procedure and requirements to obtain a commercial cannabis business permit. And once the process begins, where people can start applying for these permits, the permit itself will go through the city manager's office, who will make the decision on the permits. Then for each site where they want to conduct a business, they will have to have a CUP also, and that would follow the normal CUP process. So you think of it as the CUP goes with the site and the permit goes with the operator, the person. And then once both are obtained and the state approves also, then they can begin going forward. The permit itself must be renewed annually. The CUP may be there with the land, but every year they have to come in and reapply and have their permit renewed. It makes it easier to control things in the long run if you do it that way. In other words, they have to come in and seek a positive renewal, as opposed to they have a permanent property right that we would have to go through due process to take away if we felt they weren't following it the way that they ought to. So this is what's being drafted currently. The regulatory ordinance would allow for a cannabis business hub. The hubs would be located in light and heavy industrial districts within 1 mile of Highway 99 and within 1 mile of Highway 180 west of 99, potentially at the wastewater treatment facility if it's rezoned, but not within 1,000 feet of a residentially zoned parcel. And to distinguish there, that's anywhere where people are residing and it's zoned residential. Occasionally, you may have a home or an apartment that is sort of grandfathered in that's in an industrial area. For these purposes, that won't count, because that would almost eliminate everything in town if you did that. It can't be within 1,000 feet of a school that's pre-K through 12, a daycare center, or a youth center as defined in the ordinance, meaning parks, playgrounds, facilities hosting activities for minors, those sorts of things. So that is where the cannabis business hubs could be placed. In the cannabis hub, the plan is to allow for up to 4 of the hubs, in addition to another one defined by council, which would be essentially the downtown type area. where we have older warehouses and so forth, that would be considered one hub. All cultivation, distribution, and manufacturing must take place within a hub, only within those potentially 5 areas of town. Laboratory testing may take place in a hub or in other commercial, employment, or downtown district zoned areas. The laboratory testing is a little tighter. They actually don't have a lot of product on site, so it's being treated differently. Also, under the regulatory ordinance, it would allow for the retail or dispensaries of medical marijuana or the adult use, potentially. The plan is to allow for up to 14 dispensaries with 2 per council district. However, they will be phased in because of the regulatory requirements, background checks, and PD coming up to speed on regulating it and enforcing it. It would be sort of a soft rollout of 7 in the first year. Then after 9 months, 7 more may begin the permit process if PD and the city manager's office say that they can manage that. The areas they could be located would be these listed zoned areas, and it would have to be at least 800 feet from medicinal cannabis retail business. In other words, they can't be clustered together. Again, the school, daycare center, or the youth center. The hours of operation will be allowed between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. And for any deliveries within town, state law provides that there can be deliveries of marijuana too. The delivery must be associated with a retail outlet and must originate from the retail outlet. In other words, you can't have a separate delivery business in the city. So if you get a permit to do retail, you can also then be allowed to provide delivery services from that location. The zoning ordinance essentially mirrors the regulatory ordinance. It outlines the cannabis CUP requirements and also contains design guidelines for cannabis businesses, and I'll let others weigh in on what those guidelines might be. I think the process will be that we would expect to return in several months with these final documents. Once we get nailed down what all of these deal points are, then they will begin the CEQA process. And when I understand it is before the permits would be issued, that will be contingent upon the tax being approved. And in all probability, if the process plays out how we might expect it, you might begin to accept applications in January of 2019. That's all we have.
Doug, could you go over, was there anything in there that talks about the number of dispensaries?
Yes. The plan is for 14 dispensaries initially. However, and that would be 2 per council district. No more than 2 per council district. A soft rollout of 1 per council district in the first year, and then after 9 months, allowing for the second round of applications for 7 more, in other words, 1 more per council district for 14, and then if the council provides by resolution, up to 7 more after that.
Okay, but could council provide by resolution for more than 7 more?
Not according, you would have to change the ordinance before you could do that.
Okay, so we'd have to change the ordinance. So
21 would be the maximum without changing the ordinance.
And 14 for sure.
Yes.
7 the first year, 7 the second year, and then an option for 7 more.
That's right.
Okay. So that's a little bit different than earlier when the chief was talking about 5 or 7 of them.
I think that was a previous iteration we had been discussing.
Okay. And then same question with the businesses. Is there a maximum number of businesses in each one of those? What do you call
the
them?
Non-retail?
Yeah.
The hubs.
Yeah. The hubs, yeah.
I don't think there's a maximum number of businesses within a hub. There's a maximum area in a hub, but it's really big, like 100 acres or something like that, and a minimum of 4 acres.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
the hubs can start right about 3 acres, I think.
3. Okay.
Instead of 4, we went down to 3 acres and can go up to 50, I believe. And we can have, right now we're at 4. I think there's a possibility to have a maximum of 6, but right now I think we're settled on 4, potentially with 6.
4 plus the downtown.
All right.
4 hubs, and then each hub can contain multiple businesses, right?
Yes, that's exactly it. So if you think about the hubs, that's where you would have your cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and what have you, packaging would be contained in these hubs.
Okay.
That's why the footprints of them are much larger, but, you know, each, depending on how they're laid out, I mean, a hub could have, you know, 100 businesses in there. I mean, if...
Right, right.
And there's no limit to that.
And when will this come back to a vote for council?
I think whenever it's ready, if the deal points are ready to go, they begin the CEQA analysis, whatever that takes. It's going to be a minimum of probably 30 to 60 days. But I would expect fall, early fall.
Okay. All right, I think, and then with these different variables, does that impact the amount that Chief Dyer talked to us about today for cost for his, the $2.7 million cost that he brought up, is that related to 14 dispensaries, or is that change if there's 7, 14, and then 21?
I think I can answer that. The revenue that the city would be able to collect, the law enforcement response and the regulatory response, not just to regulating and fostering this industry, but to crack down on things like human trafficking and methamphetamine and the things that the police chief talked about today. It would, obviously, we're talking about funding a special task force to elevate the quality of neighborhoods in the city. That the size and response of that task force obviously is going to have a correlation to how much revenue the city can bring in from taxing this new industry. So I mean, if we say, and I know that there are probably members on this board who say, well, I'm comfortable with one dispensary in the city of Fresno. That doesn't provide enough. It doesn't provide any revenue to go out and conduct these kinds of functions, which we're not even really doing right now. So yes, the more tax revenue that comes in, the more we will be able to use that money for those kinds of programs.
Okay. Councilmember, I think there are two components to the cost there that we have to consider. One is the purely regulatory cost of application fees, background checks, that kind of thing. Those things can be covered from application fees and that kind of thing. The other is the enforcement of shutting down illegal dispensaries, illegal operations, which has to come from general revenue type funds.
And do we already know the cost for applications and in fees for applications?
No, there would have to be a fee study to determine what would be involved in the process, analyze how many people, what are their costs, how many hours would it take. You do a thorough fee study, then you come up with what that fee would be. Other cities are charging in the neighborhood of $20,000.
I think Merced charged $20,000 for an additional application, and once that initial application was reviewed by the bureaucrats, I think they had the bureaucracy had 20, and no, I don't mean that with any contempt at all. I mean, there were 23 or 24 applications, and I think 21 were found to have been responsive. When I say by the bureaucracy, I mean the city apparatus, because the policymakers, the politicians, are not going to have a hand in picking winners and losers. It's turning it over to professional city staff. So in Merced, I think 21 made it through. Now to have your application scored by Merced, I believe it's another $9,000 or $10,000 fee.
Okay.
But these were arrived at. These numbers were arrived at by actually doing a fee study. We can't make any money on it, and we can't arbitrarily say, you want a license in Fresno? Great, $60,000. We have to charge what that service is worth.
Okay. So are we going to initiate that fee study over the summer, so we'll know all of that when we vote on it in the early fall?
I would assume so. It wouldn't be required, but that would be a possibility.
Okay. And then a lot of
Councilmember Brandon, I was just reminded a moment ago that we, on the number of businesses, I think our current draft may have a cap of 100 total businesses. But I want to put an asterisk there, because when you get the final, set of documents, there probably will not be a cap. There is a likelihood that cap could be removed. So I wanted to tell you that right now there's a cap of 100, but that cap could go away.
Okay, thank you. And then a lot of folks were talking earlier about equity component or something like that, and I hadn't heard about that, so I want to hear a little bit more about that.
I think I'll let Councilmember weigh in on that.
I think Councilmember Baines and I have taken a number of meetings. We don't know what the equity component is going to look like. There are different. Obviously, this is so that other communities have tackled the equity component as a way to engender participation from communities of color, from disadvantaged communities, communities in economic distress, folks who have had tangles with law enforcement over cannabis issues. So an equity component can take many different forms. They have tried quotas. They have tried creating an impact fund, which I think is the support for an impact fund is unanimous among the members of the committee, and I think can garner a lot of support out here. So there's the impact fund. There are quotas. There are investment possibilities to allow people to invest in companies. There are ways to implement an equity program by actually managing the trade of our operators, or there are locations that do equity programs by trusting the operator to implement their own equity program. So at this point, I think that we've had Mr. Casamayor and we've had Mr. White come forward. I've met with both of them. I know that other members have as well. They're interested in equity components. I don't think that just given the political reality of this organization and this board and where we're trying to get, and I don't think everyone is going to be happy, because I don't know. And I mean, you can please weigh in. I'm just babbling here, and you can take over from me.
Let me help you a little bit. So I think where we've settled is, and Councilmember Olivier is right, there have been a number of equity pieces tried throughout the state, and so we have a pretty good idea of what doesn't work. So what we're trying to do is partner with people in our community that have been studying this topic. You mentioned Paul White, Cesar Casamayor, and others who have really studied this topic and are bringing some recommendations to us. And what you see now in the ordinance are some of the reflections of what they brought to us. We're really trying to engage our local community and say, hey, why don't you all give us the idea of what equity should look like instead of us trying to come up with it. So we don't have all the fine details worked out yet. They've brought, in my opinion, some really innovative ideas, I think.
Yeah, and there are a number of options.
Yeah,
for us to.
But we're still working through the details of what the final package will look like. But I can tell you we're really close. And what our community is mostly interested in, at least those that are engaged on the equity component, are making sure that communities that have been most distressed and marginalized by the war on drugs have an opportunity to, one, participate in the financial windfalls that could come, and two, also to create a system where we're reinvesting these dollars back into communities that have been left behind for so long, and we're trying to strike that balance, and that's what's happening right now.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that answers my question. I'm pretty good now with my questions. So
Great. I think there's no one else punched up. Is there any other things that you guys wanted to discuss, or?
I'll just add for closing, because really the council members, Olivier, myself, and Capriolio, we represent the committee, so if you guys don't have any other questions, we're pretty much done. But we do have people in the audience here, and I want to just give them a couple of more tidbits. You asked Councilmember Brandau, I appreciate you bringing the workshop forth. Some things that you all can look forward to. Obviously, we're still working with people on the equity piece, and we're engaged. So I think that we know we're going to come up with a final product. But we are going to, and based off some really good recommendations this morning from some of the public comment we heard, I'm going to make sure that we do some public community meetings that are talking about the educational components. I think our community listening to it a lot today, there are big gaps in education on what's true and what's not true about cannabis and the medicinal benefits or not, or what have you. So I'm going to be working with some key people from our community to put on a community meeting where we can begin to actually get out information about that. So you all have that to look forward to. And help me do it. I need your help in putting it together and making sure the idea is to educate our community and have a balanced conversation about it, where we can maybe remove a little of the emotion and the passion and kind of talk some facts. So you all have that to look forward to. In the next couple, probably next month or two, we'll probably be releasing a draft of what we think the proposed ordinance is going to look like. We'll allow that to kind of go through the process. We're going to, hopefully receive input from the community on what that draft will look like. You all heard the bullet points and the highlights of it today. The actual draft will be probably this thick when it's done. So we'll definitely want you to take some time, go through it, and give some feedback. So we're going to make sure that we start engaging the community from that aspect. I think we're ready to do it now. Thank you.
Perfect, great. So if there are no other questions or comments from my colleagues, we'll go ahead and move on with the agenda. Thank you. We'll go on to item 3D. Finance Department, an award a 2-year contract with the option for 2 one-year extensions for banking services to Bank of America.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Lima, Finance Director Controller. Before you today for your consideration is a recommendation to award a contract for banking services to Bank of America. The path to this recommendation began on August 3rd, 2017 with the issuance of an RFP. A committee of city staff and staff from the city of Clovis evaluated the 5 proposals that were received in response to that RFP and recommended the award of a 5-year contract with 2 one-year extensions to Bank of America. Bank of America was recommended based on the scope of banking services it provides and the pricing for those services. On March 8th, 2018, Council rejected staff's recommendation. On March 22nd, Council approved a 3-month banking services agreement, which I'll add expires on June 30th, while additional information regarding discrimination settlements, discrimination remediation efforts, and community reinvestment was received from the RFP's respondents. The respondents were given until May 1st to provide this additional information. 4 of the 5 RFP respondents gave answers to the request. The committee reconvened in early May to evaluate this additional information along with the original submissions. In the area of discrimination settlements and remediation efforts, the committee's consensus was that Bank of America had the strongest answer. The committee was particularly impressed by Bank of America's remediation efforts. To discuss these efforts and the bank's response to discrimination question, I'd like to ask Jonathan Millard, Senior Vice President for Governmental Banking from Bank of America, to present some information to you. Once he's done, I will have some additional comments after he has spoken.
Good afternoon. Finance team has asked me to speak today about our firm, some of the lawsuits we have faced, and how we have handled them. I want to start by saying that Bank of America is very committed to a diverse workforce, and we know that our diversity in thought, style, sexual orientation, gender identity, race, ethnicity, culture, and experience make us stronger and is essential to our ability to serve our clients and drive responsible growth. We referenced several lawsuits in our modified RFP response, as they were either mentioned here in these chamber councils or because they were the most far-reaching and have had the most positive impact on our firm and in changing people's mindsets for the better. Since our CEO took the helm of our organization in 2010, he has made a commitment to diversity and inclusion that is spread from the top of the house down. Bank of America takes all claims of discrimination seriously, and they are addressed swiftly. Diversity and inclusion is at the center of everything we do, as we believe our teams should be representative of the clients we serve. This has led to the establishment of employee networks to develop leadership skills and advance diversity recruitment efforts. In addition, we partner with external organizations and conferences to meet and place talent. Some of these efforts include the creation of the Black and African American Advisory Council in Global Wealth and Investment Management, the establishment of the Women's Executive Development Program along with Columbia University, the development of a Know Your Talent program sponsored by our Global D&I Inclusion Council, deliberately focused at diverse talent, the creation of an LGBT Executive Council. In addition, we have recently begun a Courageous Conversation series to engage and encourage open dialogue on issues important to our employees. The goal is to promote inclusion, understanding, and positive actions by creating awareness of employee experiences and perspectives related to differences in background. The results of these positive changes to our corporate culture are evident. For example, over 100,000 people, which represents half of our workforce, are members in at least one of these groups. More than 50% of our workforce are women. More than 40% of our employees are racially or ethnically diverse. And our most recent campus recruiting class has been more than 50% diverse. In addition, more than 45% of our board of directors are either female or racially or ethnically diverse. With that said, the proof is in the pudding, and it is not what we say about ourselves that matter, but what others are saying about Bank of America. We have been named the top Hispanic Latino employee resource group in the country for leadership and advancement by the U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. We've been rated the top 10 best places to work for women and diverse managers to work, according to both Diversity MBA magazine and Working Mother magazine. We were recognized as the 2017 Best Veteran-Friendly Company by the U.S. Veterans, and we were ranked 26th on Fortune magazine's list of top 100 places to work for diversity. Furthermore, we were awarded the 2017 Audi Award for Workplace Excellence by Out and Equal, and we have been recognized every year since its inception as one of the leading financial institutions on the Bloomberg Gender Equality Index. In summary, I have a few points to make. As a large organization with over 200,000 employees, we know that there will be instances of inappropriate behavior. We take all allegations seriously. We will investigate them fully, and we will act swiftly if those allegations are proved true. This may include disciplinary action, including termination. We recognize the potential of every employee and strive to make Bank of America a great place to work. I hope I've been able to demonstrate to you, as well as others, that the diversity and inclusion are at the forefront of our organization. And we hope to keep your business.
Thank you.
A little more. Thank you, Jonathan. In the area of community investment, the committee's consensus was that Bank of America demonstrated the strongest economic involvement of any of the respondents. Staff was particularly impressed by the number of jobs that Bank of America offered in Fresno, as jobs are the strongest economic factor that any company can provide to a local economy. At this time, I'd like to ask Mark Riley, Senior Vice President for the Fresno area, to discuss Bank of America's impact on the Fresno economy. And I will have just a couple more sentences after he's done.
Good afternoon to all of you. It's been a long day for you, I'm sure, so far. As Mike just mentioned, I was asked to comment. I'll be brief and direct about, through my lens, into some facts that we have relative to Fresno only. And in terms of the way we normally represent our performance, it is in the view of a Fresno Visalia lens. We did go back and break all that out for Fresno. So for Fresno, I want to start by talking about the investment we have more on a financial perspective and the breadth of our bank, and then briefly touch on what I like to refer as our human capital investment back into the community. We have about 180 employees, 180 to 200 employees in Fresno, 14 financial centers, 64 ATMs, and 1 Merrill Lynch financial office. In terms of small business lending, and we're looking at that on businesses that have $5 million or less in sales size. In the last 12 months, we've provided credit facilities in the approximate amount of $71 million. To commercial-sized businesses, and those are those that we refer as above $5 million in sales, the size of commitments we provided to them is $265 million. When you look at home loans, we're one of the largest home loans lenders in the country, and in that 12-month window preceding now, approximately $71 million in home loans lending we provided to Fresno residents. The deposits within our financial institutions equal about $2.5 billion. And the 1 Merrill Lynch office that we have, serving predominantly folks that live here in Fresno, is managing assets, financial assets, in the approximate amount of $1.2 billion. So that's just a brief overview, I guess, from my lens, and some of the talking points that we keep on a regular basis around our market. I'll close with a few comments on what I refer to as the philanthropic aspect of our bank in Fresno. Over the last 10 years, through our Bank of America Foundation, we provided $2.1 million in giving back to the community financially. We've done that through 31 nonprofits that are phenomenal organizations here in Fresno. And at some point, if it's of interest to any of you, I'm happy to discuss that further if you'd like, but for interest of time, I'll keep moving on. We also really encourage and rally our employees, those that have a passion to give back, either with their time or with their money, to give them opportunities to partner in many cases with those 31 nonprofits that we have developed relationships with. So since 2013, the employees have given back 21,000 hours of volunteer time to the community. And we're really pushing that. Now we have another full-time person on staff to promote this activity, and we're on track this year to be at 5,000 hours for the 2018 alone. The employees are also passionate about giving back to the extent that they can financially from their own paychecks. And since 2013, they've given back $358,000 of their own money, and a portion of that has been also matched by the bank, where they can select a nonprofit organization that they're passionate about, and that goes back to that organization here in our community. So I'll just close with a couple final comments. My personal background, I've been in banking my whole career. I've been in banking in Fresno my whole career, and I've been doing this for about 24 years. The first 14 years of my career was with a lot of great organizations, local community banks here in Fresno. Many of those folks today are my friends, and they, through my lens, are fantastic partners to our community, and I wouldn't have a single disparaging thing to say about any of them. The last 10 years of my career has been with Bank of America, so now I have a view of both sides, and I just would simply say that the folks that work for our organization here in Fresno are the same kind of people that I worked with the first 14 years of my career, that care about where they live and care about giving back to the community. And because our company views that exact model very passionately about giving back where we do business, that culture is instilled in our local team for Bank of America. And so very proud of what we're able to accomplish there. So it's simply a privilege of the size of company that we have that we're able to give back in the way that I've described here today. Thank you for hearing my facts, and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Councilmember Brendel.
Just one last thing.
Okay.
After considering this additional information along with the original responses to the RFP, the committee reiterated its recommendation to award a 5-year contract with 2 one-year extensions for banking services to Bank of America. However, given concerns the council has expressed in the past, the committee also recommended that a 2-year with 2 one-year extensions be the minimum term to be awarded in order to reduce the potential disruption to operations and generate a material amount of cost savings. Bank of America has indicated they would accept the 2-year plus 2 one-year extensions term. They've also indicated they will offer the same pricing on the 2-year plus 2 one-year extensions contract as they offered on the 5-year plus 2 one-year extensions contract. Since the prices are the same, either term is estimated to produce a savings of $72,000 a year compared to what is being currently paid. Obviously, the longer the term, the greater the savings. Thank you for your consideration and patience. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mike. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? If you can come forward, state your name and address for the record. You can state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Jaime Loza. I'm homeless. I had Bank of America during the economy crisis about 7 years ago, somewhere around there. During that time, Bank of America had a rude, unacceptable attitude. It seemed that, a lot of people forgot about the economy crisis. I did not. At which point, attitudes flared in the banking system. Chase was pretty good. Certain banks were really good, but I had Bank of America, at which point it was just totally unacceptable. I got rude attitudes. I got unacceptable attitudes.
Sir, if you could speak to the mic and look this way, direct your comments this way.
My mind goes really fast, so I look around really fast. So I apologize if I don't look to you. Something funny?
No, not at all.
Okay. I got a disability. Okay,
I'm not laughing at
so my eyes will wander, and when somebody laughs when I'm talking, I think you're talking about me, especially when I'm talking.
Mr. Loza, you have 1 minute and 50 seconds to discuss the matters before you.
A lot of situations when we're talking up here, and if you guys are conversation and have an unacceptable attitude up there when we're trying to talk, laughing at us and everything, that's very unacceptable. I'm done. Bank of America was unacceptable. Now you're unacceptable. I think it's very rude, unacceptable. I do people out of character. You are out of character right now. Earlier, other people were talking, at which point other people were laughing up here. You guys are supposed to be paying attention to us. Is my time up yet? No? Okay. Now look it. I'm about character. Okay? Everybody's getting paid. Everybody's supposed to be out there doing the correct things. Okay? I came up here to do a complaint against Bank of America. Now my complaint's to you. Okay? You guys, please, when I come up here and I talk, try to keep your guys' laughter to yourself because I think you're laughing at me. Thank you very much. I'm disabled.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brandao.
All right, Mike, I have a question for you. So originally, and you went over this just a second ago, originally you asked for a 5-year term, and then was there extension possibilities there as well in that original?
Yeah, the RFP was originally issued, advertised as a 5-year deal with 2 one-year extensions. And that's what we originally, the committee voted and selected Bank of America for that term. Obviously, discussions since then, there has been some indication from council they were not comfortable with that term. So the committee also has a second recommendation that if the term is to be shortened, the minimum term that is needed for the operations would be a 2-year plus 2 one-year extensions.
All right. Having listened to your presentation, thanks, Mike. I'm good. Having listened to your presentation and then the 2 gentlemen that spoke on behalf of Bank of America, I'm going to make a motion for a 5-year term with the option of a second 5-year term.
I'm going to go ahead and second that motion, pending the rest of the council discussion. If I feel like this is the right thing to do, then I'll go ahead and maintain my second for your motion. But I second.
Council, to be clear, that would be subject to Bank of America's agreement.
Okay.
It's my understanding that Bank of America's policy is to have contracts no longer than 7 years. So I think that they would be acceptable. It would be acceptable for them, and it's also the committee's recommendation that they go. We have a 5 plus a 2 one-year extensions.
I'll amend my motion to make it 5 with 2 one-year options. Then. Will
That's
you amend
acceptable.
Your second? Yeah.
That's acceptable pending council remarks, comments.
Councilmember Baines.
Thank you, Council President. Well, I had a couple. Are the folks that's? Oh yeah, there we go. I had a couple of questions, and I've been undecided on this issue for all the aforementioned reasons that I've stated before. But so I was a coin flip today whether or not I was going to support the staff's recommendation. But Steve's motion, you just assured me that I won't support it. I will not support a 5-year term. So I don't know if that matters to you, Councilmember Brandau, but I could probably support it a 2-year term, but that's, in my opinion, for me at least, unreasonable to go to 5 years with 2-year extensions. So I won't be supportive of that motion. But I still wanted to ask some questions I can of B of A. And I think you, sir, and forgive me for not knowing your names.
Jonathan and Mark.
John and Mark. So I want to first commend you all, and I want to commend staff for taking the request of council seriously. I find this council presentation on this topic much more suitable than it was the last time. And I think that you all heard our concerns loud and clear. So with that in mind, there are some clarifying questions I definitely want to have answered by B of A. Our staff can answer it. That's why I have you all up here. what is interesting to me and what matters to me, you guys are trying to do what you can with the diversity issues and that have plagued the industry. It sounds like you guys are trying to address that issue as best you can, but I'm going to bring this issue even more localized and what you all are, the investments that you're making in Fresno. And Mark may have covered a little bit of that, but I'm going to be curious in some more detail. But the first thing I wanted to ask is, what are the deposits? How much do we hold in your accounts, in our Bank of America account, monthly, or what's our monthly deposit?
I was going to ask my colleague Patty Ramirez to answer that, but it's approximately $20 million.
So we keep about a 29. I think she said 29.
29.
So we hold $29 million, about a $29 million a month balance, for the year. That kind of that's about right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I want to now focus on the CRA investments, and I don't know which one of you is going to be most able to cover that. How much do you guys give in Fresno annually? In Fresno, and I know that sometimes banks don't always calculate the CRA investments for a specific region, but I really need you guys to figure that out for me.
Yeah. So I will answer it sort of at a very high level. The bank is judged on CRA both at the national level and at the state level. Within California, we've received an outstanding rating, and within the general Fresno area, and as Mark alluded to, that includes Visalia and up as far as Modesto, it's about $3.5 billion in business lending.
Well,
and that would, I'm sorry, that does not include housing. And I'm sorry, Patty, if you have those numbers.
And I'll probably let me help you out a little bit. Yeah. I'm not as interested yet, but I am going to get to your commercial lending in a moment. But I want to kind of break away from that and focus on your Community Reinvestment Act dollars in Fresno, though.
Sure. Let me see could I grab a piece of paper? I actually have some of these figures.
Absolutely. I would hope that you guys came prepared.
Okay. Apologies. Let's see here. Yeah, so according to the census tract, I can break it down in a number of different ways. And I'm sorry, your specific question was regarding housing?
No. I'm mostly interested in your CRA investments.
Okay.
In Fresno now, but let me ask, because do you calculate your CRA investments in housing? Is that a part of what your CRA investment is?
Well, we break it down in a number of different ways, and the categories is as follows, and I can provide information on the following. Residential mortgages, CRA small business, community development investments, and then I actually have them broken down via MSA.
So you said mortgages, community, small businesses. Did you say community?
Yeah, correct. And then in the period of time would be 2008 through 2017, which approximately 10 years.
And then I'm sorry. What was the last category you said?
Sure. Residential mortgages, CRA small business summary, community development investments, and community development loans. Those are the categories we report on for CRA.
And what are community development investments? What would that be considered?
Predominantly leveraging low-income housing tax credits, and we've done quite a few of those in the Fresno market. And then community development loans would actually be lending. So some are tax credits and some are loans. And I can break out both of those if you'd like.
Okay. And do you have a category that, say, just supports local nonprofits, or
And those were the figures that Mark touched on. Mark is our market president for Fresno and the surrounding area, so that would be the data that he provided.
And he gave a figure over a 10-year number, the 2.1 million over 10 years. So that's about $200,000 a year. Is that sound about right?
That's about right.
Okay. And is that specifically to Fresno?
That's how we broke it down, yes.
Close to $300,000 budget between.
I'm sorry?
It's close to a $300,000 budget between Fresno and Visalia, and the $200,000 is Fresno.
And then you also mentioned that the employees had raised about $358,000.
That's correct.
Those are your employees, Mark? Okay, so then they're all the Fresno area.
Broke that out to Fresno.
And did the bank match that dollar for dollar?
It depends. Predominantly, yes. Our match works dollar for dollar up to $5,000 a year. So for an employee or anyone that gives more than $5,000 a year, those dollars would not be matched. But up to $5,000 in an individual contribution, the bank would match dollar for dollar.
So if an employee wants to give up to $5,000, the bank will match that dollar for dollar. But if the employee goes over $5,000,
correct. So if they gave $6,000 to a local charity, we would match $5,000, but not the $1,000. So it would be $11,000 all in.
Help me understand the rationale behind that.
Well, yeah. So our foundation drives our giving, and I think that has been the determination on corporate-wide how much we cap the match at through our foundation.
Right. I mean, I know that, but do you have any idea why that is? That doesn't, and the only reason I ask, it doesn't quite compute why, as an individual employee gives more, Bank of America is a pretty big institution, as has been represented, why the bank would cap at $5,000 when the with employees given.
Honestly, I'm sorry, I don't know that.
Is that kind of an industry standard amongst most banks? I mean, bank foundations?
A lot of corporations do not match, or they only match up to a certain dollar amount, and that just happens to be our cap. But not being on our board or
So out of the 300, out of that 358, and Mark, you may know the answer to this. Out of the 358,000 that the employees raised, how much of that did the bank match?
So I actually don't have a factual answer to that, but if I was to give you an educated answer, it would be probably pretty much all of it. I don't think many of our employees in Fresno give more than $5,000 per year per person.
Well, if they do, I'd like to know who they are and give them a proclamation, because they're doing more in that situation than even their employers doing. And so it sounds like you all, if I have this right, the 2.1 million that you referenced, Mark, is the 358,000 included in that number? Okay, so the $200,000 a year that the bank foundation gives is separate and aside from and that 358,000 was since 2013, right? Right.
That's correct.
Okay, so and I guess and I appreciate the answers. I'm trying to just make sure our city does not do a good job of we hold a balance with you all of $29 million a month that you all go and reinvest and hopefully make money on, and at least we're hoping you are. So that's the idea. And it's not, I know for a bank your size, it may not be a lot of money, but for a community this size, it is a lot of money. And what I want to make sure is that you all are taking the investment that, our distressed community puts into your institution seriously and reinvesting back into us. And $200,000 a year is okay, but I'm going to be honest with you, it's not great. It's not great. I think a bank your size, the largest one in our community, could do a lot more. I know that foundations are raising more and doing more for our community. So I challenge you all to do more, because we're going to more than likely, you got my colleague right here trying to give you guys a guaranteed 7-year contract in this community that, from my estimation would be worth a lot of money in holdings, for the next 60 plus months. Or actually that'd be, 84 months. You know, that would be impressive. So I would challenge your institution, John, since you're here, to find ways to increase that giving to our community directly. I think it's warranted. And I know my colleagues have a couple things to add to that, but I wanted to hear directly what you all are going to do. From my perspective, we as a city ought to be holding people that we do business with to that degree at a much higher level. And we don't do a great job of that. It isn't your fault, actually. It's more ours than anyone's. And hopefully over time that will change. And I'm sorry that it had to start this way, but I wanted you all to know that we put a premium on reinvestment back into our community. We thank you for the investments that you are doing, and I'm hoping that you can increase that.
May I just add a comment
Sure.
to that? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
I was just arguing with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. We're arguing on who's going to go first. Those are dollars that are given to, charities within your community. Those do not include the dollars that the bank leverages for, low-income housing, lending in the community. There is, I would say, significant involvement, and Mark did talk about the number of, human capital man hours that, his team are doing. So we are trying. There's always room for improvement, and certainly, we understand that it is a partnership, between our organization and your organization, and there has to be mutual benefit. So
no, I agree.
Loud and clear.
I agree, and it's my hope that future councils will examine these opportunities more closely. Instead of just when your contract comes up, we should be having this dialogue annually about what the type of investments you all have made, and updating us on what you're doing. And I hate that we had to use the contract as a leverage to figure it out. Right? It should have been something that we should have been asking a long time ago. But whatever the case, we're here now, so we'll do a better job. And I won't be supporting Steve's motion in its current form like that. No, I'm not going to make a competing motion.
If it's okay, Councilman Baines, I wanted to just add one other thing to your comment, and I appreciate the perspective and appreciate the encouragement that you're giving us as citizens of Fresno to do as much as we can within our organization. I would say, the $200,000 it is what it is. The bigger number, as I look at our overall market with Visalia, is just a little short of $500,000. And I told you $300,000 a minute ago. And the reason is because we're not lumping in some of the things that happen ad hoc throughout the years. So it's not a budgeted item that we get for Fresno Visalia at the beginning of the year, where myself and my partner can be strategic about going out to nonprofits. But sometimes we'll get calls throughout the year from our national partners that'll say, hey, we've got 25,000, or we have 20,000, or we have whatever the number is, for a specific purpose that we really want to drive this effort, throughout our company. Do you have a partner that we can do that? If not, we understand. We can go to a bigger market. And myself and my partner, Marisa, who I think you may have spoken with in the last few weeks, could easily say, it's too much work. We don't know somebody. We never do that. Like, we live here. We want to be proud as much of our brand as we possibly can. So we're always reaching out to find ways to place those monies, and we've done that consistently, which is why that number isn't 300, it's 500 for Fresno and Visalia. And roughly 2/3 is Fresno and 1/3 is Visalia. I just want to put that last detail out there. We'll keep doing that.
No, I appreciate it, and like I said, it's all about encouraging you all to do more and do better. And I appreciate you all coming in, and I really meant what I said earlier when I opened my remarks to staff, city manager, and our Mike, and you all. I appreciate this much better presentation, much better understanding, and I appreciate you all respecting what we're trying to do here.
Thank you, Councilmember Baines. Councilmember Olivier?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I appreciate your questions, Member Baines, and I appreciate what I've heard from Bank of America. So I will hang on as the second on this motion. But I do want to echo what Councilmember Baines said, only because it's not unusual for folks who are partnered with the city in some way, shape, or form to contribute to do a lot out in the community. We have a lot of folks who are dedicated to bringing broken neighborhoods back to life in our community. And so we'd love to see Bank of America continue to participate in that and maybe even step up as a sponsor. There are lots of groups in this community that need sponsors. The Senior Center needs a sponsor. And just wanted to reach out and let you know and just echo my council colleagues' comments. We're proud that we're proud of the things that we're working on here in the city, and would love to have you join us on an ongoing basis in a greater capacity. So thank you for that, Councilman, and also from you. Thank you.
Councilmember Libby, thank you for your comments. Just wanted to add to that, and I appreciate all the information that was provided and the time that was given. I think that it's become a better process. I think the fact that we said, "Hey, hold on, we need to look more into what is going on and what has happened, what have you guys done, what types of investments," has really provided us an opportunity to reevaluate how we do contracts and how we do business. And I think that we'll have a short workshop immediately after this in terms of procurement. But, I agree with some of the same sentiments that were expressed by my colleague, Councilmember Baines. Just wanted to follow up. He's asked all the questions that I wanted to, except for just kind of wanted to get an example of some of the organizations that you guys support. Because I know, as Councilmember Olivier just mentioned, we have a slew of and a number of nonprofit organizations that we work with. In particular, I think in the disadvantaged areas that a lot of times don't get the investments from big banks like you guys.
Well, thank you for offering me the chance to go over just a few of those names. I don't think I'll go over all 31, but Councilman Olivier, when you just mentioned your comments, the first two names I thought about when you talk about developing communities was obviously Habitat for Humanity, and then Fresno First Steps Home, which is a new partner for us this year. It's amazing when you think about all the resources that they're bringing together to try to take the next step with homelessness in Fresno. So those are two that come to my mind at first. But the Central Valley Community Foundation is one, and I won't go into the dollars unless you ask me in the essence of time. The Community Housing Council of Fresno has been a strong partner of ours for a long time. Downtown Fresno Foundation, we did some work with Ashley before she left office. Of course, the Community Food Bank, which is near and dear to my heart for the last 10 years as a board member. The Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation with Dora. I've known Dora for 20 years, and they just do fantastic work, and I know most of you are very familiar with that. A couple more. I mentioned Fresno First Step Home, Grid Alternatives, Reading and Beyond, United Way, and most recently, which we're really proud of, the Fresno United Neighborhoods with those 9 scholarships bringing into the City of Fresno Parks Division. So those are the top 10, and there's 21 more.
Perfect. Thank you for giving us at least a flavor of those groups, and I think those groups are great. I hope that at some point some of us could give you input on additional organizations that I think that serve extremely disadvantaged groups in our community that could benefit from support like the ones that you guys give, all the organizations that you said.
Please do, and every year we reassess. It's generally a zero-sum game for us, but sometimes we can take a few dollars from one organization and put it somewhere else to make a big difference. So we'll be happy to hear about that going forward.
So just a couple more comments that I just wanted to make. So one, I'm glad that, we went through this process. There is a 41% in savings, which I think speaks to, again, the fact that we really made ourselves go back and look at, what we were, how we were typically doing business and turn into these agreements. One of the things that I mentioned in the meetings that I had with you guys was also the length of the contract. For me, I would have been able to support the 2-year, but given the 5-year term for me, I won't be able to be supportive of that. One of the other things that I did mention, and I want to just state it publicly, that I wanted our city and the administration to look a little bit harder in figuring out if we can also do business with some of the smaller local banks. I think that we have some really good local banks that are in our community that could also be good partners in part of this, agreement. So I also had asked originally that obviously was something that was mentioned, that we wouldn't have seen as many of the savings as we are today, but I still feel strongly about working with the local banks. And then just lastly, I'm gonna this is kind of unrelated to the agreement, but I am a Bank of America customer. And I used to have a Bank of America in the Tower District, and I was very disappointed that you guys left. I actually wrote you guys a letter, and I never got a response. So just to tell you guys that, we even issued a letter to the DC folks to talk about how we figure out how we keep Bank of America branch there, because if you go and drive through the Tower District, it's an empty building. It's sad. A lot of the small businesses there used you guys, and they were very, very upset when you guys moved. I just wanted to bring that up because that is a true story, and the business owners still, are not too happy that you guys left the neighborhood.
Thank you for noting that. Maybe offline I could figure out what happened to that letter, because I can guarantee
and my staff will be happy to give you guys another copy, because I just mentioned it to her. But again, thank you so much for being here, for being willing to go through the process again, and for answering all the questions that we had. Thank you. With that, there is a motion and a second, and we'll take an electronic vote. So the motion passes 3-2. Thank you. No. Okay, next we have a workshop relating to procurement by finance.
And I know that council's had a few workshops today, and it's been a long day. So I have asked staff to be very efficient when they do this workshop. So hopefully we'll be able to do it in as short as we can for you all.
Yes. We'll be able to get through this pretty quickly.
Oh man, we have another one too.
All set?
Proceed. Yes,
okay,
thank you.
Thanks. All right, so the purpose of this workshop is to help outline common procurement vehicles and terminology that staff uses during the procurement process as it relates to city charter, AOs, and municipal code. We'll cover piggybacks, cooperatives, requirement contracts, sole source, competitive bidding, which includes RFPs and RFQs, and consultant contracts. City attorney is going to cover contracting elements and regulated communications right now, and then I'll jump back in.
Good afternoon, Council. Brandon Collette, Senior Deputy City Attorney. First, I'm going to go over the contracting elements. So as a quick brush up, the city attorney addressed the contracting elements for the formation of any contract. First, we have the authority, the competitive process, and an appropriation, and the appropriate legal review. So quick, for the authority for material, supplies, and equipment, we have the charter, Section 1208, and that governs our competitive process for purchases over $135,000. So also we have a section in Municipal Code, Section 4-107, that governs when all purchases are under $135,000, and that's for the same material, supplies, equipment, and public work of improvement. For services procurement, we have...
Brandon, let me, right here. I wanted to, this is being sponsored by the Finance Department, right?
Correct, and the City Attorney's Office, yes.
Right. I wanted to ask, and maybe Doug or somebody from Finance, just really quick. This is the workshop we requested almost in relationship when the whole B of A issue came up, correct?
That's right.
Right. So, in the interest of time, what I'm gonna do is I want to ask some specific questions, and it may. Sure. We really want the workshop, maybe not so much to walk through every specific detail of procurement, but maybe to be able to answer some specific questions. Like one of the questions that and you're probably the right guy to answer it, Brandon anyway. One of the questions that I have is, when we go out for procurement, is it legal for us to require the responders to hire local people to invest in local nonprofits? And can we do that in our procurement? And I'm going to tell you where I'm going, so I can help you. I don't want you guessing. What I think we need to do is, we have a lot of people that we do business with on an annual basis. I don't think we as a city ask very much of them at all in what they give back to us. I think incidentally people are giving back to us, but I don't think it's intentional. Is that illegal for us to do that?
It would depend on the type of procurement. For example, the most strict rules we have would be for when we have a full competitive process. So, for example, say there was a construction project that was $1 million. It would be very difficult for us to have certain, for example, let's just say it was a local hire component. But actually, the closest thing we've managed to come is our targeted hiring ordinance, which is, like I said, is completely legally defensible and is something that high-speed rail uses. So that's about as close to local hire as we can go without crossing over that threshold. And so there are certain other...
Is local hire illegal?
In the state of California, with certain city and state funding, it is unconstitutional, because we could do it. However, we would be at risk for losing our federal and state funding, because what we are doing is we are preferring out-of-state interests. Well, I'm sorry, we are preferring in-state interests as opposed to out-of-state interests. And because we're getting money from the federal government, and in theory that money comes from everyone, they want you to not prefer any particular group, whether in-state or out-of-state. So in theory, open competition.
Now on our dollars, local dollars, when it's only that, do we run a risk if we have a local preference?
In theory, it depends, because there's different regulatory requirements for different funding sources. So sometimes what they require is that our process be the same completely, so that we do the same thing with their federal dollars that we do with our local dollars. And that's what comes into play. And that's just going to vary per funding source. So it becomes difficult to kind of parse it out. But in general, if we're just using city funds, it's something that we can, it's an effort that we can try to make, and it's a process we can probably get very close to, but probably not exactly local hire. Very close.
And when I say local hire, I'm not even meaning 100%. I'm just saying percentage thresholds. Can we give preferential treatment to somebody that is making certain representations about who they'll hire locally, or whether they were source local materials and source local businesses? Are we allowed to give, for instance, extra points in a bid for that?
In a bid, that would be difficult to do because it is straight competition. So what we can do on the back end, like I said, with national target hiring, for example, that is focused on disadvantaged communities. So what we can do is we can focus on economic factors. However, we can't focus on race or sex-based factors, and we're limited by that by the California Constitution. So if we focus economically, and if we focus on small businesses, that is something that we can legally do.
Okay.
And I believe I had a conversation with your office previously about small businesses and how we can encourage their development and kind of work that in, create a small business ordinance, and kind of move that forward so we work more with small businesses.
Right.
Council,
and in
if I
theory,
could jump in on something here. the charter requires that for certain, like public works of improvement, we have to go with the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. And so we're just kind of stuck with that. Where we're doing something like a real estate development type deal, historically with the redevelopment agency, we would say, developer, you must use best efforts to first try to hire from a certain radius of the project or a certain census tract. For those types of things, especially if it's an RFP kind of thing, we have a lot more flexibility. Where we're required to go with low bidder, there's not near as much flexibility.
And on which contracts are we required to go with low bidder?
That is
public works of improvement.
So, and that's also materials, supplies, and equipment over $135,000.
And
think of large construction projects.
And we can't. And are we able to? Let me not even say that. Are we able to? For instance, if we with the lowest responsible bidder, I know that there are times that we're able to give a 5% preference or something like that.
That's correct, yes. We can do a local preference up to 5% is what's legally allowed according to case law.
Okay.
That's local preference. That's not necessarily local hire. In other words, is the business local?
So can we also, would there be a way to incentivize through the bid process certain activities we want to encourage, like hiring local people, working with, certain small, local small businesses and what have you? Could we do that and give incentives inside of the bid process?
That would be difficult to do. Typically, what you can do is you can provide kind of similarly what we do with targeted hiring. You could do a similar targeted hiring for local businesses, for small businesses. And so you would typically with small businesses you would see a higher local component than you would see someone coming from Nevada, for example, to say, hey, I'm a small business in Nevada, I want to be a part of your project as well. So you can add in certain components, and that's all typically involved in a small business ordinance. And so that way you can capture not just small businesses, but like what they call micro businesses, ultra small businesses. So you're capturing a whole bunch of businesses, kind of, how Bank of America made this distinction about anything under $5 million. Well, you could make the distinction anything under 500,000 or anything under 300,000. So you could really capture a lot of these smaller businesses if you had this kind of small business ordinance framework. And so I think that would accomplish what you're looking to accomplish.
Well, I think you're right. That actually makes a lot of sense. And really, and the reason I jumped in, Brandon, and not to take you away from the presentation but to get to the heart of the matter of what really I think I wanted to hear at least. And my colleagues may have some other questions and maybe they want you to go through the whole presentation, but this was really about trying to figure out in our procurement, at least for me, trying to figure out in our procurement process, how can we ask more and make sure that the businesses that we are awarding hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts to, public dollars to, Fresno dollars every year, how can we make sure that they're doing something positive back into our communities, whether it's through hiring or contributions, what have you? I like the idea of a small business ordinance. I'll be getting in contact with you so we can walk through the elements we need to put in there so we can accomplish the goal. Thank you. That's all I had, Council.
Thank you.
Did you want me to continue or did you have questions?
Did anyone?
I have all my questions. Okay.
Councilmember Brando, did you have any additional questions? I think we can wrap it up there, and then if we have other specific questions, we will be in touch. Thank you so much. Next, we have item 3F. I had asked the city manager if we could postpone this, and since a number of my colleagues are gone, probably a good thing if we postpone and bring it back next week. I do want to set up another meeting. I do know, Mike, that we had a brief meeting earlier this week, but I think it'd be worthwhile to sit down and talk about some other concerns that I have. Thank you. So 3F will be postponed. It is the professional consultant agreement with CH2M Hill Engineers to next week. And then we have a very short workshop on alleys, and then following the alleys, an ordinance presented by Councilmember Baines.
A very short, energetic workshop on alleys.
Yes, get our energy up.
Trying to bring the energy. Okay. Let's talk alleys. Good afternoon, members of the council. Dan Zach with the Development and Resource Management Department. And I'm just going to talk very briefly and energetically about alleys. So, downtown Fresno has many alleys in various conditions, and I'm going to talk a little bit about how we got them, the benefits of them, and interesting options out there for making them more useful. So we started out from the beginning with alleys. Our town, as laid out by the railroad in 1872, had every single block in the city bisected by a 20-foot alley. There was a time in certain areas where the alleys were more active than some of the surrounding streets. This is China Alley in the early 1900s, and you can see it's got more businesses along it than F Street, which is considered to be the main drag in Chinatown. And this is China Alley in 1910. So alleys in Fresno in the past have been active places at times, and there's a lot of benefits to that. Right now, though, not all of our alleys are in great shape. Some of them, the paving is rough. There can be dumping in the alleys. Some of them are unsafe or feel unsafe, which has the result of people avoiding them. Some of them, because of problems, we've gated them to restrict access. And so that's kind of the current state, but there are glimmers of hope. A lot of downtown alleys are well used and are clean. Some of them are loved. This is the alley behind the Grand and K-Jewel, and it is decorated with murals, and employees go out there and enjoy the space. And it's a loved alley. We've had alley parties recently, which have brought a lot of people to these spaces, and I think that's a good thing. Alleys have a lot of benefits. Some of those benefits are utilitarian. So one big benefit is that, in a lot of alley cities, the parking lot and parking garage access is taken off of the alleys. When you do that, you don't have to have curb cuts along your streets. So all of these curb cuts that happen when we don't use our alleys to access parking removes prime on-street parking. That's the most popular parking with our customers. And it protects them from traffic moving by. And all those curb cuts put cars going across the sidewalk and make the sidewalks feel unsafe. Also, if you don't take your garages and trash collection and everything off of the alley, then that happens on your streets, and so your streets don't look as nice. But when you utilize your alleys, then your streets can look like this, and those frontages can be occupied by businesses that are providing services and entertainment and everything else. Some cities have even gone beyond the utilitarian benefits of alleys and activated and beautified their alleys. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that now, some examples out there. Around here, a lot of Fresnans, when they have time off, they go to the Central Coast. So an activated alley, if you will, that a lot of us might be familiar with is Gum Alley in San Luis Obispo. But there are better ones than that. Post Alley in Seattle is lined with shops. It's near Pike's Place Market. It's a really nice place. Belden Place in San Francisco it has lighting and a little gateway and restaurants that have doors and windows right there to the alley, and they even dine right in the alley. Maiden Lane is another one that comes right off of Union Square, very similar. These are really neat, attractive, desirable places, and it's extra tax-generating businesses located right there on the alley. And it creates kind of a European feel to the place with the narrower, cozier spaces that they create. The best alley system in the world might just be Melbourne, Australia, and they have activated all of the alleys in their central core, and they're just hives of activity. They're really amazing. So the point of this very brief and energetic workshop is, let's not close off opportunities. Sorry about the pun. That was on purpose. And let's consider possible benefits of maintaining and improving our alleys when opportunities come up. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. That was a quick workshop, and it was good.
Well, Council President, the only reason I queued up because I asked Dan to do this alley presentation as a lead into the bill I'm introducing today. And just to give you all some background, and I know we don't have a full council here. Sorry, Dan, it's your big debut. We only had 3 of us out there to see it, but we have business owners, particularly in the downtown area, that really want to, as Dan says, activate the alleys. And they've come to me and asked me to start changing our municipal code to allow for the activation of the alleys. But because we've never really done it, I wanted to at least let the councils, understand what alley activation would look like. So that's why I asked Dan to put on the workshop so we could get a preview of the next bill. So thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. And Council President, if with your indulgence, I think we can go to 4A, which would be the...
I would just like to add that I nominate that as Workshop of the Year. So we can have a workshop.
You hear that, Dan?
Yeah.
We're going to give you a proclamation.
Yeah.
That's awesome. We'll continue on with City Council item 4A.
And I'll introduce it really quick. You all have had a chance to review the item, and Dan really did a great job of queuing it up. So, for all intents and purposes, you can treat that as the staff presentation for the item. What we want to do is allow the alleys to be activated. And there are a couple of things that we needed to begin to change in our code in order to allow that. I suspect that this will be one of a couple of different changes that may recommendations that may come out in order for us to get where we ultimately want to get to. But this, in my opinion, gets the ball rolling, and it allows our business owners that want to do something with their alleys the means to start doing that. So the idea is we're going to call them expressive alleys. So give business owners, property owners a way to do things with alley where they can allow them to express themselves in different ways, whether it's put in lighting, murals, having restaurants and events and what have you in the alleyways. Our property owners want to have the ability to use the alleys better. And right now, it's not, there's not a lot of help on our part in allowing them to do that. So we've done a lot of work with the downtown neighborhood specific plan. This, in a lot of ways, is a complement to that with the alley. So anyhow, council, it's been introduced, and I guess if you want to take it out to the public, you can.
Yep, we'll take it out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Sir, if you can state your name and address for the record, you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Tammy Paluso, homeless. I was totally against downtown remodel of the opening up the lanes and everything. And you know what? It's a beautiful idea, whoever thought of it. And you know what? Hey, that's a good idea too, man. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais.
I'll make a motion to approve unless there are questions.
I'll second.
Great, so there is...
Council, this is introduction and only, and since there is not a quorum here, we can't make any motions or take any votes. But
That's right. There's not a quorum.
It can be introduced, though.
Council President, what the heck's going on?
Clint, where did he go?
The introduction does not require
But it doesn't
quorum.
require a vote anyway, so we're good. Thank you.
So would it require a vote next week? Or?
Yeah, it'll require a vote next week.
Okay.
So, Dan, I guess we should have saved you for next week.
So just for introduction only today. Perfect. Just a question in terms of the ordinance. Does this apply just to the downtown area? Is that where it says? I didn't see, I guess, it just says.
It's essentially the P-bid area.
Okay. I guess I didn't see it in the ordinance where it restricted just to the downtown.
Is there some reason it was only downtown, or could this?
In all honesty, residential alleys and what have you aren't, that really isn't the idea. So there's going to be some other pieces of this that come down where we're going to ask those alley owners to probably enclose their trash cans, and there are things that are going to have to be done. There's improvements they're going to have to make. I'm going to try to figure out a way how to help them. So That's mainly why we didn't extend it to the whole city, because it's really kind of an urban thing to use the alleys that way.
And I wasn't thinking of residential alleys, but there are a couple of other commercial alleys in Pinedale and some of my areas that I could hypothetically see some of these concepts be used on.
I don't have an issue with that. We probably want to talk to the city manager, though.
You know, I don't have an issue with that either. I'd want to talk with staff some, but I'm on the list for all of the alley vacations that happen citywide, and I cringe every time I look at those because I think that we are underutilizing our alleys. So we're in full support of what Oliver is bringing forward, and Dan, I appreciate your presentation, but we're open to looking at those.
I don't have a problem with it.
And I have a number of neighborhoods in the tower, kind of that area that potentially, so if you guys are open to that.
Well, I mean, I am. I certainly, and mainly one of the reasons I include the Pivot area, because there are supporting pieces of this that are going to come down that will make the property owners have to do some things in order to designate themselves as expressive.
But if we could lay the groundwork, we haven't taken a vote on this, and now Councilman Olivier is here.
We have 4. We have a quorum.
So could you make your official motion then and make it citywide as far as the groundwork?
Actually, Council, it was intended that the geographic area will be established in a resolution that was planned to be coming back with the ordinance on adoption next week.
Oh, okay.
So I can, if you want, we can relook at the language here in this discussion out here, and I can certainly take out the geographical area if you all want.
Great. So we have a motion and a second now that we have a quorum. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Bredefeld, and Councilmember Capriolio absent. Next, we have, it's another ordinance item, City Council item 4B, which is a bill for introduction. This is amending various sections of Article 24 of Chapter 14 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to parades and other special events. Councilmember Baines and I have been working on this along with the City Attorney's Office and with the administration and Mayor to make sure that, one, we're up to date with First Amendment issues, also to make sure that we address some of the parade concerns that we will see also addressed during the budget the budget cycle this year. And so just wanted to bring this forward to make sure that it was consistent. I don't know if you want to add anything else, City Attorney.
Yes, Council. There are several, of course, there are business, policy, and then legal reasons associated with this. The current ordinance we have could be improved. We've been working on this for a couple of years, and the areas that we are looking at improving to make it more compliant with First Amendment, including the permit area. Currently, we require a permit for a gathering over 40 people and so forth. Actually, we're looking at ways of streamlining a process to get a parade permit or exercising First Amendment rights. Looking at how we handle maybe subsidies of events that use the streets and have parade permits. And then looked at overall how to reduce costs of having parades and certain events. So one thing we have included in this proposed ordinance is that for a First Amendment expressive activity that takes place in a traditional public forum, such as a sidewalk, the front lawn of City Hall, you don't need a permit. No matter how many people you have, as long as you obey the law, and if law enforcement is there, obey reasonable requests of law enforcement. Like if you're ready to cross the street and they say, wait for a minute, you have to follow them. And as long as you do those things, you need no permit whatsoever. So that is actually more or less restrictive than what the First Amendment case law might require. So again, First Amendment activities, sidewalk, front lawn of City Hall, no permit. It does require that if you expect to have over, how many people? 50 people, you at least notify PD. So at least they can help manage traffic and that kind of thing too. But again,
but not required.
It is required that you notify.
Oh, to notify.
If you expect to have more than 50. A gathering larger than that, they would probably be aware of it anyway. But again, no cost, no permit. Second of all, it streamlines the process. Of course, that's streamlining, and then there's some details there, and then streamlining the process. Third, there was a concern that over the years we have subsidized or accommodated certain events like Veterans Parade, other certain types of parades that have been around for a long time, and then how do we legitimately choose some over others and subsidize some over others? Not all of these are necessarily First Amendment expressive activities, but nonetheless, we decided to go with an objective way of handling this, that if the event has been occurring for more than 15 years, the council has an opportunity to essentially grandfather those in, and they will be, if they choose to conduct their parade in a pre-established route. In other words, we will provide, the council will provide by resolution, certain routes in the city that have been essentially pre-engineered. So we've looked at what traffic controllers required, street closures, those types of things. So it makes it cheaper, faster, and easier each time they want to do their event, and then the city, by resolution, can choose to share some of the cost of those events. And I think we would have a limited number of those events. Essentially, those are the grandfathered-in types of events. And that helps to address the what events do we subsidize versus others. And then overall, I think one of the key features is for First Amendment activities, we will be reducing the cost to apply and have your event, especially if you choose to use a pre-engineered route. While we're doing these pre-engineered routes for the historical events, that same route would be available for anybody who wants to come along and have their own parade. And since it's already been figured out, it would be faster and cheaper to have your parade on that route. Now, if you want a custom route, a one-off, you come along and you want to do that, then that would still bear the normal cost and process, and that would take longer to do because it takes more effort, more people to come in and figure it out each time. Also, this ordinance provides for spontaneous activities, First Amendment activities. Say there is a case that comes down from the U.S. Supreme Court and somebody wants to have a protest or demonstration or celebration on the front lawn of City Hall, you can just do it, and it asks that you provide 8 hours notice of doing that if you can. So that's essentially the features of what we're proposing. So there would be an ordinance, and then separately that would come back next week would be a resolution that determines the routes and the activities and so forth.
Thank you, City Attorney. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item?
Good afternoon / almost evening. My name is Abray Connor. I'm a staff attorney with the ACLU Foundation of Northern California. We have been following Fresno's ordinance for several years, at least since 2013, and have requested several documents from the city about the parades and about demonstrations. So this is not something that, we're just finding out for the first time. But we weren't given, any notice that it was going to be on the agenda today, even though we asked for it for the last 8 months. The ability to participate in protected free speech, including parades, demonstrations, and protests, is at the core of the First Amendment rights. Many of the provisions that have been explained today are actually required under the law. So it's not like there's actually, more flexibility. Like this has actually been pretty much codified under the First Amendment, under the state constitution, and under the Ninth Circuit, who is also weighed in on these issues. So I sent a letter earlier today. Hopefully you all have gotten a chance to review it. It's about 6 pages, so maybe you haven't gotten a chance yet. But I'll just outline a few of the points. So the city can implement an ordinance, but it can't be unduly burdensome and unreasonable. And this has also been made clear under case law as well. In our letter, we talk about the application timeline being too long. And I also outline cases that demonstrate that the timeline is out of step with the law. The standard for the fee waiver as it stands now, it's ambiguous. There are places where it says they shall receive a fee waiver. There's places where it says you may receive a fee waiver. So that needs to be clarified. Also, the indemnification agreement is out of step with the law as well. Broad clauses such as those have been found to be unconstitutional. So we really hope that the city takes a deeper dive looking at this ordinance, and we're happy to review any changes to the ordinance as we have in the past. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, point of order. If you need more time, if you feel like you want more time, I'll call you up when it's my turn to speak. Sure.
Is there anyone else from the public who wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Councilmember Brando.
So, Council President, this item came to us from you and Councilman Baines. I would almost like to hear a couple sentences from each one of you as to what is it you're trying to accomplish, and does this accomplish that, or there's some other variables that I need to look at?
So I'll start off, and then Councilmember Baines, you can chime in. So I think a couple things that I think were clearly stated by our city attorney. So a couple things we wanted to do. One, address First Amendment concerns in terms of the processes that we had in place for people to demonstrate and be able to do their First Amendment expressive activities. They were not consistent with the law, and that's what we're trying to correct. That was one. The other thing that we also got noticed, that we noticed, was that in the way that we dealt with parades and how we provided our city services, we were not being consistent. For example, with the Veterans Parade, we were providing a majority of the cost in terms of extra policing service. But for the Pride Parade, or for the Mardi Gras Parade, or for the Christmas Parade, we were not providing the same type of service. And they can be categorized as First Amendment. So there was inconsistency. And so we wanted to make sure that we established a policy that was fair to everyone. And also, the third thing that came to our attention from folks that did parades over the last few years, there's been a number of changes in terms of policies and procedures within our departments that was hiking up cost and making it very expensive for them to do the parades. Like, for example, the road closures. So before, they could do rolling closures, which were less costly. Now we're required, I think, because of federal law, hard closures. And so we're trying to figure out how to develop a policy that provided a balance in dealing with the new laws that we had to abide by, but still made it feasible enough for these historic events to continue operating.
Okay.
So they're not going to be free. People are still going to pay.
Okay.
But it's going to be a fair consistency and a fair process so that we are abiding by First Amendment law.
Okay. And I don't have much to add to that other Councilman Brandau. Council President did an excellent job of outlining why we needed to do this. And she and I took it on because we get most of the events in our districts. Between downtown and the Tower District is where most of parades and what have you happen. So that's kind of one of the reasons that we decided to take this on together. And mainly for me, a couple things, like Council President said, we were inconsistent in our application of our parades. And we were, as a matter of fact, inconsistent and probably illegal. And we need to correct that. And second, the new changes in the law were driving up the costs for events that have been going on in our community for 25 and 30 years. And we were approaching a point where if we were to apply everything that we needed to, we would probably begin to lose historic events. So we had to try to salvage that as well. So those were my main two issues with introducing this.
And then, so I appreciate that. City Attorney, how would this apply to more, and I'm not trying to stop anybody's First Amendment rights, but some of the parades we've seen where they were more spontaneous and created problems out on the street, and people did not follow the direction of the chief of police and those types of things.
Right. A spontaneous First Amendment activity that is otherwise legally compliant would be fully authorized under this. Now, there's still a state law. There's state law that says that without a permit, you can't go out and block a street.
Right.
And so that state law would continue to be enforceable with or without this. And also I wanted to note that even if parts of our existing ordinance were illegal, that doesn't mean we were enforcing it. There were parts that we chose not to enforce because we knew that it had issues. But we still have state law that has, and potentially other municipal code sections that would apply.
Okay, so if I'm hearing my colleagues correctly, if we are granting some special favors towards the Veterans Parade, other parade groups would be able to get consistently those same level of services. Is that right?
Council, the plan is to bring back a resolution with adoption of this that would establish which events the city will participate in funding.
Oh, okay.
And so that will be a business and policy call as to which ones you choose to do that with.
And when will that come?
That's next week.
So my guess is we don't really have to vote on this today. Is that right?
As with introduction of any ordinance, a vote is not required at introduction.
So it's for introduction. We'll be bringing it back, and then next week we will outline the specific events that the city, and we've been working with the administration over the last half a year.
I would prefer to my colleagues here to vote on that next week when we hear the whole shebang.
Yeah, that's fine, I think, but we should put it in through introduction, and then we will take the vote the following week with the additional information.
But I did want to respond, Councilmember Brandow, to directly to your question about the Veterans Parade. Yes, what was going on, one of the things we were doing was supplying tremendous amount of resource to that event and not other events. So that was an issue we needed to correct.
Okay, yeah, so it really raises a lot of questions, because I could see us being very supportive of a Veterans Parade, and then the very next week somebody wants to file a parade permit on the same pathway, and it's the We Hate Fresno Parade. And then we would be obligated to be real supportive with Fresno sources. We talked about this in a way the other day with supporting groups who are in turn suing us. So I've got a couple of questions about it. I'd love to, little brain dead this late in the day, I'd love to vote on it next week.
Yeah, no, we will. We don't need to vote on it today, but it just so you know too, as you chew this over, it's a legal issue. Mm-hmm. So it's a legal issue. What we were doing, we couldn't continue to do, whether they do a I Hate Fresno event or not.
I don't think I'm talking about stopping the I Hate Fresno Parade, but I'm talking about putting in city resources. So I really wondering, so actually where I'm going with that, Councilman, is I really wonder if that would cause us to say, all right, well, if we can't, let's just not support the Veterans Parade at that level then, and actually backfire rather than advance what you're trying to do. So, I mean, I'm just throwing out some thoughts, but I'm not too clear on that.
Perfect. Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. And I just personally wanted to thank you and Councilmember Baines for your work on this. I think that it's a good thing for the city to periodically evaluate its practices and its policies. So I wanted to thank you for your hard work on this and bringing it forward for a discussion, because Fresno is home to some big parades and some legacy type of parades. I just had a number of questions, but what I would first like to do is call the lady back up from ACLU. If you were not finished, I wanted to offer you the opportunity to finish, and then I have some questions for both the author of the resolution and also for ACLU. So come on up, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I won't take up too much more time. I do want to, I know I'm not supposed to respond to some of the comments that were made, but ordinances in particular, as they relate to free speech ordinances, such as one for parades and demonstrations, do have to be viewpoint neutral and content neutral per the First Amendment and per the state constitution. So those things actually just, if they're not, then you all are able to be sued. So back to the point about the indemnification agreement being out of step with the law. We actually raised some of these issues with the city attorney's office before. So some of these have been ongoing issues that we've raised over the last several years. As it stands now, it seems as though, it's not clear whether or not the terms of merely join the parade as opposed to in connection with the event, what those two terms mean. And both of those terms are used in the ordinance. One basically says that someone would not be, liable for any expenses. The other basically says that someone will be liable for expenses. And it's just not clear to me, and I'm sure it wouldn't be clear to anyone else who's reading the ordinance, which one of those actually means that, you're liable for any damages that happen. And the language of the ordinance as it stands, even if it's not being enforced, makes you, vulnerable to a facial challenge to the law. So whether or not you're enforcing it, it doesn't really matter. If the language is there, you can be sued for that. Also, relating to the fee waivers, so we have heard from several people that they cannot actually find the fee waiver anywhere. And so they have to actually create a letter. And once they create this letter, then they hope that it meets the requirements of what's necessary for a fee waiver. It would be great if the city council could actually draft language outside of the requirements of just that, they have to be indigent. What actually should go into that application, or actually to draft an application for a fee waiver in the first place. The same goes for any other waivers. We were also told that the free speech routes already existed. So there have been people over the last several years who have been looking for free speech routes that I guess what we're hearing today actually never existed. And that's actually not what we were told in the past either. So I think that, just in general, there needs to be more clarity in the ordinance.
Aubrey, who told you that there was free speech?
We've been communicating with the city attorney's office.
We had free speech routes before?
It may
She
have been
said
something that was informal.
So
That's what we were told. That there were free speech routes, that they existed already.
It's not codified.
So we're trying to codify some.
And that's fine. I think that, so to the extent that there was miscommunication, with the public records that we requested back in 2016 and that we received, and that was something that we also put in our letter back in 2016, that if these free speech routes exist, then they need to be on the website. So obviously, this miscommunication has been going on for several years. So to the extent that some of this can actually be in the ordinance, also there are some issues with privacy. So right now on the application, the city asked for people's social security numbers and their driver's license. It's not really clear why either of those are needed. And in particular, when you have certain individuals who want to exercise their rights and they might be afraid, for reasons completely unrelated to them, organizing that event, of other entities just having all of their information. That's not something that the city should require. And in addition, there is case law that says that the city should not be requiring extra information that they don't need in order for these types of applications. So that should be looked at, and we would like for the city to actually put that in the ordinance so that it's clear that those extra pieces of information are not needed in the application. So a few of the points in the letter are places that we feel like should be clarified because of the law, and a few of the places I think would just be good public policy.
Thank you.
And you've submitted. Well,
she did submit a letter to us, so we have time over the next week to look at in more depth to the comments that you made, and we'll see if those seem to be appropriate to be added.
Thank you. I just have a couple of comments, and then I'll turn it back to you. So is it, and you can help me out, Council President. So if there's the Veterans Parade, the Pride Parade, some of the legacy parades we have in our community, they're going to be grandfathered in, and their organizers will not be required to offset the city's costs. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, explain it to me.
So, and I think it's in the staff report. So what will happen is for the legacy parades that we've outlined, and it's essentially what we've done over the last, I don't know how many years, and maybe the lieutenant can speak to that. But what they'll do is they'll cover half of the cost. I think 50% of the cost was the conversation that we had with the administration.
But if I'm starting up a new parade, if we're going to have the Make America Great Again parade, and we're going to go down, Blackstone Avenue, because it's not a legacy parade as outlined in this, I'm only eligible for some kind of fee waiver if I can prove that my group is indigent.
And discounted if they use those pre-established routes. So that's what this ordinance is also doing, establishing pre-established routes that if you use those, because the traffic engineering would have already been done, it saves them money, and so therefore the cost won't be as high.
And I understand that, and I do appreciate it. However, on the issue of the right of people to peaceably assemble, I come down very, very liberal on constitutional rights. So I'm going to be watching very closely to see how many of the recommendations of the ACLU that you can work into that.
I completely agree with you. I'm all about the First Amendment right as well, and so I think those were some of the things that we were trying to balance to support some of those legacy events, right, and establish a policy that could work for the city of Fresno, and then if there are additional events that arise in the future, that they are able to take the opportunity of the lower cost because there are pre-established routes.
I have enjoyed in past years participating in and viewing the Veterans Parade and the Pride Parade and others. And then I'm having some heartburn about saying, well, there are some favored parades, and then there are other parades that are out there that we don't even know about that are not going to have that most favored parade status. And I think that gives me a little bit of heartburn because you're creating two different classes of people. You're saying that some people, which I am a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, and I appreciate veterans, but you're saying that one group is going to receive preferential treatment from this organization.
We had already been doing that. We had been doing that historically, and so we are trying to rectify that with this ordinance because the same resources that were being given to the veterans were not afforded to other groups. So in fairness and in trying to address some of the First Amendment issues, we're trying to create a policy that would be fair across the board.
Okay.
It might be helpful, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but to have the city attorney kind of go over and just to clarify the issue.
Well, yes. As far as the legacy events, historic events, the idea was to have something in place, if we're going to subsidize anything, that would be content perspective neutral. In other words, we don't care what it's about. If it meets this criteria, it qualifies for the potential subsidy, and then the council would approve however number of those they would choose to in a resolution. And the objective criteria was that if it's been in place for at least 15 years and they want to use a pre-established route, then they would qualify. So that's what's being proposed. And that would come back in a resolution next week. So yes, as far as the city participating in the expense of those events, the idea was to make it completely perspective neutral.
And again, I appreciate that, City Attorney and Council President. I do appreciate it. I'm going to reserve...
well, we're not voting on it
No,
today.
I know.
So
I'm going to reserve my final decision for when this comes in. But in the meantime, I would appreciate it. I agree that our friends from ACLU have identified some inconsistencies in what we're trying to do. And especially when it comes to the most basic of human rights, which is the right to express oneself. I think that it's important that we work with ACLU and take a very critical look at the document that they provided to us and try and find a way to work those into our final draft, our final document that we're going to be voting on. And I mean, still at that point, again, not trying to impugn the legacy parades that we have in our community, but it just seems to me that to provide access to one group to complementary taxpayer resources while we're not doing that for another group is going to be problematic for me. But I look forward to seeing the final draft and encourage city staff and also the author of the resolution to work with ACLU to make sure that we have everything works. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank
Council,
you.
if I could follow up. We began this process at least a year and a half ago, and we've had several conversations or communications with the ACLU on this issue. And we have incorporated a number of things that were their suggestions going back a year and a half. As with any issue like this, there's going to be case law that provides for a spectrum of potential outcomes. And we've taken that into consideration. And some things we've chosen to go even more liberal than we might otherwise. And some things may not be quite what the ACLU wants, but we believe what we've proposed is legally defensible.
And I appreciate your comments. We just got the letter a few hours ago, so we'll be definitely looking at what they have proposed and what they have raised.
And are you available for phone calls to run stuff by? And
Yes, and I could have provided the letter earlier if I had known that it was going to be.
That's not a problem.
48 hours to fix it.
The agenda, though, was published last week, so yeah, so.
No, we appreciate you being here, and so if she's available by phone or one of your colleagues would probably be able to take advantage of your insight. Thank you.
Councilmember Capriolo, are you still punched up?
Just a brief comment. If we have illegal language, so to speak, in our ordinance, that should definitely be corrected. But I want to join in my colleague, Clint Olivier, in reserving on the variations of fees. Consistency has always been one of my criteria. With that, I join you in reservations on supporting this item. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think that's the last item that we have on the agenda.
Unscheduled.
Yeah, we'll do unscheduled. That was my next thing. Unscheduled communication. So this provides an opportunity for anyone that wants to speak on anything that wasn't on the agenda today to come forward. I know, and there was a couple people. I think Jaime Loza made a couple comments during the couple of items, but he's gone. And then Lee Gentile, no? Okay, great. So we will adjourn after we have a brief closed session. Are we going to be able to do it?
We have two closed session items. It's probably 30 minutes.
Okay.
One is Ramirez versus the City of Fresno, existing litigation. The other is South Central Neighbors United versus City of Fresno. I would not expect any announcement afterwards.
Thank you.